Our protagonist this time is very different usually. In these kinds of stories, you've got a guy doing his best to grind, acquire everything, and level up. But Jihan isn't like that. He awakened with such simple talents that all he can really do is run a quiet bookstore, and for him, that's enough. He loves reading and enjoys living a peaceful life. What Jiha doesn't expect, though, is that he's actually the single person chosen to become a god in this world, a being so powerful that even legendary creatures from his books would end up as his pets. While everyone else is out there leveling up like crazy, they have no idea that Jiha is quietly saving the world, sometimes without even trying. But here's the question. How can a boy who only wanted a tranquil life keep his chill when so much power has been forced upon him? Most people would give in to temptation. And will this happen to Jiha? That's what we are here to discover. Let's get in a day. Not unlike any other, the peace everyone thought would last forever was shattered with the appearance of the dungeons. Everyone was terrified when the goblin Testosterone appeared in the middle of the city. Hundreds of creatures emerged, bringing fear, however, just as despair arrived. Hope appeared. People awakened as entities called hunters, and the new materials that fell from the monsters made humanity prosper. And that's how the world of hunters began. But our protagonist is different from everyone else. We see him at the Hunters Association, and the girl at the reception says it's the first time she's seen someone with a worker class. The guy was born to be a slave in this world. Everyone only has combat classes. He's the first to have something that's not useful for combat. She asks he don't have any skills or talents. He somewhat embarrassed replies that he doesn't. We then see a shop for hunters in Sector 7. Our protagonist, Yuji Hut, is receiving customers. They say they came to get some potions. But the girl points at him right away and says, "Wait, aren't you that guy with a worker class?" He awkwardly says yes. She then asks, "Is it true? You don't have any skills?" The guy next to her reprimands her, saying, "Don't say that, stop." He looks at the protagonist and says sorry. She's a bit lost. The protagonist says it's okay, and that she didn't say anything wrong. Hero doesn't have any special skills. Because of this, he doesn't hunt. He just stays in the background collecting resources with that. The girl says she understands. And the guy says she shouldn't have asked some tanks pass by on the street. And everyone knew. It must be at least a rank 3 dungeon that appeared. The guy says, "Damn, I wish I could participate in one of those." She replies with, "Our skills forget. And not nearly enough." Our protagonist, observing, just thinks about how difficult something like that must be. The people leave. And he says, "Erigido." He wonders how much resource must be in a place like that. However, obviously he's never going there. It's been 5 years since he awakened. He'd received this worker class, but it has nothing, no skill, no special characteristic. That's why when he goes to the dungeons, he stays in the background. As soon as everyone kills everything, he goes in and picks up the leftovers. Does it pay? Well, no, but it's enough just for him to pay the bills for the month and keep this place open and do what he likes most, which is reading books. Whenever the shop is empty, he picks one up and reads. But that day he got sleepy. He thought maybe it was because the book was too difficult to understand, and boom, he fell on the table. But the book shone, and he went inside. Our boy wakes up with a leaf falling on his face and gets up, all startled. What is this place? Wait, it's definitely not a dream. Is it an illusion? Can I open my status window? He opens it, nothing special. But this forest looks a bit strange. I don't hear any animal sounds, and I can't see anything because of this dense fog. All I can see are those little sprouts there. Looks like a fruit. He approaches confused, saying, "I've never seen anything like this ether." Herb makes the consumption of ether. For any skill 0 for 10 seconds. Is this description real? If this were true, it would be a very good item. Ether in this world is basically mana. It's the energy people use to cast skills. So an item that allows you to basically have infinite energy for 10 seconds would be incredible. He keeps looking and thinking, if only he could get the liquid from these. Herb's too bad. I didn't bring any bottles with me. Right in front of him, there's a leaf on a branch that kind of catches his attention. He decides to take a closer look. Apparently it was in a lake. He got some water and poured it on top with that out of nowhere. A skill appeared. Your friend of plants, level 1. Blessing of the Unknown Jihad is confused it's the first skill he has received in 5 years as a hunter, and all he did was water the plant, which suddenly started growing roots into the ground. He thought it was going to become gigantic, but it disappeared in front of him. With that, he woke up back in the shop out of nowhere, and thought it had all been a dream. The strange thing is it was so realistic. Then he realizes his hand is covered in mud. So the dream was real. He wonders, could it be that when I'm sleepwalking, I slept here in the shop and went out collecting mud? No way. Or did I somehow actually get transported to that forest when I fell asleep? Considering this is now the world of hunters, it wouldn't be impossible he decides to test it again. He does it all once more and wakes up in the forest again. However, he notices the place looks bigger and all the fog is gone. He starts to think this might be a personal dungeon that only he can enter when he sleeps, and he had never heard of this kind of power. Then he sees a solar apple, a fruit that when mixed with the healing potion, increases healing by 20% and reduces cooldown by 8%. Jihan knows potions are the most used items in dungeons. However, the ones available and most heal 10% of health and have a long cooldown. The taste is also terrible. Looking at the apples, he's astonished there aren't just one or two. There are a bunch of solar apples. He has an idea. What if he makes a potion using the solar apple and that herb that gives infinite energy for 10 seconds? He thinks taking one or two things from here is okay, right? But where will he store them at that moment? A bag falls on his head out of nowhere. A dimensional bag. He doesn't suspect anything, just accepts it since now he can carry things clearly. It seems someone is watching him. After that, he decides to return to the shop the next day. We see another shop, one of the more expensive ones for hunters. Everyone goes there to buy potions, but they're out of stock until someone looks behind and says, "Hey, that woman Hyjin." The sword which the shop owner comes over all flustered and says, "Hyjin, I didn't know you were coming." But she quickly responds, "I came because you haven't been answering me the potion I asked for yesterday." "Where's it?" The guy embarrassed replies, "Ah, I'm sorry, but your potion is still being prepared. Could you wait a bit?" She says she can't. She has a major dungeon in 30 minutes. With that, she pulls out her phone to see if there's any shop nearby. Meanwhile, our boy is playing Heisenberg in production. He mixes purified water, Undane's tears, and the ether. He says it's going to be insane now. He just needs to add the solar concentration into the rotating tube, downing the potion. The system minifies him due to the blessing of the unknown. A verdict of great success has been applied. You have acquired Alchemy Level 1 Special Potion. The duration of unlimited skill usage has increased from 10 seconds to 14 seconds additionally. It restores 14% of health over 15 seconds, far better than all the others. He's already stunned. Wait, an alchemist? Not even the guys who call themselves alchemists have alchemist skills. He's never even heard of a 14-second healing potion shaking. Yet he realizes it's an excellent potion. However, he's not very capitalistic. He doesn't even know how much to charge. The product is so good that it's hard to sell. Not to mention, who's going to believe that either? Consumption drops to 0 for 14 seconds. Who, you ask? She's already entering the shop. Hygiene. Our boy immediately asks, "How can I help you?" She gets straight to the point. Potion, how many do you have? I want them now. Before he can respond, she gets closer. This is a health potion, isn't it? He says yes. But before he can say anything else, she asks what its effect is. He tries to explain that it's not for sale, but she cuts him off again. "Sorry, but I don't have time." She grabs it and leaves. Wow, what just happened? She left some money on his table saying, "If that's not enough, call my guy at Crest, they'll pay more." By the warrior has already arrived at the dungeon drawn. Her sword's killed 3 beasts and is already running. That's productivity. The guys who collect the items for her are a bit embarrassed. This is the power of a rank 12. They can't even see what's happening. However, the one in white says, "But this way we won't evolve at all." The other guy says, "Friend, it's the sword which even if you wanted to, you wouldn't evolve. Just collect the resources and stay quiet." But then comes the drama, and the guy says, "I understand her too. If it were the old Hygiene, she would have definitely told us to hunt together. But since that incident, she's changed. completely, and hunts alone. The other guy asks what incident, and he responds, well, you probably don't know, because you're a beginner. Right at that moment, Hyjin appears telling them to run. They seem confused, but soon see it a man-stalker, an aversion-level creature, extremely armored and with powerful poison. The two are already shocked. Why is an aversion-level creature here? They only appear in level 4 dungeons. Hyjin, I told you to run. Get out of here. She charges at the beast, drawing her greatsword. But the beast defends and strikes, leaving her trembling. Damn, I've already used all my ether at least. I want time for them to escape. The two guys are also running at a snail's pace. She thinks if only Sun Yuk were here. But she's motivated. No. He's no longer here. Now I can only rely on myself, and this potion, she drinks it all, and is confused. It's the first time. She's had such a delicious potion. Not to mention she feels her ether is increasing. Significantly now, she can win this. She goes back into the fight, using the tumult of the sword, slashing and cutting relentlessly. The beast is divided and falls hard to the ground. However, she immediately notices. Wait, something's wrong. My health is recovering, and I felt my ether wasn't decreasing. I managed to use the sword tumult for 10 seconds straight. Normally, I use it for a maximum of 3. Could it be because of that potion? Who is that guy from the shop? Ma'am, she doesn't waste time in the next second. She's opened the door and entered you. She asked that potion, what was that? Our boy is completely confused. The guys in the back are talking, and it looks like everyone knows. She killed a man-stalker alone. She apologizes for being rude. Our boy says it's okay. But was there a problem with the potion he gave? She says yes. She's never seen a potion that heals 14% of health and reduces ether cost. Our boy, being mazed, says, I heard you killed an aversion-level creature alone. Incredible. She bangs on the table. That's not the point. That potion you gave me. Where did you get it, or did you make it yourself? He shows her the apple and says, I used this. She asks this. Yes. A solar apple I found by chance in a level 0 dungeon. She asks, a solar apple in a level 0 dungeon. As far as I know, this item isn't that common. Our boy obviously doesn't want to tell anyone. He has the forest of abundance. Well, I'm glad my potion helped you, he said, as trying to change the subject. She points to the side and asks what's that. He replies, it's an ice resistance potion. She wants to know the effect. Awkwardly, he says, I think it gives 32% ice resistance for 40 minutes. She's stunned again. The best potions on the market offer 10% resistance for a maximum of 15 minutes. This one is like 10 times better. So she wants to know where he found this. Our boy remembers that when he was in the garden world, he found some winter strawberries and used them to make the potion. His alchemy is already at level 2. He says again, yeah, I found it in the level 0 dungeon. She realizes right away that he's lying and says, I won't ask for any more, since it makes you uncomfortable. But sell everything to me, everything. He asks. She throws money on the table, saying, I'll pay in cash. I don't even want a receipt. Our boy says it's too much money. She walks away, saying it doesn't matter. However, she asks his name. Our boy says it's Jieha. She thinks and says it's a beautiful name, looking all sweet. She replies, see you next time. Yeah. The scene then shifts to our boy back in the forest. Each time he's returning with more stuff. However, he starts to question. This place is very strange. There are so many rare resources and no monsters at all. Where am I? He hears some movement nearby. Slowly, he walks to see what it is. He says he's sure something was around here. When he sees it, there's a beetle called Atradon, a mythical monster, a creature the size of a small car that resembles a beetle with giant claws. Our protagonist recognizes the creature instantly. However, strangely, they are very small here. They're supposed to be car-sized. He wants to pass, but there's some barrier protecting them. Then some evil ants appear, and the little creatures start fighting. Our boy watches and says, why are they killing each other? The problem is that these demon ants are extremely dangerous. But again, they're supposed to be the size of a truck. But they're small here, however. He sees the Terry genes being crushed. All crying. Our protagonist wonders, why are they fighting at this rate? They will lose. Can I help the system? then gives it the war between your terror drones. And the demon ants has begun. Do you want to help your legion? Yes or no or what? I can intervene in this even stranger. It says my terror drones well. If that's the case, then yes, your legion is losing. You can use an essence buff to improve the chances of victory. Increase HP by 30% for 1 hour. Increase poison resistance. Increase physical resistance or the worker's blessing, which costs 2 essences. Our boy thinks he understands and says I can't help directly, but I can provide assistance walking around. He had found these essences used for buffs, and he is just 2 since the last auction is more expensive. It's probably the best. So he applies the workers, blessing the little creatures. Feel the energy flowing into them. Empowered, they start smashing all the ants. They quickly win, and our boy is delighted. Wow, this is crazy. He approaches the terror drones and thanks them for defending the forest. However, the cute little creatures start giving him lots of essence. He gives a little smile, and the creature looks a bit confused. He only takes 5. Saying they can keep the rest. This is more than enough for me. He says after all, they were the ones who fought for their lives without the wall, and the fog in the place disappeared. He thinks I was planning to stay here for just a bit today, but it looks like I won't be leaving anytime soon. The sword which Hyjin is ranked 12, and we see some users discussing the possibility of her killing that creature alone being a lie, until someone turns on the light and asks, are you a zombie girl? That's Chu Jian, the top alchemist of the Flame Guild. The redhead says she can concentrate better when it's dark, but asks if he managed to solve what she asked him to. He says he went in person. The guy's a hunter with the lowest rank of all no special. Characteristics Yuji Ha, and as expected, I didn't see anything strange about him. The redhead responds that maybe he has nothing to do with hygiene getting stronger. Shufian says, I don't know, he was selling something special. Do you know what solar apple is? She says no. He then explains that the solar apple is something no one knows about, but the boy does. It's an item that drastically reduces ether consumption, and I had never even seen one in person until I went there. And the strangest thing is he made a potion using it and was selling it for a cheap price. The redhead then comments, but if the apple is real, it's impossible for it to be cheap. He tries to explain that with this. There are only 2 options. First, he doesn't know the real value of solar apple. Or, she completes, is a person without any greed. She gets up and says, you know what, I need some fresh air. I'll go see him. The guy asks if she wants him to prepare a car. She says, well, I'm not the boss of the company. He says she is, however. She responds that he is in an esteemed position. Traven, the master of the Eternal Guild, back in the Forest of Abundance. Gia feels a bit chilly, but he brought a lighter, remembering that after the barrier fell, he didn't see anything much different. Of course, he still hasn't fully explored. There's an area that seems extremely dangerous. He can feel it, and for now, he's not keen on putting himself in danger, so he decides to return at that moment. The little beetles appear again, carrying some things. Confused, he says, it's you guys again. What are you carrying? A chasing flower. Chiva asks, is this for me? The little beetles happily nod yes. He notices that one of them is a bit larger than the others, and is always at the front. He says, you're different, are you? The leader. They don't really respond. Our boy asks, did you come from that scary place? At that moment, a mission appears. The terror drone request your help to rescue their queen. Do you accept the mission to rescue the queen? So these seeds from the Mist Hunter flower are a common request. Jayam uses, since you protected the forest. I'll see what I can do. I also fear that place, but I'll see what I can do. The little beetles are all cute and eager. However, for this you will have to prepare a few things. So they plan to do it tomorrow, the next day. He has made a healing potions, poison resistance potions, and a lot of food rations. Everyone is prepared. With everyone buffed up, he says, let's go rescue the queen. As he approaches, he sees that the thing exuding the purple aura is the nest of the demonic ants. It's at least 3 meters high. No more delays. The battle is about to begin. The fight is intense. Wow. The protagonist is impressed. The terror drone are winning more easily than last time, but the poison is still hurting them. The system then says he has the right to use a power. Wants to help them, he can bring the flying. demonic ants to the ground with one slap. But it will cost the 3 essences. Our boy is confused. 1 slap. And I can only use it once. What am I supposed to do with that? Then he sees at the top of the nest. A winged ant appears as a messenger. The system warns him that if this ant gets away, it will bring back the main army. He looks at his hand and wonders. So I can stop her message with a slap. Let's see. He activates the ability. And just as the little ant is flying, she sees the massive hand coming. Man, it was a slap indeed. I thought it was some power. But it was the protagonist himself. The next chapter starts with Hyun visiting our boy's shop in front. She thinks, this is the place that sells the solar apple from the outside. It looks like any other shop, but who knows what secrets are hidden here, especially since she was informed that Hugin managed to hunt that creature after visiting this place. So I'll enter and find out if. But she notices it's closed, but the sign says it's open. She wonders if he went to the bathroom. She asks the laughing guy nearby, don't they open today? The guy responds, I'm not sure, they haven't opened since yesterday actually. The young man who runs this place seems to have something going on. She asks the guy why isn't he opening frequently. The guy responds that young people today aren't like. There used to be no professionalism. She thinks, wait, is this change recent? It seems that this Eugenia is hiding something back with our boy. He's impressed with the slap. He gave. The other ants are sweating meanwhile. The beetles are now motivated. They charge forward as the ants flee, crying a little later. The beetles are celebrating at his feet, however. He asks, aren't you going to rescue your queen? When he looks, some little beetles are already bringing her on a stretcher. The queen warrior is all battered. She tries to get up to talk to Ji-ha. He tells her not to strain yourself, you've done enough. You can rest the system. Then says the queen of the terror drones wants to form a sworn alliance with you. If you accept, you will be sponsored by the terror drones and receive various items. It also says that Gaha will have to fulfill their requests. Our boy says there's nothing to think about, of course. I'll accept after all. They can help each other, the system. Then says you and the terror drone are now allies. You can now sponsor them more directly. The little general from before then evolves into a terror drone warrior. Our boy impressed. Says wow now. He really looks like a general. He calls the squad and they bring a bunch of stuff to him. Jia, embarrassed, sees it again. He says he doesn't need all this. I'd be happy with just 10 essences and a little ether. He wonders what those seeds they gave him are wild. Grapeseed and tree fruit seed. Wallflower boy says he'll just plant them and wait to see what grows. He finds it strange that the tree grows a fruit. How's that possible? He thinks, well, whatever. The forest will take care of it. The plan now is to build a new cabin the next day in some other dungeon. The guys are talking. Are you sure? The Ant Queen is here. Hume, he responds, of course. She will make a lot of money if we steal her nest. But another guy says, hey, wait a minute, what's that? The quest is already completed. Hume says, what are you talking about, you fool? We just got here. When they look, the nest is empty. The guy in the back says, Hud, did someone from another region clear it out? The knight says, you don't know that once a dungeon is cleared, it doesn't open again like this. The guy thinks, damn, how did this happen to us? The guy at the front says to the other man, I don't know what happened, but it looks like there was an attack. I didn't see any answer at all when the guys said the mag. That's impossible. Man, look around, there has to be some trace of them. Then one of them said, Yum, take a look at the ground. Yum asked the ground, well, look at that handprint. They wondered who could have done this. One of the guys, isn't this the shape of a palm? Is this the work of a giant? Another guy said, man, but at this size, it must be a creature of at least destruction level. One of them started running, shouting, let's get out of here. One of them told the group, do you think we have any chance against a creature that's single-handedly wiped out the entire ant nest? If we don't retreat now, we'll die without even knowing what happened. Let's get back to the association. We then see some guys in an office examining the protagonist's palm mark, the important roof's successor. Young-suk said this was at the ant nest, right? If anything else happens, let me know. The guy was just thinking, this palm isn't from an ordinary monster, and it's too big to be an evolution of some other species. It's some creature we don't know about, but something above destruction. Rankum appeared, looking out the window. He thought, I just hope the terrible thing doesn't happen again. We then see our protagonist in Area 5 of the city. He was waiting there until a girl came running and shouting Jai. She looked like a sister version. Could this be the case? Oops, she fell to the ground like a klutz, shook him up, saying it's all okay. The book is safe. He says, that's not what I'm worried about, girl. This crazy-headed girl is Sonio, the only origami hunter in Korea. She says it's been a while since I left the house. I forgot how to walk clearly. She's a book addict, and that's how she and the protagonist became best friends. He hands her the package, saying, have you had breakfast? Jumi asked me to give this to you. She thanks him and gives him a little book. Our boy asks why. She says she went to a bookstore and the seller was sad, saying everyone who took this book always returned it. So she bought it and brought it to him. Our protagonist says a book that everyone returns is kind of scary, isn't it? When he looks at it, he already sees it has mana and aura there, and the system gives a notification. You have acquired the infinite spell book to write a spell in this book. You need the feather of the Thunderbird in ink. Our boy asks, are you sure? The guy didn't want this book. She says, yes, there's nothing written in it. And he only used it as decoration. She tried to write something, but it didn't work. The protagonist thinks a book with nothing written in it must have something to do with this notification just now, and she probably didn't get the notification since she's giving it to him like this. She says, sorry if you don't want it. He says, no, I like it. I'll keep it. I'll use it wisely back at the shop. He tries to write with a pencil, but it doesn't work. He knows he'll need that Thunderbird feather. The system gives information. Thunderbird, a colossal and extremely rare creature with a wingspan of 25 meters. Our boy thinks I'll have to get that, not to mention it's rare. How is he going to locate such a thing? He thinks, I'll be another person who uses this as decoration. However, when he touches the book, he receives the good penmanship trait and an ancient magic skill. He stares at his own hand, thinking, what, out of nowhere again? But he didn't feel any different, but getting this skill now isn't a coincidence. He grabs a piece of paper that was nearby and manages to write about the bird. He even levels up his penmanship skill. However, even with it, you can't write in the book. But he wrote there 25-meter bird, giant bird. Very difficult to capture. The big feature of this skill is that his handwriting got a lot prettier, at least. But then he feels something happening nearby. He runs outside and a gate opens in front of the shop. Difficulty 0, target Thunderbird, feather time limit 1 hour. He thinks, wait, what? It goes straight to the birds. Nest, could this be an effect of the good penmanship skill? The aura seems dangerous, but it's rank 0, so it shouldn't be a problem. Right, well, let's go. He enters and immediately sees a waterfall, thinking it really did let him in. Chia asks, is this the habitat of the tree? It doesn't seem like it can accommodate a giant bird, but then the bird appears. It flaps its wings above him, and he goes flying. Gi had exclaims, how am I supposed to hunt that it's as big as a house? However, some feathers start falling. The bird flies away, seemingly saying, use your junk well. He wonders, wait, it's leaving. He picks up a feather, already acquiring the Thunderbird feather. He thinks, how could this be so easy with the feathers now in hand? He just needs the ink. He smiles, already having an idea. He calls the pterodrones to bring some green herb extract. He thanks his little friends and thinks that now the preparations are complete. He's ready to solve the mystery of the infinite spell book, standing there, ready to write. He thinks, I wonder what kind of magic is in this book. Well, I'll find out for myself. He touches the feather to the book, and a lot of magical stuff starts happening. He begins floating, and the magic spreads throughout the forest. When he gets up, he recognizes it immediately. He thinks these are runic words, something he had seen in a book a long time ago. The legend of an ancient tree that taught a tribe 4 types of creation, harmony, change, and destruction. However, it was extremely difficult to control these magical powers until they discovered the runic words on an expedition. Upon researching, he understands, so the ancient tree of the world taught that tribe the 4 main magical powers. The comprehension was very difficult, so they were divided into runic words. However, he had never heard of these runic words in his life. He wonders if maybe there's some way to use them with this book. Staring at the tree, He sees that runes appear on the pages when he used this book. He questions why they were engraved on the tree, and not in the book. He remembers that this is the tree he watered when he first arrived here. But he's sure it's impossible that the small tree is the world tree. He thinks to himself, I don't know when these runes will disappear, so it's better to write them down. But will something happen just by putting these symbols in the book? Shira feels something strange. Even though it's the first time he's seen these runes, he kind of understands their meaning and what is engraved on the tree destruction. The fire will set everything ablaze. The kid is a bit crazy as he reads this and writes it in the book. The system then says scroll of destruction increases the destructive power of a magical rune. He's overjoyed. Wow. So if I write the runes, they turn into scrolls to use. Well, if that's the case, just tear it out. Right? He cuts it and it turns into a scroll. He says he's going to write about 99 more of these. Then he realizes the page he tore out has regenerated. That's why it's called an infinite spell book. Staring at the book, he knows he can write as much as he wants. All he needs is ink, which isn't even that hard to get. The only problem is he doesn't know exactly how the scroll works. Increase the destruction and power of a magical rune is all it says since he doesn't have any magic. He can't test it. They'll need a mage to make it work. Oh, look who's already in the shop. Come here. You sly one, I'm going to use you for the scroll. She asked our boy, are you Hunter? Gia. He replies that he is. She runs up to him finally. New meat. Gia is startled as she shouts in his face, you're hard to find, aren't you? Do you know how many times I've come to this shop just to find you? Our protagonist thinks this one is tough. He apologizes, saying it's due to personal circumstances that I've had to close. Frequently looking him in the eye, she thinks, just as Chuggian said, he doesn't seem special at all. Our boy wonders, why is she staring at me so coldly? But she thinks of herself, whatever. My purpose here isn't him, but the items he sells. She apologizes and says she understands his circumstances. But anyway, sorry for the late introduction. But she is the leader of the Eternal Flame Guild Hwin, and she heard he sells special items in his shop. He agrees, and she starts to say something, but he interrupts. You're talking about the solar apple, aren't you? Or are you looking for a winter strawberry? She says that's right. But he continues, those items are the most famous here in the shop these days. Wait a moment. Since you come here several times without success, I'll give you some things. She thinks, is he really that easy to get things from? She's very confused. But our boy says, hey, customer, we're out of stock. She asks, what do you mean? Our boy remembers that he got so focused on playing with the terror drones and writing runes in the book that he forgot to make potions. So he tells her, if you come back tomorrow, I'll prepare them for you. Sorry again. She thinks to herself, yeah, I can't even say anything clearly. He's sad. Is he kind or stupid or both? She turns to leave, saying, well, nothing to do then, since you have nothing to sell. Sadly, she goes away, thinking to, I'll come back tomorrow. I just wanted to go to the dungeon. But then our boy says, wait a moment. You said you're the leader of the Eternal Flame Guild, right? Are you a fire mage? Yes. Why? She got hand her the scroll and says, ah, great. Then test this out. I'm sure it'll make an explosive meteor bomb. She looks at it and asks, what's this, a scroll? The protagonist, yes. It's a fire scroll I made yesterday for testing. I'm giving it to you, so I don't feel bad for letting you leave empty-handed. She says, since it's from you, I won't refuse. She activates it and the shop explodes with a fiery message. The flames will set everything ablaze. She says she likes that phrase and will see him tomorrow. He replies, ah, okay, my customer, see you soon. But you notices something. The staff on her back is glowing much more than when she entered. We then see her in the spider dungeon. They've just defeated the Centaur spider and are marching forward. Our redhead is throwing fireballs. However, she finds it strange. Her fire powers are much stronger with one hit. The creatures fall dead. Not to mention the rune on her staff won't stop glowing, but she gets a bit distracted and almost gets hit by a purple venom. She manages to dodge. The guy next to her asks, are you okay, leader? She says she's fine. She just finds it strange that there are many more spiders than expected. The guy apologizes again, saying that in forest dungeons, there are many variables, but she wants they can go back and reorganize. She says, no, forget it. We'll continue forward, no matter what. But the cautious mate says it's better we go back. You don't need to push yourself so hard. But the warrior is on fire today. She says, don't worry. I feel like I can beat anything. She starts creating summoning circles. Watch out here. Comes the fire on all the spiders. Everything begins to burn. The guys are impressed, saying, what's going on, leader? When did you level up? So much you killed everyone by yourself. She's questioning herself. Wait, something strange. I've never had this much power. Could it be that scroll from that sly guy back at the protagonist's shop? He's finished the production. Phew, this should be enough, right? He prepared a bunch of solar potions and some cold resistance potions. Now, just waiting for Huayan, who said she would come in the morning. He looks back. Welcome, Huayan. I made the potions you asked for. But Ishtarsky notices she's accompanied. Huayan says, Hunter Ujiha, can we buy the potions later and have a little chat? Suddenly, she throws down the suitcase full of money. Well, what's this, Huayan? She responds, what do you think? Is money, are you a type who doesn't care about money now? I understand why you sell these potions at such a low price. He says that's not the case. Everyone likes money. But he feels awkward about her giving so much money. She explains it's because of the scroll he gave her yesterday. It has an extremely strong effect. It's definitely something above S grade. She says the scroll is so powerful. It's almost theft for her to take it without paying, and besides, if she didn't give something in return, she wouldn't feel right. He says he understands. But in his thoughts, he's impressed. As he expected, the infinite spelled look is really amazing. She says if he doesn't want cash, he could just give his bank account details. But our protagonist is very kind and courteous. He says he's very grateful, but doesn't have the right to accept the money. She asks, what do you mean? He says, as I told you, the scroll was an apology for making you wait. I'm not honorable enough to take all this money. He thinks whatever. I just wanted to give her the scroll as a test. She says, gee, how don't you know? In an instant, a good person can become a fool. What do you think happens if a chicken gives golden eggs to everyone for free? What will happen to those people? Our boy responds, everyone will get rich. Guayam replies, of course. Not once this spreads to the public. The chicken will become everyone's target. That's why your ability is amazing, but extremely dangerous right now. You understand? The protagonist replies, I understand. Huayan says, good. If you understand, I want to make you an offer, Jia. You want to join the Eternal Flame Guild? Out of the blue, yes. She says, I know my introduction was a bit negative when I first came here, but it was only because I was worried about you. Our guild is extremely ethical and never harms people, and the reason I brought the money was to prove that. We can reward you for your abilities. Sheik says, but the Eternal Flame is already a very well-known guild. You didn't need to do all this to prove yourself. She says she wanted to show that such a famous guild really likes him. Besides, we have many mages in our guild. They also have many alchemists, Chuyan. The chief alchemist speaks up in a distorted voice. I love Eternal Flame. Huyn continues, mentioning their numerous production facilities. You would have the opportunity to conduct extensive research. Your salary and benefits would be as high as you desire. You'd even have the authority of a chief or higher. Jiha, visibly torn, listens. As she continues, join our guild. Jia interrupts. I appreciate all your kindness, Wei, initially celebrating, then realizes something. Wait, you only accept kindness. You don't want to join. But why our terms are so generous? He explains, as I said, it's a bit too much for me. I'm sure there are people more qualified than me to join the guild. Huyn insists. Please, you're more than capable. The guy behind her says, all right, leader, let's calm down. She responds, no. He's belittling himself too much. He can't be like this, Jihad. Originally, I was a hunter with the lowest rank, without any attributes. The reason I can make these special items isn't due to my abilities. It's because of luck and my friends. Like the Beatles and my friend who gave me the book. Everything that happened to me was because of fortune and my friends. My abilities might disappear one day. That's why I don't have the confidence to accept this offer. I don't know how long I can keep doing this. Besides, I'm very attached to this place to leave just like that. She is confused. But the guy behind her speaks, leader. It seems changing his mind won't be easy. Let's respect his wishes. She remains puzzled. Jia says, of course. Thanks to your advice. I will be more careful. I will start charging a little more for the potions. She quickly. Don't tell anyone it was me who made you charge more. She sighs well. I don't like this. It feels like being rejected in a relationship, but I have no choice. If you ever need help or get into any danger, just call me. Jia reassures her it's okay if any danger approaches this guy. Here will alert me. He points to a small bell plant, which makes a sound when danger is near the story, then transitions to the post-gate world illustrating how difficult it is to live in nature's seas, beaches. Forests and mountains are overrun by monsters, but the Forest of Dream is a place Jia can enjoy. This is truly calming. The sea is the best place for a headache, he says, marveling at the environment. I thought my dream would only have forests, but there's even a sea here. This place feels like paradise on earth. The plan was to spend more time in the shop than the forest, but this morning has exhausted him clearly. I'm not the best shopkeeper, whatever. I'll take some time to recover, eat a lot, and read a lot of books. I'm tired of all of this. He reflects, spending some alone time in the forest, reading until he falls asleep. Little does he know, unexpected visitors are on their way 2 hours earlier. Gio was reading happily, thinking it was peaceful. Hearing the sound of the sea is extremely rare nowadays because the coasts are overrun by monsters. Being in a cave like this feels like a blessing. He thought it would be nice to bring his friends here. When he heard something next to him, a cat's meow, he went to check without fear. The danger plant didn't make any noise, so it must be safe. He noticed a beetle flying in that direction. Gilda thought, why is it going there? When he arrived, he found Actos, a creature too big to be a cat, but not large enough to be a tiger. Clearly, he was injured. Gio wondered if he should offer help. The pterodrome came up and tapped his shoulder. He turned to see, and the pterodromes brought some fish. These beetles work at lightning speed. He thought, happy with their help. He petted the creature, feeling content in the present. Actos had eaten the fish and taken a potion, finally stopping trembling. Gio was curious, wondering, I didn't expect animals in this forest. Where did you come from? He asked the cat, who meowed in response. He apologized for waking it and continued petting it. He thought about a name, since Actos didn't fit. Since it resembled a tiger, he decided to call it Bim, which means tiger in Korean. She got, if you don't have a place to go, come with me. He wondered, can I take it to the shop? When arrived at the shop, she was startled. What's that? He said, this is BM. Hwin exclaimed, no, it's a tiger. Our boy is confused. I didn't imagine she would be scared. Hyjin brings the coffee, and our boy says you're giving this to me for free. But at that moment, she had already stepped back because the kitten was approaching. Our protagonist apologizes. He's going to live here with me from now on. I didn't think he would be afraid, however. He notices that BM is standing. Still smiling, he wants you to pet him. Hyjin approaches awkwardly and pets him, thinking he's soft and fluffy. It seems like he's only a tiger in Mame. She says. Hyjin continues. I heard you gave away some scrolls for free. Everyone on the internet is talking about it. He replies, oh, right, it was for the leader of the Eternal Flame. Gil-jin thinks. He gave away scrolls worth more than 100 million for free. Does he have no ambition, or is he just stubborn? It's clear he has been living like this for a long time, not calculating things too much without greed. He tries to make others feel comfortable. Is that why I always want to come back to the shop? Bim is there, biting at Gia's clothes. At that moment, the danger plant suddenly starts shaking. He thinks, what suddenly? Could it be a citywide alert comes? Level 4 catastrophe. All residents in the vicinity must evacuate. Immediately, Hyjin turns to him, saying they need to evacuate urgently. Outside tanks have arrived, ordering everyone to evacuate. Our boy is there with his white cat. Among the crowd, a level 4 catastrophe is very dangerous. Gia knows they will need many strong hunters. He just hopes they can handle it. Sometime later, they arrive at the bunker. The Graham is already shaking. Everyone there is crying. Chiga thinks to himself, is it too early to feel safe? He pets BM, who is also scared. I hope it's nothing. He thinks above. The catastrophe is ongoing. This happens when hunters enter a dungeon and fail. When a mission fails in a lower level dungeon, it's not very difficult, but it's a completely different story when a level 4 or higher dungeon fails. The government has a plan to evacuate all civilians within a 20 kilometers area. Snipers are positioned everywhere, calling all hunters to be ready man. This is the first functioning government. I've seen Jia thinks in front of everyone. Hijim announces. They're coming. The first things to appear are giant skeletons. The army is here. Missiles, torpedoes, explosions. Look at that. The military is actually doing something, analyzing. Recognizes it must have been a dungeon with weak monsters. But with the amount of combat power they have, it shouldn't be too difficult. He tells the army to shoot only those coming out of the gate, while they focus on the ones escaping unless there's another variable will win. Then a giant hand appears he recognizes. It immediately a monstrous level creature. He changes the plan. Instantly focus everyone on that giant beast. Missiles, bombs, bullets. The torpedo hits its mouth and explodes. It's still intact. The creature glares at everyone. Dangerous enemies must be killed. It charges forward. MCO yells for everyone to dodge. Fred, you better dodge. You're about to get crushed. A massive bait. The creature passes over them, heading towards a shelter. But Hyjin jumps in the way. Who allowed you to go to the shelter? Using her sword to molt, will it work? She wonders. Hwin is also there. She has the scroll. She blasts it with a laser. But the creature doesn't even turn around. It keeps moving straight. It punches her in the gut. Man, you're in trouble. Weigh in. The crazy mage shouts, don't chase it. If you don't defend, who will save the people? The creature faces Jahat and says, I found you. Our enemy Jaga thinks, wait, the barrier was broken so easily. This means they're not winning outside. But his legs are paralyzed. He tries to move, but he can't win. He finally does. The creature is about to grab him, but BM tugs him back and unleashes an ice beverage standing in front of Jia's, staring down the creature. The creature trembles, or he's scared in its mind. The creature hears BM saying, you are an inferior beast, leave now. Seeing from behind Hyjin and Hwin realize it has stopped. We need to take this chance. Fires a massive shot of fire enveloping her sword in flames, slicing through the beast. The creature is now charred. She falls to the ground exhausted. Huyen asks, is it over? Hyjin replies, no, I feel a massive amount of ether inside the kitten. Now all cued in Jia's arm. Sometime later, ambulances are taking away the injured. Hyjin feels the concentration of ether has disappeared. Looking at Bjorn, she thinks, did that come from him? Our boy is now at home after taking a bath, thinking about the crazy day. Petting Bayan, he thinks he seems so terrifying at that moment. But now, he's so calm. The protagonist keeps thinking about the creature and decides to write about it. Just have it recorded. Monstrous creature, 15 meters tall, ugly as hell, and very strong. There's a website that records all monsters. But no one knows how Keto manages to register new ones. However, strangely, when our boy wrote in the book, it also got added to the wiki. Youngsuk is confused. How are these entries being updated? But our boy is just calmly recording everything to Satan. Then shifts to a hunter's meeting. They're discussing the monster, and especially the fact that they think it wasn't one of their hunters. Who killed it? Nobody knows why the creature got stuck after breaking the wall. Couldn't it have been one of the humans inside? They wonder, but that doesn't make sense. How could a human have so much power? Youngsuk says, did you see that the wiki was updated for the first time in a long while? Something is coming among us. There's something powerful enough to scare even that creature. Hyjin speculates, either the person who's scared it was inside, or it's a hunter with an ability we don't know about yet. Huang Yan explains that several people present reported hearing a cat scream when the creature froze. Youngsuk dismisses it. It doesn't matter. That's not important. Huang Yan responds, maybe. But inside was the potion shop owner with his snow leopard, and since the creature froze, the three of them head to our protagonist's shop. He greets them. Hi, how are you? They barged in without a word, all three of them slamming the table. Where's the cat? We want to see it. Bayan will get scared with you acting so desperate. Jia, says Weem, who is nearby, jumps on the table and stretches. The three of them look at him. All confused, Weem picks him up and asks, hey, is this the cat that caused that ether wave? He looks like a normal cat. Jia warns her it's better not to hold him like that. But she doesn't care and grabs him, saying, she doesn't feel any ether coming from him. Impossible for him to have so much ether to cause such an explosion without it being detectable. BM bites her arm. Jia says, I warned you. You need to be careful with him. Hygiene adds, I heard you were in the shelter when the explosion happened. Many people said they heard a cat's sound before the creature froze. Our protagonist responds, crazy isn't it? Hyung-sik adjusts his glasses. I think they're just false rumors. Poor Hyung-sik looking at Huiyin and thinking, I want to recruit this guy for our guild. But it's not the right time, little does he know. She's already been rejected. As they leave, Huiyin says, aren't you going to ask to join the guild? I wanted to see you get rejected meanwhile. Hyjin gives him a little smile, trying to seduce our boy. She says, I'll be back. He replies, anytime. But our boy isn't interested in that. Sometime later, he's relaxing in the forest, reading a book about the continent of Gehenna, a place where various species live together with the great tree. The great tree created creatures, considered the gods of nature, to protect Gehenna. One of the descriptions mentioned a creature that looked like a cat, with white fur and black spots, staring at BM. Jeff thinks, Wade, is he a god of nature? But this cat is so small. He doesn't seem like a god, however. Considering how he stopped that creature, it might make sense. It's not a coincidence. As they said, there was an ether explosion. Jia continues thinking, it was probably BM who did that. Does this prove he's a god of nature? Maybe then the tree in my dream really is. Everything starts to make sense. It's as if the tree is giving him a task. Everything began when he received the worker class, helping the terror drones, saving Byam. All seem to be part of a bigger plan at that moment. The book next to him glows. And the most unusual thing is that in the class, it's written worker of X. XX. What does this mean? Suddenly it's like a flashbang from CS blaming him. In the next chapter, we see a girl in an isolated room, watching TV. A news report is talking about bombing somewhere. Back to the protagonist. He's staring at the tree, saying, it was you, wasn't it, who brought me to this forest of dreams. I have no idea why you gave me such an important task, but there must be a reason. So I'll do my best to help you. At that moment, a purple tornado appears beside him, and something begins to form. He hears a voice saying, curse everything that breeds, bring death to all living beings. A skeleton appears now. Not just one, a whole horde of skeletons emerges in his forest. He recognizes the creature as an ancient lich, a creature at terror level O. My God, look the size. This is a disaster. He thinks it's almost cute being so small. The lich commands kneel before the master. The system then notifies him. The ancient lich is corrupting the nearby lands and will soon retours, although an immediate counterattack is difficult. You want to try to reduce its influence. Our boy obviously agrees below. The lich is calling everyone. What's bizarre now is imagining if this cat is the size of a normal one. If the lich, which should be much bigger, is tiny, how big is this cat really? The lich is marching with his minions. Our boy just wants to give a slap. But that's not an option. He remembers that liches don't die unless you destroy their life source. And the system gives him that exact mission. Plus, he will also need to purify the nearby land that the lich has corrupted far away. He sees a little castle and recognizes it. He's seen it somewhere before. It's the banner of the kingdom of Estran. Could these skeletons the lich is controlling be the people from there? He decides not to dwell on it. The important thing now is to reclaim this place. And since he can't intervene directly, he will have to use the army he calls the Terradromes. The problem is that the only one who can fly is his warrior. Everyone else is stuck because there's a big rock in the way. Our boy has two options. He can either spend an essence to remove the rock, or let the Terradromes handle it since he's in a hurry. He spends the essence. Tell them to go one-on-one. Jihaz says the duel begins, and our boy watches the battle now. That they're strengthened, they really look like a troop. The lich tries to send more soldiers, but it's not working. He raises his staff to cast a spell. A spell was an area effect. But just as he's about to strike the staff on the ground to activate it, the Terradrone warrior arrives and stops him. Our boy sighs in relief. The blessing came at the perfect time. They snatch the staff from the lich's hand and throw him to the ground. He's getting pulverized. There's only gravel left of him. The Lich is confident no matter. It's just an undead body, however. Jia realizes that. He had already sent someone to find the Lich's life source, but the Terra drone who found. It isn't strong enough to destroy it. Because of this, Jia has to spend 5 essences to evolve him into a warrior. To take advantage of the Lich being in pieces, he spends it. The creature begins to evolve, gaining armor. And all I thought he had evolved the one in the chest. But he evolved the big one, making it even stronger. The Lich reconstructing itself screams desperately to stop, but there's no time. The Terra drone headbutts the chest, is integrating the Lich. Our boy, all happy, celebrates. We won. The troop brings several little chests. It's funny, because the chests are small in their hands, but probably gigantic in real life. Jia feels a bit embarrassed and thanks them. The little creatures are also embarrassed. The strongest Pterodon brings a chest which, when placed before him, returns to its real size. Our boy greedily opens it inside. There's the sword of the Astromere, unique rarity. 5 to mentality and charisma of the Conqueror. Really, I'm just a worker. I don't have any attack stats. He thinks he would like to return it to the rightful owner. But looking at the destroyed castle, he imagines the owner is long dead, so he stores in his glitchy backpack, pulls out his little spade, and begins fixing the soil of the region he's dumping cursed dirt into a bucket to purify it. When one of the Terra drones suggests he write a scroll using the ink, Jiha replies, "There's no rune. My friend, just that a rune appears on the tree. What a coincidence." Well, if that's the case, let's write it purification. Rune restores land to its original state. BM jumps on him, and he plays with him, while the Terra drone uses the scroll and brings it to him. Scroll of harmony cleanses any corrupted land. But suddenly all the Terra drones disappear. The scene shifts to a completely different place, where someone says, "This is our land, death to all who destroy our peace." The people there cover their ears, wondering where this sound is coming from. Suddenly, a star shines in the sky, and the Lich appears with his army announcing, "This land has now been given to us." However, another portal opens next to the Lich, and out comes a gigantic figure. The Lich glares curse rays of the tree. The Terra drones smashes most of them. The Lich tries to retaliate with magic, but now that he's evolved, he's much more resilient. The Lich stands no chance and is easily pulverized. The scene returns to Jieha's shop when Sun Yang rushes and grabs the remote and turns on the TV, shouting, "Watch the news." Shows a report on the battle against the Lich. The land that was purple and cursed is suddenly purified. Officials say this means the Lich has been eliminated. Geo wonders what's happening on TV. He sees the Terra drone flying in the sky. Everyone is confused about how such a disaster disappeared. So suddenly Jiho, back at the shop, wonders, why was the Terra drone there? Young Suk at the company recognizes it wasn't a destruction-level disaster. His colleague confirms yes, they were mythical monsters. Everyone is confused, not knowing what's happening. Gear returns to the world of the tree and speaks urgently to the Terra drone. "Hey, need to have a chat." The creatures are all embarrassed. Jika says you didn't do anything wrong, so don't worry. But I want to know, were you the ones who used the scroll, and did you appear on Yuri Island? The creatures don't respond and run off, bringing a bunch of rewards. Zahat's, hey, are you trying to silence me with this? I just want to know if you appeared on Yuri Island. The creatures, all embarrassed, say nothing. Jia pets them. "I'm not scolding you. I just want to be sure it was you. But anyway, good job." They leave 10 ahayers and 10 essences. Jahaz always thinks it's too much. Just that giant stone from the ancient Lich is worth millions of dollars. Do you want to play with this? Jia hands it over. All right. Then the creature starts munching the whole stone. Jia understands immediately he's using it as an energy source. Be 'em all happy. Well, what can you do? Creatures of the gods are incomprehensible. Now that Jai has 15 essences, it's time to boost his stats. A bit, he advances to 9 in strength and 8 in endurance. Will our boy become a fighter? He wonders, am I stronger? Not sure. However, the reason for getting stronger is to make planting easier. He doesn't want to become obsessed with power. He's already content here back at the shop. Pierre receives an invitation to participate in a dungeon, but it's different. Most things have already been cleared out. They call hunters to pick up whatever's left around the fountain. Everyone going to collect items has gathered strangely. There are a lot of people. A man named Mr. Wong, who approaches the protagonist saying, he's never seen such a large group for item collection. The dungeon must be huge. Who knows, we might find something really good. He pulls Jihua along, who says, I think all the good stuff has already been taken, right? The man replies, of course not. Sometimes hunters are lazy and leave good things behind. At that moment, look, who comes all graceful. The beautiful armored lady. She has eyes for someone else, though when she sees our boy, she comes right up to him. Are you here to collect items? He says, yes. He received a call that they needed help around them. Everyone is wondering, who is that guy? Why did she talk to him? Meanwhile, Hajin is worried because it could be dangerous. Gracefully, she offers to protect him. She says if he stays by her side, it will be much safer and easier. Jia is a bit confused as many guys start crowding around her. Hajin, come with me, come here, come there. But she says she doesn't want any of that and looks at Jia. Shall we go? He replies, all right. Then the two head inside. She explains that such large dungeons usually have very rare plants. Jia says he's glad he can recognize good plants. Most people don't know what to pick at that moment. Something trembles inside his backpack, and when he opens it, bams, there's sleeping. Hajin sees him. All cute, tries to pet him like it's right on the hand. Jazzy doesn't like being petted when he's being carried. She's a bit upset, but they continue walking. She then notices that the creature is growing a lot day by day. He must be eating very well, right? Jiha, yes. That's right. Not going to mention. He ate $1 billion worth of stones. Walking through the forest, she asks if he saw the news about the mystical creature and a monster called Pterodrone, and also about the demonic ant nests with a giant handprint, the size of a house. Jia remembers slapping it. That can't be it, right? But starts to wonder, is it really like that? Is the world inside the forest a miniature of the outside world? At that moment, BM bites into an attack stance, and Hajin tells him to step back in front of them. Many trees and plants with big mouths start appearing. Jia asks if Hajin is okay, but she says this is where the person she's looking for disappeared. It's the same scene. And then we learn the person who disappeared was Korea's rank 1. That means these creatures are at least rank 5. She drinks one of Jia's potions and says, Jia, run out of the dungeon. As soon as they attack, I'll try to hold them here. Jia knows it's impossible for her to hold them all off. It's a bunch of extremely high-level monsters. But he notices that BM is starting to exude an aura as he charging ahead alone. Strangely, the monsters are running away from him. BM grabs a hand, bites it, and tears off a piece. The plants are all running for their lives. Hajin is utterly confused, not understanding what happened. BM returns calmly with something in his mouth. Chica says, what's that? Do you want me to plant it? BM nods. Meanwhile, Hajin is thinking about the great trap that killed the rank 1. Fleeing, I've never seen anything like this. But Jia says they have another problem. At the moment, in one direction of the forest, everything is purple. Hajin tells Jiha that he should go back. And you? She said she finally found a trace of him. She can't go back now. Zeta draws his position and says, then we'll go together, even if it's dangerous. She'll protect them, right? She says yes, but she's lying. Right in the end, it'll be Bim who protects them. Walk in through the forest. She points to a cave and asks, do you see that all the light is coming from that place? Jihua agrees, and they decide to enter at the entrance. There are traces of blood and large handprints. Someone tried to escape, but didn't fare well at that moment. Hajin recognizes the armor and sort of the rank 1 guy, but it's all shattered and bloodied. She hugs it already in tears, thinking he's passed away. Jia tries to comfort her, saying, if he had really been killed here, his skeleton would be here. Probably he dropped it and went somewhere else. You really think so? Yes. Just then BM brings a large green apple in his mouth. Actually, it's a symbiotic egg. He says he's heard about it, but isn't sure what it does. When they get out, we'll take a look. But BM gives him a little nip on the arm, wanting affection. Jaga says that these are excellent signs, and that the person is probably alive. She agrees. That must be the case. Let's go back. They're quite optimistic. But if I found destroyed and bloodied armor, I'd assume the worst. Hyjin is smiling, saying he brings her a lot of luck. Making Jihad a bit embarrassed, this situation is peculiar. Isn't it? She tells him to call if he ever needs help. And he agrees. BM tries to swipe at her, but she just hugs him and pets him back at the shop. Jihad is looking up the symbiotic egg. He searches through books, but finds nothing. So he decides to go to the world of the forest to see if he can discover anything. When he arrives, the terror drones approach and indicate they want help. Jia hands them the egg. The creatures take it to their queen, who pets it gently. After a while, they're all climbing the tree, moving around. Suddenly, a giant moth appears. George recognizes it as a symbiote. It flaps its wings, scattering dust everywhere, and a message appears. A group of symbiotes that were Dorn have awakened. With that, the restoration of the world tree begins. Jiha is thrilled and touches the tree. As he does, the world tree bestows this blessing on him. The dormant destiny has awakened. His class changes to worker of the world tree. Jiha looks around impressed. The place has grown much larger, and a lake seems to have appeared out of nowhere. The fruits, like the solar apple, have leveled up. He thinks with this, he can make a lot more potions and earn more money. But then he stops himself. No, I'm here to help the world tree. He starts to think that perhaps restoring the tree is the purpose of all this. Could this be the goal of everything? He sees BM staring at him and asks if he's hungry. Pulls out his fishing rod. Let's catch some fish for dinner. He fishes out a red trout. But when he holds the fish, it has an effect. If eaten, activates level 1 extra sensory perception for 30 minutes. Increases your reflexes by 20%. He realizes that all his items now have more detailed descriptions. This will make selling potions much easier. He decides to run back to the shop unaware. There's a crowd outside. BM is even handing out numbered tickets for entry into the shop. A guy asks what's going on. Everyone came to buy potions from this shop. Didn't you hear? The potions made by that guy are much better than others. People from other states are coming here just to buy from him. And there's still Chief Shear's shop is packed. And he thinks that maybe this is the best way to help as many people as possible. That's why he's limited it to 3 potions per person to give everyone a chance to buy one. His book-loving friend enters the shop and shows him on her phone that the Hunter website is all about him. Shear feels a bit embarrassed. She picks up a potion and says, wow, it's the first time I've seen something so well detailed. Nobody knows exactly what a potion does. She got bluffs that he just kept asking everyone until he figured out. She says if the effects written are true, it's much better than all others. Could she take one extra? As a friend, Jevis says no. But as a friend, he'll give her the scroll of creation. Wish any small wish can come true. 2 uses. G-Cut just hopes nothing strange happens, because he hasn't seen anyone use it yet. Later, this friend went to a dungeon with her colleagues in the midst of everything. She was hit by a creature on her back. When she fell, her group killed the creature, and she got up. Strangely, the scroll activated by itself, giving a buff to receive 70% more items for 30 minutes. But at that moment, the ground cracked. Everyone panicked, thinking they would die. But instead, they fell straight into the treasure room of that place. There she found exactly the book she had been searching for. After gathering everything, they were leaving the place when a bunch of creatures appeared to attack them. They tried to flee, but there was no escape. She put the book over her head and prayed Matt to die suddenly. They were in a kind of desert, and everything around them had disappeared. Meanwhile, back with Jiha, the creatures that were chasing them appeared on his land. When he returned to the shop, the people who had been teleported were angrily waiting at his door. Jiha let them in to explain the situation, and she showed him a book she had found. Inside the book was a map of the continent of Gehenna. After that, everyone left. Our boy was left, thinking, now I have a lot of things to do right. I have to take care of the shop, read this book, manage everything. But there he was petting the kitten. I was feeling sleepy. He sat in the chair, still thinking, not to mention, I have to make a bunch of potions before going to the garden. So he thought it would be better to first take a look at the map. Since it's a map used by the Empire's mites, its quality is quite different. Even the terrains, the names of places, The creatures. Everything is written with great detail. The ancient lakes that appeared came from the south, and the monster from the forest that he and Hyjin encountered came from Mount Apeo. If the map were complete, he would be able to know where all the dungeons are at this moment. A clever idea struck him. He was going to ask the pterodons if they knew of anything. Woke up all lazy with the kitten, I was aware of the pterodons. But the little flower that alerts about creatures was trembling, indicating a powerful creature had appeared. Our protagonist was curious, did it appear here? Then we see the pterodons surrounding a giant cyclops. Giant, well, because to our boy, everything is tiny. The cyclops is a disaster-rank creature first seen in China. Almost nothing is known about it. Besides its size and appearance, the only thing he remembers is that dozens of hunters were sent just to hunt this monster, however. In Korea, a cyclops had never been seen before. The beast was shaking all over, struggling to hit the tiny pterodons. Our protagonist asked BM, "Aren't you going to help them? You bastard, look at that big guy over there." BM replied that no. They apparently didn't need help. Our protagonist found it strange. Not even a mission window up here does this. I mean, the pterodons can handle it. The little creatures were all sheathed and brave. Our protagonist decided to write down some characteristics. Just to ensure things were noted, the pterodons charged forward, and the cyclops tried to smash them. But they dodged, aiming straight for its eye. He concentrated some energy there. Watch out for the laser. Our boy warned the pterodomes took a bit of a hit. The laser went through the entire forest, leaving it devastated. Our boy realized the power difference between them, and the cyclops was significant. But the little guys gathered around a captain. Our protagonist was curious. What's their plan? They brought a mega jig, a big crystal, and cut it all up. Our boy wondered, what are they going to do? They made all the little shields with other stones. Cyclops didn't care, concentrated on its eye again, and unleashed another laser. Our boy saw that the pterodons wouldn't do anything, but stay calmly there. He smiled as the laser hit the shield, reflected, and struck the cyclops' arm, which fell devastated. It was left stump. Like he took the opportunity to write in his book, when facing a cyclops, the best strategy is to use an ether shield to reflect its laser. He wondered if people would have enough ether to do that. The cyclops, all shattered, was crying, running away. But it was over. Pterodon boom hit its calf, hit its foot, and it felt like a fool. Our protagonist was impressed. The little guys indeed managed on their own proudly. They came to talk to our boy. He gave them the usual petting. You guys are awesome. Since they worked so hard, he decided to give them a reward, hamming over a bunch of ether. He gave everything to the happy pterodon and received a little essence. Plus 10 essence. Plus 10 essence. Plus 10 received. 325 essences. He wondered, why did I get so much? Average why? Yin saw that some information had been updated on the wiki. When she clicked, it said strategy: the defeat is Cyclops. You need 10 essences to see this information. She said, what kind of system is this? I've never seen this before. But it doesn't matter, right? 10 essences, she can get that easily in just a few dungeons. She sees the information. They're about the mace, the eye attack, and the laser. She scrolls down to see the most important part, and it's another 10 essences. Man, this is cruel capitalism. One. She thinks poor girl ends up banging her head. Damn. No more essence. Who's the bastard that did this? If I catch you, I'll burn you. Our boy feels a bad sensation. Someone wants to do harm to me. Then we see Hyung-sik getting out of car and asking the guy, is there something I need to know about? The guy says no. Then why are there so many hunters here? Damn it, oh. It's because of this thing from yesterday. Look. He says, wait, a strategy to defeat a Cyclops. Yes. It costs 10 essences to see, and then another 10 essences to see the final strategy. But every hunter knows that 10 essences can help with their status. Who's going to spend 20 just to see information about defeating a creature? That's why they all gather here. I don't know who the author is, but his writing is incredible, yeah. Especially since a Cyclops dungeon never appeared here at the meeting. The guy says, it's impossible to access the wiki from any other country, so it's definitely not a foreign thing. Hyung-suk asks, is there no way to track who's receiving these essences? The guy replies, unfortunately no. They automatically Go straight to the system that helps the hunters. And strangely, just as it's said in the writing, whoever reads, that strategy receives. A buff Kong's sick not understanding. A thing says I already have a headache. He instructs everyone in the operations group to monitor the hunters who accepted this mission and see what happens their safety is. The priority men see a group formed to go hunting. There are 2 hunters looking foolish in hygiene, looking all beautiful and wonderful in the other group. There are 2 more foolish ones in Hyen, also looking beautiful. The scene changes to the Cyclops firing the big laser. The mic defends reflects at Hyjin hits the thighs and calves, and then a meteor hits the chest. It's all chaos at the shop. Our boy is watching everything. An announcement is made. The Cyclops dungeon was easily defeated without any catastrophe. Our protagonist is impressed, saying hygiene and Hyen are incredible. The reporter says that this strategy will be shared with all other countries, at no cost now. G is 100% sure everything he writes in the Book of Infinite Magic is sent straight to the hunters. Wiki if he keeps sharing everything he's doing with the Terror drone. He'll never run out of ether at that moment. The little plant is screaming, oh, no, another monster, let's go be him. I'm telling you, this guy has medicine in the drawer when the creatures announce themselves. He falls asleep upon arriving. He's in the middle of the sea, and on the other side, he sees a Terror drone coming. The system alerts the World Eater is injured and needs your help. Our boy is shocked. World Eater, what is that? When the Terror drone points down, he's underground. What is this hole here? When he realizes it, water splashes on his face. BM shakes off the water and dries his leg. Don't tell me I'm standing on the World Eater. Yes. It's the giant whale. Imagine. You are so big, and he is gigantic. How big is this? It doesn't even make sense. Does it fit on the planet? You're the World Eater. You rascal. He senses that it's weakened now. He understands why he was gaining so much essence. It was always for here you go, you rascal, and throws everything inside it. Eat, however. The beast gives him a little stare, getting angry. Our boy wants to know what's happening, starts shouting. There's a flash in the middle of the sea. The beast turns all white and both fall to the ground exhausted. A system message appears. Thanks to your help, the World Eater has returned to its original form. When he looks, it became tiny. Our boy likes it. He loves a cute creature. And he give it a hug. The World Eater is swimming happily. And our boy thinks it was worth using the essences for this, right? BM, obviously. Not. BM wants everything for himself, greedy. Suddenly our boy notices something. Oh, what's happening? He jumps and splashes water on the fools. When he looks, actually the World Eater brought a feast, a bunch of fish, oysters, snails, and crabs. Our protagonist is amazed. Wow, you're giving me all this? The creature nods. He thanks it, and BM starts eating the World Eater, then leaves on the news. Of course, they're already talking danger, urgent news. An absurdly gigantic creature appeared in the southern part of Korea. What could it be? Looking for the creature. Oh no, it's not the World Eater. It's a gigantic octopus. I thought it was our dear World Eater. It already jumped on a house. Everyone's running away in fear. The problem is that the hunters haven't arrived. Yet suddenly someone points out, Captain, what's that? When they look, they see what's behind the poor octopus. The guys are terrified. Wait, a destruction level creature. The octopus wants to run back to the sea, but it gets sucked in and pulled into the belly of the World Eater. Gone. The whale is there in the sea, and the guys are just watching. Young Sok asked the guy, wait, so this giant whale is a demigod that made a contract with someone who awakened for the first time? The guy says yes. It matches the description of a demigod. Hung Sayak says they need to watch a bit more, but they mentioned that all the creatures that were near Korea were pushed to Japan. No one understands what's happening. It's chaos in the library. He and Sunyum are just reading. She brought him a bunch of old books from the kingdom of Estrin, hoping to find some information. Our boy thanks her. She asks if he managed to use the map, and he says, unfortunately, it only covers from the beginning of the kingdom to the part by the river. Besides, it was described by some knights of the commander, so it's not very accurate. She's confused. What do you mean? It's not perfect. You see everything to know. Our protagonist is thinking the one who saw everything was the Terror drone who told me, but she can't know that. However, he adds, just adding the southern area of the tales. Sea will complete the string. kingdom map. At least they will know everything around the region. Sun Young is curious. Why are you so keen on restoring the map? It seems too focused to be just a hobby. He says he feels that it will help someone he's sure. The guy Minna is looking for Han. Sun Yuk is alive somewhere on the continent of Urena. He's got unshakable faith he found the guy's armor and sword completely destroyed, which means he's alive. But Armuoy is confident with the world tree's ability he's sure he'll find him. Suniefu asks curiously, "Come on? Are you trying to help a good friend who is?" She tell me. Our boy says it's not like that. She says, "Woman, I see well. I'm going to sleep, because I have to wake up early tomorrow." Our boy says, "All right. Then goodbye, my warrior," but before she leaves, he reminds her to pick up the potion in the morning. Since they're doing dungeon run, she agrees, thanks him, and leaves. Our boy is happy with her visit, as she helped him gather more information. He creates a new scroll in the book, a scroll of pursuit. It allows finding a living person through a trace of their location. Our boy is thinking of Hyjin. Altirian sad. He wants to help a warrior. So he uses the scroll spatial power. Beam of light. Seeing her walking back and forth. Why didn't you use it on the guy? You want to find you fool. It's fine since he can make infinite specials anyway. William comes along, gives him a look. Asks if he was scared, gives him a pet. And they're back to the dream world strangely. The water there became much clearer. He wonders if it's all thanks to the World Eater. Even his solar apples have leveled up. He visits the Pterodron gang, and the boss is getting huge. Oh no, wait. It was just the angle. Our boy apologizes for the delay. He was very busy. Reading the rascal then brings a bunch of seeds from some fruit for him. Our protagonist is impressed. Quantity has increased a lot compared to before. He thanks them. The leader points upward, and our boy wonders, what is it? He starts climbing. Do you want me to climb? All right, here we go. When he reaches the top, he can see everything around. He recognizes a mountain in the distance as Mount Apedo, and this really proves that the entire continent of Yainoa is within this garden. At that moment, Beam looks down, angrily wanting to get down to eat. But now he's stuck. It's easy to climb up, but hard to get down. As he starts to descend, something grabs. It squeezes, and he sees a little plant staring at him. He gets scared, and the plant gets scared too. He calls out for help. BM. Save me. Is the plant evil? No. It just made a path for him. They are all affectionate. Our boy says, sorry, thank you for helping me down. He realizes, wow. It's just a cute little plant that likes to cling to people. Should I add this to the hunters? Wiki 2, looking at the long path, you notice. I'll have to cross this whole plain to reach Mount Apedo. He remembers that this is the direction of the people who fled from the Estring kingdom, when according to the Pterodon's information. This might also be the direction Hans Sinyuk, who disappeared, when the map shows that following the Tails River also gets you close to Mount Apedo. Heading south on the mountain might be a good idea to find traces of Sunyuk, but when he gets there, he hits a barrier. This is as far as he can go, so you ask the Pterodon for help. While they investigate, he goes to feed BM. The problem is, where's BM? He's shouting for him to come over. Strange biome usually stays around, but never goes this far. He hears something and looks over. It's the crazy carnivorous plant coming to talk to him. Our boy is now worried. Where's Biome? He bangs his head on a table in the shop. Biome, where did you go? Without me, we get so much together at that moment. Hyjin and King Suk enter the shop. She asks what's wrong. Zaza Zeepli he. Who's this guy? Next to you, he introduced himself, but keeps talking. He grabs a potion and tells our protagonist that what he has is extraordinary. Our protagonist thanks him, saying he will make tea for them. It seems our boy called her, because she says, I was surprised you called me first. Our boy says he has something to tell her. She curious responds to me. He says I was studying an ancient book and found something you might like. She looks at its scroll of change. Trace, the protagonist, says this will help you find some. Yo Kangsak asks, did you make the scroll? How did you translate an ancient book? Hyjin interrupts, we keep that a secret, right? Jia confirms. Kangsaken asks Mr. Jia, did you make a contract with a divine creature? Our protagonist wonders to himself, does he already know about the demigods? The guy says yes. A demigod, the guy explains. You don't have to tell me your abilities and how you use them, or none is up to you. I just want you to know that you would become a very important person in South Korea. Now, our protagonist says, me the guy, thanks to your potions. The survival rate of hunters has increased by 20%. The Hunters Association owes you a debt. So I came here to give you this. If you need anything, we will support you. Our protagonist feels awkward. Do I deserve this? The guy says yes. You are the future of the hunters. Hyjin interrupts. Wait. You said you wanted to talk to him personally. The guy replies, I'm talking to him personally. Here Hyjin apologizes to our protagonist, saying she didn't know. Hyun-seok would come here for this business. He's a maniac. Our boy says it's alright. He appreciates everything, and next time, he will make a good meal for everyone. The guy thanks him, takes a bunch of potions, and leaves. Hyjin comments, he's like that. Only likes to work. Our protagonist says it's kind of cute in a way. They go inside to talk. She sits next to him and asks, where are you writing? He says, wait, I'm finishing up. He draws a castle and a lake. She asks, wait, is this the S-String Kingdom's castle? That's right. He explains, if you see a place with terrain similar to this drawing, use the scroll when you're thinking of Sun-Yuk. If he's nearby or has any trace of him, the scroll will tell you where he is. He wants to show her how it works now, but he's running out of ink. She thanks him. Teary-eyed, thank you so much. He says it's okay. I believe he's alive somewhere, and I will help you as much as I can. She says he's such a kind person. He responds, it's nothing. Friends should always help each other. She gets closer, asking, do you mean help with anything? Tell me. He thinks so. She's getting too close. She asks, where's Byam? Where did he go? He says that he ran off in a forest. Byam is jumping around, transforming, becoming gigantic, even with his weakened body being destroyed. Hundreds or thousands of times the Guardians hold their position until the last moment, and the prey of a god, Arctis, has come to find you. It seems Byam is hunting someone. He finds a little wolf, trapped by goblins in chains. The one who conveys the will of the god Growler. It's bad for the poor wolf surrounded by 200 goblins. Let's see how he handles this. He's growling with everyone watching, when suddenly they hear something. Looking back, they see a gigantic BM. He walks through them without saying anything. He sent a message, Shumit. All those enslaved by evil, the goblins, run away. He then talks to the little wolf, who looks at him and says, what are you doing here? You cowardly Arctis. It seems the creature has two Arctis and Byam. Byam breaks his chain and says, retort into your Growler. Growler responds, you arrogant cat. But Byam explains the restoration of the world tree has begun. Growler sits only. The will of God can guide me. Get out of here, you stinky cat. BM bites him on the neck. Take that. Growler asks, what are you doing, you bastard? BM says, boy, you forgot. I'm the procurator of God. If I say you go, you go. And it's done. Then see our boy with his party friends, all standing in front of a castle. It looks like the castle he drew while searching in the other world. He thanks them for coming with him. Sun-Young says, no problem compared to the potions you gave us. It's worth it. But why did you want to come here? This is just an empty dungeon, right? The protagonist explains. The Black Lion commander helped some survivors escape during the war. There might be some kind of secret tunnel. Sun-Young responds, oh, I didn't consider that maybe there really is something here. The Mohawk Knight says, I don't care about mentioning the fallen kingdom. I just hope there's some insane artifact inside the sword. He's using a long knight's sword. Not only gives good stats, but also increases the group's damage by 7% for 5 minutes. Our boy says that sword you have is pretty good, isn't it? The guy looks at it. This is just a normal artifact. At least it has a group buff. Our protagonist thinks, I know it's a rare artifact. The guy asks, how do you know that our boy thinks so? Crap. I forgot only I can see this stuff. He lies, I recently received an item analysis skill. That's all. Everyone is impressed. Wow. Now they understand why he can describe the potions so well. The armor guy asks, hey, take a look at this for me. What do you think of my armor? Our boy checks light chest armor. Increases defense by 10% and critical defense by 5%. That's it. The mage congratulates him for finally getting a skill, and he thanks everyone. All happy. The knights are ecstatic. This skill is amazing. We're all going to get rich. Let's go. He hits them on the head. How dare you think of using the boy? They apologize. Son Young tells him it's good. You made a skill, but you might have to be careful with something like this. You'll find blued suckers like those too everywhere. He laughs at it. But our boy thinks it makes sense. They continue walking. Along the wall, he thinks it might be good to ask Yang-suk later how to use his skills better. They make points to a part of the wall destroyed by monsters. On the other side is the Tails River, much larger than anyone imagined, and the water is extremely clear. Our boy stands near it thinking this place looks very deep. How do they make a tunnel here? You need to check the back of Mount Ape. Do you want to see in the book? When everyone comes. Or are you drawing the place? What are you doing at that moment? The scroll of hope and sun. Yam's backpack activates. The one that increases the chance of receiving a special item by 70%. Our boy suddenly stands up, scaring everyone. She looks confused. But he stood up because he saw she was falling into the water like an idiot there. She goes again, drowning. Our boy heroically dives and swimming, like Michael Phelps, to save her. But something is on his back. Look. Who it is? It's the World Eater, but very small. He'd save them both outside. He tells her to wake up. You crazy. You're all drowned. A while later, they're back on solid ground. Our boy thanks the World Eater for saving them both. Then Suyong calls him from afar, telling him to take a look. There's a strange magic circle with a small cauldron. Our protagonist is delighted. They thank the world here and say goodbye. So Young wonders, am I cursed without knowing? I keep falling all the time. The little knight tells her, at least you got that brooch. It seems good. In her hand is the artisan's last brooch. She asks our boy, does this have any special function? He examines it. Production artifact. Increases the quality of hand techniques by 10%. She's amazed. Really, she tears out some pages from a book and makes an origami dragon. Our boy says this artifact is perfect for her. It will be perfect for me too, for making potions. Puts her power to the knight, says let's head back. The dungeon is about to close. Our boy thanks them and says we'll see them tomorrow. It turns out that the writing on the ground taught how to make a dimensional portal. Using the power granted by the gods, you can open a portal to a different dimension. You can return by drawing the same circle. Our protagonist is hopeful. I found a magic circle and got lucky. If I can figure out the secret behind this, maybe I can learn how the pterodones can travel so easily from the garden to the real world. He returns to the shop, saying, well, I'm back, but then he remembers the rascal isn't there. However, he's as confident as ever, psychopath who believes in everything. I'm sure he'll come back. So I'll be to work back in the garden. He calls the kids, but where are they? Looking around, there's no one. When he looks to the side, he sees BM gigantic with a lil wolf in his mouth. Our boy asks, you rascal, when did you grow so much? And who is this stray dog in your hand? He takes a closer look. Roller, the messenger of God, asks for your help. You want to take care of the boy, yes or no? Our boy, of course, accepts. The creature begins to glow golden. The power of the world tree flows into Brolar, and he starts to regain his strength. He glares at our protagonist, growling fiercely, but being so small, there's nothing he can do. Our boy grabs him because he's cute. Jian names him Dogo. Like a little dog, truly a prodigy of creativity. Dogo doesn't like it, but BM says just accept it, pal. This is your new home. A while later, the number of turrets has increased significantly since Dago arrived. It's probably because of his characteristics. Demigod and the Master's Will. It increases affinity and leadership of animals by 11, and also increases everyone's speed by 12. Shiga says this is very good. It means that just by Growler getting stronger, everyone gets stronger. Not to mention, he still has the persistent hunter ability, detecting any movement within 2 kilometers. With Dago leading, they will quickly reach Mount Apino. The harvest is yielding a mountain of ether, thanks to the kids. He picks a special fruit to give as a present. He's eager to eat it happily, but greedy BM comes and steals it. A fight breaks out. Our boy has to separate them, saying, hey, you two rascals, stop fighting. At that moment, the little plant sends a warning. He knows someone is at the shop. He returns, placing the 2 on the ground, telling them they're fat from eating too much. At that moment, the guys from the association are entering. The shop. Dago is feisty, already glaring at them. One of them says, man, you got another one, you rascal. Hyung-suk greets our protagonist, saying, I didn't expect you to invite me so soon. He feels a bit embarrassed. It was a big surprise. Hyung-suk cuts to the chase. Is it true what you told me before? You can see the characteristics of artifacts. Our protagonist confirms yes. The guild leader whom our boy had previously refused also speaks, "Hi, it's been a while, Mr. Jha." Our protagonist responds, "Yes, it has been. But what brings you here, Hunter Troy, if I may ask?" The guy says, "I know you refused guild offers last time, and I remember how angry they got. But I'm here for a different reason. The potions and scrolls you've been making are incredible, and as an alchemist, I'm getting jealous." Our protagonist, a bit embarrassed, thanks him. Hyung-suk says, "Let's sit and talk. We have many questions." A while later he asks, "Up to what level of artifact can you see?" Our protagonist explains, "I can perfectly see the name description, unique ability, and even the percentages. I discovered this while making some potions and artifacts. They're both impressed with such a skill. It's almost like you belong to a class specialized in item analysis." Our protagonist, a bit shy, says he has the ability, but doesn't know exactly how to use it. Gung Sark says they will teach him. Besides, Hunter Troy is there for the same reason. Our protagonist is happy, saying he will help the hunters as much as he can with his skills. Kiang Sek first. You need to know, there are only a few appraisers in the entire world. If your ability is exposed, hunters from all over the world will come to your shop, disrupting your daily life. But we have already made preparations for this. Our protagonist asks what you already did. In Hunter's Wiki is a new post. Information Artifact Appraisal. Poor Wayne is exasperated again when she opens to see the information. It says appraisals from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. for an easy process. The first appraisals are the first to arrive. Maximum of 60 reservations per day. Location, Eternal Flame, Guild Basement. Quinn is puzzled. What, that's my guild? How come? What's going on? I don't know anything about this next scene. There's already a line forming. Our protagonist is wearing a mask, so no one knows it's him. Just sending out artifact analyses to everyone. If you use this blade, like the other blade called Witch of the East, every 30 seconds, there's a chance to speed up your movement. The girl thanks him. "Thank you so much, Master Cat." He also thanks her, saying that analyzing artifacts is quite fun. The only downside is that it's a bit annoying to wear the mask, but it was worth asking Kung Sik for help. Now he feels a bit embarrassed. He refused Huiyen's offer to join her guild, but here he is using her guild. Poor Huiyen is banging the table in frustration. Choi says, "Calm down, my warrior." The worst part is he's thinking, if she finds out it's Jiha, it will be even worse. She doesn't know a thing. She's upset, saying, "I can't believe the reservations are full. For 3 months already." Koi says, "Miss, it's your fault for not being quick enough." She grabs him. "You bastard, how could you do this to me? You should have told me earlier." Troy explains, "I'm not the one in control. It's Kung Suk. There's nothing I can do. The location was decided just yesterday. Besides, you told me I could use the basement for anything." She looks at a bunch of staffs and says, "It'll take, I don't know, 2 years to analyze all this. Do something about it. No, we have some privilege, since they're using our place." He says, "I don't know, I'm leaving, have a lot to do. Your time will come eventually. Just wait and don't cause more trouble." She sits down angrily thinking, where did this Master Cat come from? Who is this guy? If I find out, I'll make him my appraisal slave. Our boy's ears are burning. They won't stop talking about him. Our protagonist is explaining to Choi how to make high-quality potions. "You have to shake it like this, my friend. That way the potion goes from special to very special. For it looks wow. We did it the same way. But yours has a 16-second duration and mine 11. What's happening?" Our protagonist says, "It could be a variation in the quality of the ingredients. But in reality, it's because he's already a level 3 alchemist. Though no one knows. However, at least they made enough to sell tomorrow." Our protagonist thanks him for his presence, saying that with him here, the shop will produce faster. Koi says that he and the president of the Hunters Association want to recruit more alchemists. Good potions like these can't just be sold here. We need to open more and more shops. Please teach me more sensei. Our boy says that he needs to capture him, having only started as an alchemist recently. A while later when they leave, he's exhausted and thinks, "Let's go to the garden. I'll just fall asleep." Upon arriving, the pterodons are busy with their harvest, creating mountains of ether. Our boy says, "Come here, kids." And they come happily jumping into his lap. Of course, they also argue with each other. A little night, Terry Dunn comes and points in a direction. Our protagonist wonders what's the problem. Roller jumps and gestures with his head to call them. Tui follows with a mosquito gang and wild dogs. Approaching, a system message appears. Creatures have appeared in the Great Plains. Growler demonstrates his command abilities. Wow, but Zork is tiny compared to him. With one paw, everyone flies. Away, a system says the Terradrone army successfully destroyed all creatures. The Terradrone evolved. After receiving a demigod's blessing, a new species appears. Galleon, shining in the skies, comes into our boy's hand. Terradrone, due to your contribution, the plane begins to be cleared. A new area, Mount Apedo, has been unlocked, so that's how it kills creatures to expand the area. Our boy praises everyone for their good work, especially Dago, who is all smug. "Did you see my skills?" Kitty. BM says that he's too precious to get his paws dirty. The fight starts again, and our boy has to grab them. "Let's go to Mount Apedo, you rascals." It hopes to find some clue. After walking a lot, he finally finds the base used by the Black Lion mics. Group, considering the base is here in the south. It seems there's some kind of passage halfway. A tunnel in the mountain. When our boy tries to pass, a message appears. The intervention, allowed by the World Trees Restoration, has been completed. Direct physical interference with Gima is now prohibited. Regarding your fate, the effects of being a representative of the divinities have now been applied. Communication with Gima entities is now possible. Gia understands that. Now he can't do what he did before, when he created a space in the ground with a slap. From now on, he will have to act more like a commander. The problem is, how will he command the creatures if he can't go beyond this point? The system provides a solution. Divine vision ability obtained. You can see the area from a god's perspective. Our protagonist activates it and starts floating, hovering in the sky. He sees everything from above and is impressed, but he instantly notices something. It seems his vision can be everywhere at once. There's an army of humans surrounded by orcs. Our protagonist wonders, could these be the surviving kingdom? People who disappeared. The battle is intense, with creatures falling all around. Our protagonist sees a blonde guy fighting fiercely. Wow, could that be the captain? Someone calls out Eddie, the captain's name, and our boy recognizes him instantly. It's the Sonyov that Hydrogen has been searching for. Eddie says to him, "It's tough. These orcs keep coming. They seem to be emerging from the plains." Chuck, confused, says, "I don't know how this is happening." A cruel guy kicks an orc down the mountain, saying they could at least bring some food. "At this rate, we'll have to eat monsters." Eddie assures him, "Relax, we won't let you starve." Samek replies, "I told you many times that pig. Poor Jack is working with the Baron. They're stealing our supplies. If you authorize it, I'll find where they're hiding everything." "My dear Prince." Eddie declines, "No thank you." Our protagonist recognizes that the blonde guy is the Prince of the Estran Kingdom. With that, Sunyak leaves with his men. The mission appears for our protagonist. Rebuild the survivors. Village, you'll find the survivors of the Shran Kingdom, who were defeated by the undead forces and escaped. The survivors currently hiding in Mount Apago are struggling with numerous monsters and food shortages. Mission 1, restore the possession of the estranged kingdom to the prince, reinstating him as the rightful owner. Mission 2, find the villains. Get rid of those exploiting and abusing the villages. Baron Grom and poor Rojad Jihad is impressed. He has never received a mission with so many details before. Is this some kind of story mode? But doesn't matter. Just finding Sunyuk is already great. Hyjin will be thrilled with this news. He has to find her, but then shakes his head. First, I need to bring him back. I can't physically interfere with their world. How will I do this? Then he remembers, actually I can. I just can't do it myself. He calls the Pterodons. I'll need a favor from you guys first. Do you know what this magic circle does? The captain points in a direction. When they get there, they find 2 circles. Our protagonist realizes that they're using ether to activate them. He throws in the middle and it starts glowing. Our protagonist understands that. The green circle is the entrance, and the yellow is the exit. The Terranones jump into the green circle and come out of the yellow one. Our protagonist says, "Wow, it's really a teleportation circle." The survivors probably used this instead of a tunnel. The exit must be somewhere near Mount Apedu. If he can find where it is, he can bring everyone back. He asked the Pterodon, "Do you also use the magic circle to go back and forth between the garden and the real world?" They make an X with their hands. Gia asks then, "How do you go so easily from the garden to Gehenna?" The captain points to the world tree. What? The world tree is the bridge between the two worlds. Still confused, he thanks everyone for their hard work and asks the captain to look around Mount Apedio for any kind of magic circle and to notify him if they find one. The scene shifts to the survivors' camp. The soldiers have gone to collect supplies, but when they reach the cart, it looks like there's only enough for a week. Eddie speaks to Poro Jack. The amount of food here doesn't match the amount of minerals you collected. Poro Jack, knowing he's guilty, says, "We're having difficulties too. The farms were invaded by monsters." Eddie retorts, "Sure, I know." Poro Jack defensively says, "What did you say?" Eddie tells Poro Jack to calm down enough of this. Eddie then asks Poro Jack, "What can we do to get more supplies?" Poro Jack says, "I'm not a greedy elf, so." But at that moment, Baron Grom appears, interrupting. "Maybe Mithril." Eddie is confused. "Mithril, are you serious?" The Baron replies, "Yes." Eddie tries to explain. "Hold on, just leaving this village is very difficult because of the monsters. How are we supposed to get Mithril?" The Baron explains, "That's why I mentioned the wild elf. I got some information from one of them. There's a place in this valley where you can easily find Mithril, deep within Mount Apado." Poro Jack adds, "Clearly with more Mithril, we could get a lot more food." The soldiers get angry, but Eddie says it's okay. "What's the weight in this valley?" The Baron says it's to the south, at the top of the mountain, but he isn't sure the only way to find it. Eddie cuts him off. "I understand. I'll do what the Baron asks. Are you really going to do it?" Eddie replies, "The kingdom of Estran has fallen, but I still have my followers. I won't let the people who follow me starve." Graham says okay. "Then we'll be waiting for your return to go out and sell the Mithril as soon as you get back." "Good idea," Poro Jack says. But Eddie adds, "I will go with you when I bring the Mithril back." Graham, unfortunately, the elves don't like that. They don't let strangers into their villages. Eddie says the obvious. "I believe you were once a stranger too." The Baron reluctantly agrees. "All right, then we'll do it that way." Prince Eddie Sanyuk tells him, "Buddy, I know you like to play the hero, but I don't want to die. My lover is waiting for me outside." Confirmed, he and Hyjin have a relationship. For those who were shipping her with the protagonist. Sorry that dream is shattered. Eddie reassures, "Don't worry, I'll make sure we come back alive." We then see a girl with white hair and clothes in front of an altar, praying to a deity named Ark. To hear her prayers, Baron Brahm is right behind her, saying, "It's almost time, just a little longer." We then see the history of the Kingdom of the Strand. A long time ago, the Kingdom of the Strand existed. On the continent of Gehenna, people lived peaceful and happy lives until a war against monsters began. The survivors of this war followed Prince Edenskull, or Eddie as he's known, to escape the undead. They hit in Mount Apapedo. However, even there, they still suffer from creature attacks and food shortages. Baron Grom and Merchant. Poro Jack had a trade license with the Wild Elves, allowing them to get food. In the undead, Sin and Yuki raise their swords for the people. Our protagonist, overseeing the scene from above, thinks, "So this is the story of this place, but he's also angry." These guys are trying to hunt overs on their own. Overs are fear-level creatures. They have tough skin, heal quickly, have little intelligence, but can destroy anything in their path. Helping these people, just with this vision ability, is Tough Sin and Yuki, are strong enough that no one can defeat them. And Ed has already defeated all. The members of the Black Lion Legion. They have a chance, but it won't be easy. Here, he hears a voice on mission. Please hear this prayer. Our protagonist is hearing the voice of the girl with white hair praying. He's confused what's going on. Who is this? She's a wonderful girl, asking for bravery for the people. Then a mission appears. Saint Selena requests your help. She pleads for your salvation. Mission 3: The Pious Prophet of God. Spread your beliefs by helping people. Through Saint Selena. And then an extra mission. When Selena prays, you have 3 minutes to speak and exchange items. Our protagonist is impressed. Why can I use this? She seems confused. Wait, is someone here? Apparently his voice went straight into her head. Well, she heard me. Before doing anything, I need to organize everything in the garden. He returns to the garden, where the terrace patrollers are, all wearing sunglasses. Why are you wearing those, my children? He gathers all the warriors and explorers, explaining that he has an urgent mission. They need to find a magic circle in Mount Apago. Explorers need to keep an eye on the survivors there. If anything happens, they should alert him. The bravest of them stays with him. For an important task, he needs to deliver this sword to Prince Iskall. Their current weapons are far from sufficient. Look at this good party of brave ones, he says. Dago asked BM, are you going to let him go like this? BM replies, it's not time yet. He still needs more power to deal with their presence. Until then, we can only wait. Dogo, frustrated, says, I'm tired of waiting. He'll die from waiting too long. Another argument breaks out. We then see Grom and Porajak talking. Porajak says, as expected of you, Baron. The prince is gone now. This is perfect for us. The Baron replies, he may be royalty, but he's still just a child. This world isn't easy enough to depend on a sword alone. Grom laughs, saying he hopes that the guy next to him dies too. The Baron asks, how's it going? Do we have enough? Porajak says that. The wild elves say they're using it to hunt monsters. We tested it on one of the captured orcs, and the effect is incredible. Just a sniff and the orcs go crazy. The guys are giving drugs to the orcs. They're confident, saying no matter how skilled the others are, they'll die in half a second. The Baron tells him to lower his voice. Celebrate when it's all done. Now go to your job. Poor Logjack leaves, but slams the door. Obviously, the villain thinks that bastard. He thinks he's better than me. You're just the same as me, you idiot. Looking out the window, the Baron says, Prince Iskall, when you disappear, I will no longer be a Baron. I will be the new king of a strand. Even St. Selena will have to bow to me, and you will see everything from hell. Our protagonist sees it all, thinking, you damn scoundrel. He focuses on Selena's house. Hey girls, say a prayer. I don't have time. The system. At least things on the other side seem to be going well. The people are fighting all buffed up, slicing here and there. They're winning. Our protagonist is impressed, seeing that they might actually defeat the ogres, who are falling and trembling. One tries to flee, but gets taken down. This leader is ruthless. The ogre takes a hit to the leg, falling awkwardly to the ground. A sword strike to the spine. These guys are ruthless, painting the forest red. Sonic says, hey Ed, is there another sword? No man, mine's already trashed. Ed replies, no worries, I just wish the sword wouldn't break. Sonic says suddenly someone threw him far away. Now it's just the drugged up orcs. They charge the unfortunate guy standing there. His stoic expression is unshakable. Samyuk warns him to be careful. But something strange happens. Something passes through the orc. Ed is confused. We switch back to Selena, beautiful and praying. Please protect this land, the prince and his people. The system first prayer completed. Selena, a disciple of Ark, has successfully offered prayer. You can send God's apostles to assist the disciple. Our protagonist is confused. What's this? He clicks yes, the mission reads. God's Terradrone Knights. He confirms and his little companion shines. Getting hiked up. Back in a fight, the ogre takes a hit to the chin. Look who's beating it easily. Another orc comes to strike, but gets blocked and knocked down. Ed stands still, having done nothing so far. Sunyuk tells Ed to snap out of it. Ed glances, and they both run towards the ogre's leg. One jumps on its back, the other on its calf. Slash here, slash there. Sunyuk says it wasn't deep enough. Ed warns him to be careful. He gets thrown far away again. Woe still standing. I thought he was dead. The others help him up, telling him to be careful. Meanwhile, the Terradrone is in a one-on-one fight, but another ogre approaches. The Terradrone presses with his horns and sends it flying into the other. Perfect headbutt. Almost romantic. The The pterodrome, standing tall, winks at Ed. Ed is confused. Why is this monster helping us? Our protagonist in the sky is impressed. The pterodrones seem much stronger, since becoming God's apostles. The only downside is the high essence cost to maintain them, but it's the only way to help. The system asks, do you want to extend God's apostle duration? Requires 5 essences for every 10 minutes. Our protagonist decides to continue supporting them. Ed recognizes the golden light as a symbol of Ark. The ogres get up growling. We're gonna die here to green bastards. Poor Sunyak struggles to stand after the intense hit. Ed asks, are you okay? Can you still fight? Suddenly Sunyak stands up saying yes. He was just acting. These ogres have high resistance. A long battle is a disadvantage for us. Need to finish them in 3 minutes. It challenges him. Show me. Then they overcharges at the pterodrome, who grabs his arm. Some yucca rushes in. Since you like healing, let's end you before you can. He activates a speed boost, his blade glowing, leaps stylishly into the sky, and slashes the ogre's neck, decapitating it. Our protagonist is impressed. Wow, he killed a Perseeker ogre in 1 hit. The number 1 hunter is truly different. But then Sunyak's blade breaks in half. He laughs, saying he used too much ether on the blade. A blinding flash occurs during the pterodrone and ogre fight. Sunyak sees the beast charging at him and gets scared, but the ogre falls dead. Struggling to get up, he says, today's not my day. Ed comments, you're drawing a lot of attention today. It would be easier if I had a good sword. Sunyak replies. They thanked the pterodrone. Now, looking fluffy and gigantic, it turns and flies away. They wave goodbye. Back in the protagonist's hand, he says, good job. In the church, a worker brings food to the saint, saying she'll get sick if she doesn't eat. The kind and wonderful saint insists on giving the food to a hungry child instead. She returns to her prayer. Art, please bring some hope to our poor souls. That's when she heard a voice, asking if Selena could hear him. She started crying, saying she could hear the voice of God Ark. He simply said he was an apostle, and told her to send the prince east. She was confused, but he explained that there was something he needed to find there. Selena, excited, said she would pass on this information immediately. One of the guys nearby wondered if the saint had gone mad. Seeing that, there were only 8 seconds left in the conversation. He told her to wait a moment, and warned her to stay away from Barum Grom because he was up to something. Then he was disconnected, leaving Selena confused. Our protagonist hoped she understood the message. The Baron muttered to himself that it was better to leave. At that moment, she looked back and saw him retreating. She spoke to the heavens, saying she would take his words to heart. With that resolve, she had to do his part. In the forest, Eddie asked his friend if he was okay. He said he was fine, because he had been through similar situations many times. Everyone wondered what those monsters were doing. Jesus' creatures were busy collecting crystals until someone called out to the prince. When he looked back, it was a maid. Confused, he asked why she came running, and if something had happened in the village. The woman said she brought a message from a saint. Selena told him to go east, because there he would find what he was looking for. Sunyak was confused, because the Mitra was supposed to be to the north. Eddie asked if Selena said he would find it, and the woman said she didn't know, but that she had received an oracle. He asked Eddie what he thought, and Eddie said he had no idea, leaving the decision to him since he was the captain. Eddie suggested that maybe those giant beetles were related to Ark, and if that was the case, they should go there to find out if it was true. He turned to the knights and said they would move separately, and they agreed. Sun Yayak ran and grabbed the guy's sword, but Eddie told him to relax, because he would give him a much better sword later. The scene shifts to Jia meeting Hyjin. She looks confused, asking what he's doing there. Our boy just smiled, saying it had been a while since they last saw each other. She approached, asking why he was there, and he said he had a favor to ask. She invited him in, and he thanked her. Inside, she asked if he really wanted Sun Yoke's sword, and he said yes. Confused, she asked why he needed his sword. She said he had heard that Sun Yoke was in Bina at that moment. She seemed emotional, asking if that was really true. He said yes. and that he hadn't told her earlier because he didn't want he have false hopes. Excited, she stood up, saying she would do anything to help, and ran upstairs, asking him to wait a minute. Moments later, she returned with Sungok's sword. It's a symbol of the contract with Growler, which only the contractor could use. Jika said the sword of the warrior's cry was incredible. She was confused, asking how he already knew the name. He revealed that he was the so-called Master Cat. When he went to grab the sword, it was heavy and he almost fell. She explained that Sunyuk's sword had much more, other than other hunters' weapons. He started putting it in his bag, thanking her for lending it to him. Outside, she thanked him for everything, and he said it was all right. He would find a way to bring Sunyet back. Hyjin smiled, saying she believed he would, because he was an incredible person. Our boy blushed, but said he had to go. Back at the shop, he wondered where the troublemakers were. They were right at the door, hesitating but seemingly wanting to say something. One looked at the other, urging the other to speak. Dogo nudged Jiva's foot, and Jiva realized maybe he wanted to go with him. He patted him, saying it was okay, since he must have his reasons. With that, they were in the forest. Meanwhile, Songyuk and Eddie were arriving in front of castle. Eddie remembered that this was the place they used to escape, knowing there must be something there. They decided to go in. However, someone was watching them from behind. Inside, they discussed how Mount Apetso had many tunnels. Sunjai asked if the place where Eddie was found was nearby. Eddie said yes, and asked when he was going to repay the favor. The friend jokes that he was an anxious guy, and the creatures he had already killed paid that price. With that, he laughs, saying he was just kidding. Then Eddie tells him to stop because he found something. They both look down and say it looks very suspicious. It would be strange for a trap to be marked with an X on the ground. Sunyuk taps the ground, asking if anyone is there. Even with a simple touch, the ground starts to break. Within a second, the entire floor collapses. He tells his friend that now the favor is fully repaid. Eddie tells him to activate the ether in his sword, to use it as a torch, which he doesn't like. However, as they walk a bit further, something catches their attention. They see a strange golden sword stuck in a stone. Sunyev asks if Ed knows that one. He says that sword is the seal of the kingdom of Israel and goes to take it, wondering how it got there. The moment Ed raises the sword, the protagonist starts receiving multiple achievements. For Prince Edenskull, breaking the seal, and communication was possible. Ian received the observation ability, allowing him to see the potential of allies. Gio was smiling, thanking Ed, observing the Valley of Griffins. He wondered why people were gathering there. A system message said the terror drones were there, and asked if he would support them. As always, he said yes. He saw the entire army, and wanted to test the new ability. He received seeing that the terror drones experience bar was at 95%. He knew there was at least one more evolution. The only problem was that the creature was already very strong. What would happen if he made it even more powerful? However, seeing that many of the terror drones also had experience bars, he knew the ability would be very useful. But first they needed to defeat these griffins. So Jeffer poured a bunch of experience points into the kids. Just then Dato appeared calling for him. Gyo turned and asked what the problem was. The same moment, the dog jumped into his bag, and he asked if he was hungry. But Dato stole the sword, and Jehut told him to stop because it was dangerous. Strangely, Dago ran to a portal and stood there with the sword in front of him. Suddenly the puppy started to glow, and the system said that Growler was recovering the power. He had lost, however. It would cost 2,000 essences, and the system warned that if it failed, he would revert to his primordial form. Jia only had 2,300 essences, but didn't want to disappoint his friend, so he withdrew everything, saying to use it. A blinding light enveloped the area, and all the essence energy passed to the dog. A while later, Jia found himself in a space. When he opened his eyes, the dog was gigantic in front of him. He hesitantly petted it, asking if it was his friend, but the creature wasn't happy and made a face. A voice said it had been waiting for this moment, with the apostle of God, and advised him to stop being called by that ridiculous name. Jigga started sweating, saying he didn't realize he disliked it so much. However, the dog turned, saying it wasn't about disliking it, just that he didn't like that type of name. Then it thanked him, saying because of him, the world had another chance. Poor Jahaha. Feeling embarrassed that he was a bit confused, the dog warned that his mission from now on was crucial. Whether the entire world would be destroyed or restored depended on Jahani. A light appeared, and the dog said it was out of time, telling Jahani to become stronger. Jahani, confused, said he was already too old to be called a child. Once again, he was blinded by the light and woke up in the forest, lying in the grass, confused about what happened. He got up exhausted, saying he needed to learn to stay more focused, however determined. Knowing that Growler said his mission was crucial, he would do his best. A terror drone flew to him, and he said he was fine. He took a book and said it was time to return to hunting griffins. He started writing another spell. The scene shifted to waterfalls, filled with flying griffins. While walking through the mountains, Ed couldn't believe they found the seal had been lost. Sunjuk, angry, said he wanted a weapon for himself. He turned to Ed and warned him that he needed to learn to draw his sword before hearing excuses, especially since if he didn't, the Baron would turn against him. Confidently, Song Yuk said he would slit the Baron's throat if necessary, but Ed replied that those were his people, even if they did bad things. Sunyak sighs, saying that if Ed wants to keep being fooled, he can go ahead. But then Ed looks up, and something seems to catch his attention. The entire mountain is glowing, and they have no idea what's happening. Back to Giaval writing in the book. He's observing the fight and noticing that the terror drones are winning. In numbers, the problem is, while the terror drones can only fly forward, the griffins have full control in the air and can change direction. The only one who has a chance is the terror drone knight. Then he sees a group coming out of the cave, carrying a net and looking determined. Gia smiles, thinking it's a great idea. The nets are thrown towards the griffins, managing to trap some of them. However, the fight is still tough, and the terror drones are struggling, and something shines next to Jahar. The potential of the terror drone might has reached 100%. The little one raises his arm, and now he has received the shockwave ability. Geo washes as he raises his glowing purple claw and strikes down. The energy sweeps over all the griffins. Gia give a thumbs up, saying that was amazing. From a distance, Eddie and Sunyak are blinded by the light. They recognize that it's the same beetle from before and realize they might be coming to help them. If that's the case, they decide to join the fight. Suddenly, a giant beetle appears in front of them. Before they can say anything, the beetle draws a house on the ground. They are confused, not knowing what it means, but seeing the beetle point towards the city, they understand it wants them to return to the village. Sunyak thinks something might have happened there. Eddie thanks the beetle and says they'll leave that place to the terror drones. Watching them go, Gia thinks that's the most he can do for now. The two run as fast as they can, hoping everything is okay in the village. Then Sunyak is shocked seeing corpses on the ground, saying that someone finally acted. Eddie recognizes the soldiers as Baron Grom's men. Suddenly Sunyak puts the sword to his face, make him a vow of revenge. Eddie tells them to hurry, as the saint has probably been kidnapped. Songyek swears to kill the bastard who took Eddie's woman, and asks where they might have taken them. Eddie suggests they might be hiding them in the nearest village. The scene shifts to a castle, with people at the entrance, watching as others pass by. The Sank is held hostage among the nobles. The fat man says that unfortunately, Idinsko wasn't with the group. Another man says, it's fine because Idinsko will come on his own. Looking at the knight, he asks where the amazing prince is. The knight says he should have cut his neck before. The Baron agrees, saying to hang this man at the castle and send the rest to prison. The saint shouts at the Baron, asking if he really thinks he'll get away with this, warning him that Ark will punish him. The Baron grabs her face, saying if Ark were alive, the world would be like this. He tells her stop praying to a false god, and maybe start serving him. At that moment, someone puts a sword to his neck. Turning around, he sees it's one of his men, but it's actually a Dinskull, saying he won't sacrifice people for the Baron's greed. Anymore, the Baron realizes his plan is ruined. The fat man orders everyone to kill Skull, but Samek appears, asking why he thinks Ed is alone. He warns everyone that those who resist will be killed. Seeing Giant kneeling, he says there's no need to pretend anymore to end this. A few seconds later, both barons are immobilized, saying the prince will regret this. Eddie approaches, saying he gave them a chance to serve the people. Drawing his sword, he declares that from now on, the barons recognize the seal on the sword. He raises it in the sky, saying he will rebuild the kingdom. Jiha, in his gigantic god form, observes everything from above. The second mission to banish all evil is completed. Now, the third mission is to start the kingdom's foundation. He helped Prince Skull and Messenger Celine regain their positions. Now he needs to expand the survivor base to build a new kingdom. Jia hesitates, receiving many missions at once. He also receives mission 3-1. Make a contract with the saint. This will help gain the people's trust. Without meaning prayers. Mission 3-2 is to prove the qualities of a king. Skull has received the seal of a king, but needs to prove his qualities. Additionally, he needs to clear the other monsters in Mount Apido and find a specific location. As a reward for all these missions, he will receive the sanctuary. Jia is confused, wondering how a sanctuary will help expand the place. And the location is probably covered by the mist. But now that he has contact, he can pass the missions through the oracle. He receives a notification that the Griffin raid is also complete. Seeing the happy terror drones, he says he needs to deal with that first. Smiling, he tells them to discard the Griffin corpses and start moving all the essences to the garden. However, one of the items they found was Griffin eggs. Jia is exhausted, having received many missions, events, and now some eggs on top of it all. The system notification appears again, and he wonders what's happening now. It's a notification that the terror drones found a rare material called dimentrol, and now the worker class. Terror drones have been added to the army. Seeing the cute creatures, he says it's great. He picks up a terror drone with a little hat. The worker class specialize in gathering, mining, and crafting items. They can even collect a metal cube. The little worker shows in one, saying he mined it. For mining the first, he receives a reward and can choose one of the abilities, a median class artifact, or doubling the number of worker terror drones. Jia thought all the options looked good, but he was more curious about the artifact. As soon as he clicked, a purple energy formed in front of him, and suddenly a dagger appeared in his hand. It was a high-quality dimetral knife. The 30 elemental resistance would be good to help him survive. However, he remembered Sun Yuk had low resistance. At that moment, the knight appeared, and Jia asked how he was. The knight was feeling proud, because his wings were now covered in Demetrius. Jeva told him he could monopolize everything and get strong alone. Then he looked toward the village, wondering what was happening there. The people were gathered around a campfire, celebrating and praising Eddie for his good work, while Sun Yuk complained that he had known about the kidnapping plan. Nearby, the two barons were still in prison, and Eddie announced that they would be exiled from the village tomorrow. Sun Yuk said that was too generous, because they might return. But Eddie replied that generosity was a necessary trait for a leader. Sun Yuk, frustrated, said Eddie was too kind to be a king. However, his friend put a hand on his shoulder, saying he would always remember his advice. Giant then mentioned that the biggest problem now would be food, since they relied on hunting, and he suggested that the best plan would be to open a trade route with the north and negotiate with the elves. At that moment, Selena appeared, calling for the prince. He asked if something was wrong, and she said he needed to see something. Selena began to pray, surrounded by a blue aura. She raised her hands, and a golden message appeared. Giant explained that it was written for the royal family and directed by the apostle. Selena approached and said that this was what the oracle had said. Eddie thought about the apostle of God, while Giant was pleased that Selena was completing all the missions. Mission 31 was completed, and now he could communicate freely with her. Sunjai commented that it might have something to do with the beetle, since both had a golden light. Selena asked about the beetle, and Eddie explained that the creatures saved him in the middle of the battle. Sunjai told Selena to inform her god that there was a lost guy here. Smiling, she said she would try to find a way to help him return to where he came from. Seeing this conversation, Gia said it was enough for today and that he would provide more information tomorrow. He told the Terra drone that the day was long and he still had a lot to do. He called BM and Growler to go back home, but then he remembered he was still in Gehenna. Bim called him, making him confused, and he noticed something that caught his attention. The Griffin hunt had yielded much more essence than he had imagined. At that moment, in the Griffin dungeon, Su Yaowen's group was following the tips they had received. She opened the book and conjured a web of leaves. The paper started sticking to the eyes of the flying griffins, and everyone charged in to finish them off. Hyjin activated a sword surge, slicing through them in the sky. The group found it too easy, until they might notice something. On his back, Huyana conjured a giant fireball, and the poor creatures ran desperately, fearing for their lives. She was excited, saying it was very easy. The guys with burnt hair complained. They would go bald in her group. Then everything started to shake, and some stones above them began to fall. When they hit the ground, a cloud of dust rose, and everyone covered their faces. Hagen asked what it was in front of them. The cave had opened. They entered wondering it was a secret dungeon. Hyjin said it was best to take a quick look and return as soon as possible. But Weioun wanted to rush in and finish everything because she was confident. Hyjin convinced her, saying an unknown dungeon was extremely dangerous. The white-haired guy tried to calm her down, saying there was no need to hurry. Strangely, he stepped on something and stumbled, falling like an idiot in front of everyone. A girl came to heal his head. Suddenly, Su Yong stepped in front and told everyone to get out. She recognized the pattern on the ground. It was the same circle they had encountered last time. Back at the castle, 2 barons were being expelled. The knight asked if they were sure, and Giant said to just continue. Grom warned that the prince would regret this, but Jinskull just watched. He approached and called for the baron, drawing his sword, saying he would give him another chance. Shia placed the sword on the baron's neck, warning him to stop risking his life. He told him that his neck would be cut if he messed with those people again. With that, he turned to the knights and said they could go. The 2 barons ran away in a panic. However, Grum looked back and muttered that Danant Isgol would pay for this. Sanyev expressed his dislike for this attitude. Eddie seemed confused, and Sanyev said that Giant mentioned the boy was too soft. But Jia was just watching everything, thinking that the king was a good person. Being able to help someone like that made him happy. He decided that he would have to use the guide of the God Apostle. There were many creatures on that mountain after the ogre's death, and it wasn't wise to take risks. He clicked yes, saying it would help them navigate. He looked at the terrarium and said he was counting on him. Once again, at that moment, a portal appeared in front of the gate, and the terrarium began to emerge in front of everyone. However, the creature was even larger than before. The 2 realized it was the work of the apostle that Selena mentioned. With that, the terror drum pointed north. They immediately turned to the other knights and said they would follow him. On the way, they were sure it was related to the Griffin Valley incident. However, Soniuk just wanted to know when he would get a decent sword. Suddenly, the terror drone stopped and stared at a mountain. He extended his arm, and they wondered what he was doing. Then he struck the mountain, creating a shockwave impact that made them cover themselves. They soon realized the terror drone's attack had broken a camouflage barrier. Sanhuk scolded the creature, telling it to warn them before doing something like that. But Eddie told him not to be harsh, because the creature meant well. With that, the terror drones flew away. The knights approached, asking if they were okay. Sunyuk told the prince to stay back. While he and Giant checked it out, the old man was reluctant, but Sunyuk insisted that they couldn't let the prince take such a risk. They started walking into the cave until Giant saw something, and Sunyuk smiled. They found a cache of resources that the 2 nobles had hidden from the village. He informed Eddie, who said it would solve the food problem for a while. The cart was loaded, and Eddie told them to be careful of monsters. Some he have exited the cave, complaining he haven't found any weapons. Again he said that now everything seemed resolved. He should start looking for a way to get back home. At that moment someone screamed up ahead. One of the men was on the ground begging to be saved, while everyone else ran. What they saw was a gigantic growler. The prince and son, Yuck, stood in front of the man to protect him. However, they were unsure if they could defeat the creature. Growler bared his teeth, and Eddie said he would go to the right. But Son Yuck told him to stay put, saying a prince must care for his people. Facing Growler, Son Yuck told Eddie to flee and ordered the citizens to leave the area. As Eddie looked back, he prayed for Son Yuck to survive. A swipe from Growler exploded the ground. But Sonia was confident, saying it would be just an exercise. However, a strange window appeared before him. The test of the howl had begun, and he had proved his strength. Suddenly Growler leaped toward him. While Samek was staring at the system window like an idiot, he noticed a shadow above him just in time. He barely managed to block the attack with his sword, realizing the fight wouldn't be easy. He had to drop the paw and roll to the side to avoid being crushed. He muttered that it was too difficult. If this was the test, it looked like he would have to get serious. He activated the ether in his sword, and Growler, with a red aura, stared him down. Without fear, Song Yuk rushed forward. Instead of attacking head-on, he slid under the creature's belly and quickly reached its hind leg. With a swift move, he aimed to cut the leg, but the agile dog managed to dodge. Sun Yuk was surprised by its intelligence and took a heavy blow, Yang thrown to the ground like trash. Realizing it wouldn't be easy to deal with such strength, he noted that the creature was at least disaster level. Meanwhile, the cart group had encountered a horde of goblins. Giant and Eddie were at the front, telling everyone to hold on until they reached the village. They knew they urgently needed a way to help Sung Yuk. Jika, having exhausted the apostle's ability, he was unsure what to do next. A window indicated that he couldn't intervene in this quest because something crucial was happening. All Jaiho could see was a mist. He had no idea that inside, Growler was attacking Sung Yuk. The poor guy dodged again, but was getting increasingly worn out. He wanted to know where that window came from and what this howl test was. However, he was excited, saying it looked like he had to take it seriously. Activating an agility ability on his feet, he advanced for a Growler. But this dog was too clever, easily dodging him. Sun Yuk tried to move to the side, but the monster anticipated his strike. However, Sun Yuk had a trick up his sleeve and used a quick movement ability just as he was about to strike down. The cunning Dav easily dodged to the side. Nong was off balance with no way to recover. He took another swipe, this time smashing him into a tree. The poor guy fell to the ground like a fool. Growler said he was too weak compared to the previous generation and wasn't prepared for the power he could receive. Sam Yoke slowly tried to get up, saying it wasn't over yet, and asking the dog to wait a moment. But Growler just raised his paw, saying he was too weak for this. I thought Sam Yoke would do something, but the poor guy was just crushed, helpless on the ground. He couldn't react as Growler approached, swinging his sword and saying he couldn't die yet. But the dog simply bit the sword. At that moment, he realized his chances had dropped significantly. However, the timer hit 0 seconds, and he had passed the test. Brawler smiled, saying he was getting too soft. This left Sonia completely confused. With a golden aura, Growler said that Sun Yuk was just a peasant, born with a certain destiny, and this was the opportunity given to him. The energy condensed, forming the sword, and as it approached Sun Yuk, Growler said he would now carry the creature's name. Sun Yuk found it strange that the sword, which was once his, was there. He knew he had found it in a dungeon long ago. So how did this happen? However, he recognized the sword well and raised it to the sky. Shining, he wondered if this god really existed, as the saint said. Then he heard a scream and realized it was time to go back and get out of this haze. He started running, saying he would save Eddie. With that, Geo was notified that the quest was over and that Greller was returning. Like before, he returned as a cute little dog. Chia, happy to see him, held him in his arms. Now, without the energy, He was smaller, and Jahas said he was even cuter. He petted him, saying he had missed him. Meanwhile, in the forest, the goblins were being slaughtered. Eddie's group was almost at the village when Giant told him to look back, because someone was coming. I thought it was Sangyuk, but it was actually an army of goblins, buffed with red energy. Eddie turned to fight, knowing things would get more dangerous if the creatures entered the village. He easily killed several goblins, while the Goblin Lord was pounding on the village gate. Inside, everyone was holding the gate, trying to prevent the creature from entering. But slowly the gate was breaking, and the goblins outside were eager to charge in. The creature raised its mace, concentrating a purple energy. At that moment, it felt something strange. It looked to the side, sensing danger approaching, but it was too late. Sunyuk had already passed it. Eddie was surprised to see his friend had arrived, and half of the Goblin Lord's body fell to the ground. Sunyuk smiled, asking if Eddie had been waiting for him. Now excited with his new sword, he was on top of a wolf. The remaining goblins fled in fear, and Eddie asked where he got a wolf and a sword. Sanyev explained that he was recognized by that wolf. He dismounted, saying he would show what he meant. He touched the sword to the creature and said, to cancel the summoning. It dissolved into the air and returned to the mark on the sword. He explained that the giant wolf they had seen before was actually his guardian. He almost died, but in the end, the wolf said it was his destiny and gave him the sword. He explained that the only strange thing was that this was the same sword he used in another world. This meant there was also a way for him to return to where he came from. Eddie said it made sense for him to have a guardian, since the gods would never support an evil person like him. Suddenly the gate opened and they turned around. It was Sad Selena running and asking if Eddie was okay. He said he was doing very well, and they had managed to drive the goblins away. Most importantly, they also found a lot of food. The princess thanked the prince for his hard work, while Somnia complained that he deserved thanks too, since he worked much harder. The saint replied that it was nothing more than payment for the blasphemies he committed. Eddie told them to stop joking and come inside, because everyone was hungry. With that, they headed back to the village. Jahal, observing, noted that everyone seemed to have made it home safely. Looking at Growler, he said they should also head back, since he must be tired. Across the portal, and Jihua called for BM, who came happily. He showed Growler, now much smaller, to BM, who promptly bit Growler's neck and carried him away, saying he finally did a good job. BM placed Growler in a cave and told him to focus on recovering, even giving him a gentle pat, to which Growler grumbled, telling him to stop being so friendly. Then BM called Jihua over. This time, he wanted to lie down on Jihua's lap, and Jihua said it had been a long day for everyone. They would talk to Hyjin about everything tomorrow. At that moment, the plant began shaking, indicating a customer. Jihua returned to the shop, asking who it was. It was Sumiyoshi's group of adventurers, telling him to open the door. He found it strange that they were there so late at night. When he opened the door, he saw Huin and Hyjin with them. Huin immediately confronted him, asking why it took so long to open the door, and he said he wasn't doing anything important. However, he invited everyone in, saying it was cold outside. At the table, he asked about their sudden visit. Sun Young showed a drawing of a marking they found. Previously, he recognized the magic circle and asked what the problem was. Hyjin said they also found that marking in the Griffin dungeon has caught Jia's attention, since the Terror drones also fought the Griffins. Giang mentioned using an incredible ability that helped them find his secret passage. The group said it was mostly by chance, and everyone nearly died because of it. Chika suddenly stood up and said he needed to ask a favor from everyone. He started to leave, and the group was eager to know why he was so excited. Jia began counting from 1 to 7, and the group heard a cry for help. He reappeared at the door, asking for help because it was very heavy. He brought a bunch of essences and told each of them to take one. Wayam was shocked, saying she had never seen such large essences. Jihad explained that if they placed these essences on the circle, they could create a portal to Gehenna. He asked Hyjin if she could lead the mission, and she, feeling emotional, said yes. she would definitely do it. Sometime later, they were back in front of the cave. The group once again advanced along the same path, around the tree. The grass was growing, now that there were no more monsters. Chico told BM that maybe the village people could live there. The only big problem now was Mount. He hadn't expected so many creatures to flee from there for an attack. Something caught his attention. Strangely, only Eddie and Sung-yuk left the village to confront the monsters. Of course, Sung-yuk immediately raised his sword, and the conversation was not going to be long. They told him not to lag behind. And with that, Sung-yuk's wolf started to appear. He named his creature Little Wolf Jr., remarked that the boy didn't know how to name pets, which made Beam look unfounded. With that, he gave the order to advance. Their destination was now to reach the elven wild village. Along the way, they killed all the orcs. Gyo was impressed. Having forgotten that Sonyak was the #1 hunter, Eddie Inskul was also quite formidable, easily cutting through the works. He turned and called for Eddie. Just then, an overlord was about to strike. But Eddie concentrated and swiftly sliced off all the over's fingers. Eddie told Sunyev to move ahead, assuring him he would follow right behind. He had to deal with the group in front of him. Suddenly, a shadow covered him. The orcs looked terrified. The Pterodron had arrived quickly, grabbing Eddie by the cape and running off, leaving the orcs in the dust. Sanjuk said that the god was too kind, helping even when things were easy. However, Jia was smiling, saying there was no reason to waste time. With that, the two advanced through the waterfalls. From above, Eddie thought to himself that Mount Apado was larger than he had imagined. He wondered if that was really where the village of the wild elves was located. Looking down, he could see Sumio was close by. He turned to the terrarium, saying it was very kind, when the creature accelerated. He asked it to go a bit slower. After a while, they arrived. But the poor guy was exhausted. Sunhyuk and Little Wolf laughed at his expense. Before they could thank the terror drone, it flew away. Sunya thanked it and recalled Little Wolf. He wanted to know why they were brought to the elves' village, if he knew nothing about negotiation. Eddie said he would handle that part, but wanted to see if the elves knew a way to send Sunya back. This was because the wild elves were the oldest and wisest. Sunjuk laughed, saying it seemed his friend really wanted him to leave. Suddenly, an arrow struck the ground in front of them, and Eddie said they seemed pleased to see them. From atop, one of the trees, an elf told them to stay put. Eddie explained that they were survivors from the village on Mount Apadio and just wanted to talk. However, the elves weren't keen on conversing, stating they no longer talked to humans. Eddie wanted to draw his sword, startling Singyuk. No question if he was crazy. Eddie drew the blade, remaining silent. The entire group of elves aimed at them, making it clear they wouldn't get out of this easily. Sanjeev asked Eddie if he was sure they could win. Eddie introduced himself again as Edenskull, Prince of the Kingdom of Estran. An elf descended from the tree, and Eddie showed him the sword, saying he could check the seal to confirm his identity. The elf, angered, said this proved Eddie was with poor Jack and Grom. Immediately, the two clashed swords, each blade at the other's neck. The elf warned Eddie to let go, or he would die. Eddie replied that he knew what the two barons had done, and was there to fix it. The elf retorted that he didn't believe him, since the barons had stolen their food, and killed their people. Eddie dropped his sword and told Sunyap to do the same. Leaving him confused, Eddie ordered him to obey. The elf then ordered them to be blindfolded and taken to the village. The two were carried away by the legion of elves, not knowing where they were being taken. The tribe members pointed and whispered about the newcomers. Sunyuk muttered that it would have been better to show their strength before negotiating, but Eddie told him not to worry. He believed the elves were rational and would give him a chance to talk before things got out of hand. However, the elf shoved Sunyuk, telling him to stop talking. They arrive at his cell, and the gray-haired elf ordered them to be imprisoned, giving them a kick. Sunyuk grumbled that it would have been better to stay in the village than be humiliated like this. Eddie insisted that he should calm down and assured him everything would be resolved. Sunyuk decided to sleep, seeing no immediate solution. The gray-haired elf observed them, while Eddie wondered what the barons had done to the elves. After some time, some elven children came to look at the two, amazed since they had never seen humans. Guards arrived and cleared them out. The gray-haired elf brought the elder to talk to them. The elder ordered their release, confusing the gray-haired elf. The elder explained that if they wanted to escape, they could break the bars at any moment. He asked the Dintskull if he was right, and he was puzzled by the elder knowing his name. The elder recalled him from before. They lost contact with the kingdom of the Strand. Approaching, he asked why they were there. Eddie said that before discussing that, he wanted to know what the barons had done. The elf placed a dagger to his throat, telling him to stop lying. The elder calmed Cordell down, and Eddie said he didn't know what they had done, but was there to take responsibility. The elder, confused, asked if he really had no idea about what had happened. The prince explained that they also faced hardships in the village, because those guys hid food there. It was only recently that they found a lot of things hidden in Mount Apago. The elder, confused, said he believed that place was full of monsters. Sungit mentioned that they had dealt with most of the monsters, with the help of a giant beetle. Obviously, there were still some creatures, but their numbers were much lower than before. Both found it strange, since the barons had gone north. When they delivered the food, Ed explained that when he exiled the barons, they seemed to have some kind of backup plan. Cryadel said they couldn't trust him, as he might be deceiving them. Ed explained it was a misunderstanding, and all he wanted was to reopen the trade line, and also deal with the monsters. Cryadel questioned what trade he was talking about. Ed mentioned the minerals they had been sending, in exchange for food. Sunyet then remarked that it seemed those bastards had deceived both sides. The elder commented that if this was true, it meant there was some other third party involved. Further north, however, he warned that they couldn't trust them, as both could be lying, to take more food from that place, and asked what they had to do to prove their innocence. The elders said they should bring the minerals they were supposed to have received. Then he said the guy from the other world would go and fetch them, while Ed would stay there. Confused, Sonia asked how he knew he was from another world. The elder explained that all elves were connected to the mother tree, and that people like him, from other dimensions, had appeared several times in history. Sunyuk smiled at Ed, saying they really did know something, and told the elder he would handle it right away. The only thing he asked for was his sword back, since he might encounter some danger. Cordell was hesitant, but the elder nodded. Sunjuk was soon in the forest, and the elf brought his sword, warning him not to do anything foolish if he wanted to see the prince alive. Sunjuk laughed, saying they shouldn't underestimate the prince, or they would end up on the ground. The elf replied that he would never lose to a human. Just then, a strange breeze passed over them, and Sunik smiled, saying that Mr. Beetle had arrived not alone, but with an entire group, earning a lot of essence. The elder was shocked to see that the workers of the world tree still existed. Meanwhile, Jayat wondered why a new area had opened up just now. The wild elven village had been discovered. He received mission number 4, which was to uncover the secret of the wild elves. Once again, he had to clear the monsters from another region. To gain access, most of the elves were insecure and confused by the scene. Sunyuk was greeting a bunch of Terradrones that were bringing the mithril. Obviously, it was Jiva who had given this mission, telling the Terradrones to assist the prince, and Sunyuk with whatever they needed. The Terradrone tossed a giant mithril ore into the elder's hands, making him question why the Terradrones were helping these two people. Sunyak said it was obvious they were helping, because there was no other reason for them to bring the mithril. Suddenly the Terradrone pointed to the side, where they saw some green herbs. The elder asked if it wanted those, and the Terradrone nodded. Jia smiled, saying he had done a good job, and now it was time to bring Han back. A while later Ed was also released, but the elf said he was just following the elder's orders. Ed said he didn't care about gaining their trust, since humans and elves would be just trade partners. Sunjai hugged both of them, telling them to calm down a bit, but the elf pushed him away, telling him to keep his dirty hands off. At that moment, the elder came with Ed's sword and handed it to him. Ed said he wanted to ask the elder a few things. He asked about some yuck arriving 3 years ago and how they could make him return. The elder questioned if he couldn't return the same way he came, as the world tree should still be connected to that other place. Ed explained they found him by a lake for the first time and believed the place he appeared should be near the royal palace. The elder suggested that might not be the case, as the connection of the world tree begins at its root. A confused Ed asked what he meant by that. The elder explained that the tree in Sonyak's world and the one in their world were connected by the same root. In other words, if he could follow the energy within the tree, he would likely find the passage. The route ends at Mount Epigido, which is why most people appear there. From time to time, the elder mentioned that if he had a good relationship with the pterodrones, it might be worth asking them. Sungiri must have noticed these beetles appear out of nowhere. It's because they are world tree workers, following the roots. Ed said it made sense since they once appeared right in front of the village. Ed then thanked the elder, saying they asked the bees for help. The elder commented that the trade routes must be full of monsters. Ed said they didn't have many soldiers, but would resolve it over time. The elder then asked the growler to assist them, saying that to ensure everything went smoothly, he needed to send someone trustworthy. Sunyak laughed, saying the elder was very clever, with that no choice, and was sent with them. Ed thanked him, and Sunyak said he would help the weird one to socialize. The elder approached, saying his role was extremely important for the village's recovery, and they set off. They were riding on Little Wolf, but the poor creature had a hurry. It asked where they were going, since that route was different from the one they came by. The elf explained that the area was full of griffins, so it was better to use the underground tunnels. However, Sunyak said the beetles had already dealt with those griffins. They all smiled, saying they would see if it was true. They arrived at a cave that was once used by the World Tree workers, when everything was safe. Sunyak said it was great to have someone like Willie around. The elf told him to stop annoying him, saying he was only doing it because of the elder. He mourned that even though the place was safe, they shouldn't let their guard down, because you never know what might be lurking. It asked if the tree really existed, since he always thought it was a myth. Growler said he didn't expect humans, or nothing but the tree's dust, to understand its existence. Suddenly the sword on Sunjak's back began to glow. Growler asked to take a look at it. As soon as he unsheathed it, a blinding light enveloped them. Looking at the blade, Growler said it wasn't his imagination. He had felt it. He explained that the sword was considered a divine instrument, containing the power of the god Ark. Sunjuk said he knew it was an incredible sword, but he wanted to understand why it was glowing. It was a sign that something in the cave required the sword. The scene shifted to Huiyang casting a fire explosion. They were facing a horde of skeletons, and she was clearing them out. One skeleton found a gap in the flames and lunged at her, but Hyjin intercepted and smashed all three. The group was puzzled by the endless number of monsters. They had been fighting for a long time, and it seemed endless. White and maniacally told everyone to step aside so she could finish them all at once. Concentrating all the energy in her staff, she told everyone to clear out. She unleashed a wave of lava sweeping through the cave. The exhausted group celebrated the victory. She boasted, saying now they had to wait for the skill cooldown. Suddenly Hyjin screamed that something was behind her. She turned to find herself covered by a shadow. A skeleton, enveloped in a purple aura, prepared to strike her down. She broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. Fortunately, Hyjin stepped in and defended her just in time, but was thrown aside, crashing into a wall. Now the redhead was about to be torn apart. One of the group members rushed over, barely saving her from being sliced. The skeleton turned around. The group's tank called everyone to be cautious. Sun Young activated her paper glue spell. Sheets of paper began to surround the skeleton. Winding at the night, asked if everyone was okay. Wyanna fainted apparently from shock rather than injury. The teammate tried to wake her up, but she was sweating profusely. The skeleton managed to break free from the papers. Sun Young said her magic wasn't strong enough. The healer rushed to Hyjin and asking if she was all right. Hyjin couldn't understand why such a high-ranking monster was there. Suddenly, she received a blessing from the World Tree workers and obtained the Scroll of Change. Hyjin was confused about what it was. She was then surrounded by a green breeze. Her movement speed increased by 100% and her attack speed by 50. Additionally, with the Victory Win passive, she can recover part of her health. Hyjin says she doesn't know what's happening, but now they have a chance. This happened because Jiva spent essence to guarantee the effect for her. The group is surrounded by a barrier while she faces the boss. Jahang knows that even with a buff he gave, it won't be easy. Fortunately, with the herbs he got from the elves, he can make more scrolls. The skeleton strikes the tanker's shield. The gray-haired guy asks Weiyan if she's okay. She says yes, but she was caught off guard. He then turns and says they need help, because the two of them alone won't hold up. Angrily, she says she'll turn him to ashes. With that, the two join the fight. The big skeleton almost hits Hyjin, who manages to dodge by jumping. Unfortunately, her sword can't penetrate the armor. The only chance is to hit the joints. Weiyan tells Suyong that they need to create an opening for Hyjin. Once again, she activates the glue pages effect, while the skeleton raises the axe to hit Hyjin. Huiyin had already prepared her magic. With that, the paper and fireball hit the magic together. The group wondered if they had managed to win, and Hyjin realized that, even though the damage wasn't enough, it helped a lot. She activated her magic, which created several swords. She prepared to attack, but the buff Jiha had given and jumped, hitting him on the arm. The problem was that the attack didn't work. Now she was hanging in the air without any way to react. The skeleton hit her in the belly once again. She was thrown far away. The group was all confused, not knowing how they would win that. Jia began spending essence again to try and help everyone. Buff windows started appearing for everyone. However, Jiahan knew that even this wouldn't help for long enough. From afar, he was just watching Huiyin, saying she was the last hope. Then a flash of light passed through the cave. The skeleton looked back, knowing something was coming. Sun Yuk's little wolf bit its shoulder. Gyo was delighted because he knew who was arriving, while the skeleton tried to break free. Someone jumped down from the top of the cave. It was Sun Yuk with an angry face. The attack hit the same spot where the wolf had bitten, and the creature's arm fell to the ground. The group asked what that was, and Hoi knew very well. Sun Yuk had reappeared after 3 years. However, the boy was also downcast, realizing it wasn't enough. The skeleton came to strike him with an axe. The attack exploded on the ground, creating a purple aura. While Sumio's sword had the same glow, he noticed that Hyjin was lying down, being healed, and wondered why she was there. Huiyin ran over asking if it was really him. Confused, he wanted to know how everyone was there. But Huiyin said they had to solve that problem first, despite the many questions. This time the skeleton raised the axe, releasing a purple aura from the ground. Several other skeletons emerged. The healer said she was doing her best, but Hugin wasn't waking up, so the two decided to protect her, while the others dealt with the boss. Weiyan used her magic to kill the revived skeletons, while the knight tried to fight the skeleton. The skeleton retaliated, trying to strike Sun Yuk, who dodged and hit on the arm again. The problem was that even a full attack left only a scratch. Sun Yuk said that if he couldn't cut it, he'd pulverize it and use an ability to destroy weapons and equipment. However, the skeleton counter-attacked with the axe, surrounded by purple energy. Once again, Sun Yuk was thrown to the ground, and the boys kept getting tossed around. This time he didn't get up in good shape. The skeleton came to finish him, but now there was a crack in its shoulder. Sun Yuk realized that the creature was, at least at the disaster level, and was running towards him. Huiyin took advantage to create an explosion. She got it full on, but the monster didn't seem to back off. Once again, it faced Sun Yuk, the same cursed. Purple energy was traversing the entire cave. After the explosion, the place was full of smoke, and Sun Yuk almost got hit in the head by the axe. Ed, who appeared out of nowhere, had stopped the skeleton. Sun Yuk said he was very late, and heard someone say that the creature's weak point was the center of the body. Ed realized it was the apostle's voice. And right after that, he passed this information to Sam Yoke. Zhao was observing everything from above, in his own world. Unfortunately, he could only use the blessing ability one more time. He prepared the ink hoping for something good this time. Again, he wrote an enchantment in the book and got excited, saying this one was perfect for him. Suddenly Sun Yoke felt something. He received the blessing of the workers, a buff that made his attacks hit the target unconditionally for 5 seconds. Ed was having difficulty staying on the monster. Once more, he activated the aura and had to step back. Song Yuk was enveloped in a double aura and said that it was enough. Together with the wolf, he ran towards the skeleton. The first strike hit the belly, reaching the core in one touch. The skeleton began to crumble, and half of his body disintegrated. Watching the monster disintegrate, he wondered if it was over. Suddenly, all the other monsters also disintegrated into nothingness. Ji has celebrated the victory while Sun Yuk fell exhausted to the ground. At that moment, Ed came over saying he owed him another one. He helped him up, commenting that he seemed to know who those people were. Sun Yuk thanked him, saying they indeed knew Sun Yuk. The group gathered around the unconscious Hyjin. Suddenly she opened her eyes and started crying. Seeing Sun Yuk, she hugged him with longing. He apologized for taking so long, but said he was back. Jahat in the beyond was emotional, while the terrarium was confused. Then a window appeared for Jiha. The secret tumult had been cleared, which would accelerate the restoration of the world. Tree from afar, Arfut's cry could be heard. Jiao wondered if Arfut was another demigod. From the sky, a golden unicorn appeared. Biv and Greller wondered how to capture such a fast creature. They began to think of plans, but knew none would work. The creature already seemed to be on another mountain, and they knew they had to stop it somehow. Suddenly, Jia heard barking outside. As he approached, he asked what the two were doing there. Then a strange golden light passed by him. He saw it look like a horse, and must be a demigod by the way the two reacted. He remembered this creature was the mound of the god. Ark watching from the mountains. He wondered if he should try to talk to it. But Ark was too fast and soon disappeared from sight. Jia could barely see the creature's movement. Suddenly Ark stopped and stood face to face with Jiha. The next second it ran towards him. Ji was startled, as theoretically, he had never been seen this way before. Suddenly, it seemed he woke up back in the forest. It looked as if the god Ark was calling him. The monster which relaxed in the middle of the field. Gioa approached and gently petted it, saying it was very cute. From afar, the two beasts wondered what name Gioa would give a creature. Gioa took the pony to the garden and said its name would be Penny. The creature ran off, probably annoyed by the horrible name, knowing he could make something good with them. He thanked Penny and gave it a bunch of carrots. From behind the trees, BM and Growler were just watching. Ar got a bit annoyed, telling them not to come near the carrots. They argued for a bit, and then all sat together under the tree. Chita took the herbs, thinking of making red ink. He imagined that color symbolized strength and aggression. Maybe he could create some kind of weapon with it. After some time, the ink was ready lying down. He wondered what he would tell everyone when they saw the pony. The next day back at the shop, Gio realized he couldn't keep so many creatures there. Suddenly a gate appeared. Curious, he looked and saw it LED to a grassy field. Strangely, the gate had an infinity symbol above it. He guessed it was something from the tree. Then Sun Yuk and Hyjin entered the shop. Jiha was very happy and welcomed them. Sun Yuk had no idea who he was, but he knew the name Jiha. Hyjin thanked him for all the help. He said it was nothing, but Hyjin insisted she didn't know how to thank him. Jiha said it was good they were there and invited them for tea. That's when she asked about the pony. She questioned where he got it, and as always he said he couldn't tell. They chatted and he found out. Sun Yap talked a lot about the other dimension. For Jiha, letting him know his soldier is taking the monsters to the sanctuary. Because of that, the blessing of the world. Tree and the fauna skill level up. He gets more stats, plus the ability to interpret ancient languages. On top of that, there's a new observation skill that lets him figure out how to unlock new abilities, which leaves him a bit confused. The system explains that it's an active ability and will completely drain him when he uses it. Shiga gets that it's kind of complicated, but assumes it must be some sort of ultimate skill. Like always, it probably awakens in the creatures, and he wonders if it might work with the Terror drones. 2, that's when he realizes that the skill the creatures in Terror drone awaken is absorption. After they kill another creature, there's a small chance they can steal one of its abilities. But Jiha, being the nicest guy out of all the hunters, is already thinking about how you could help other hunters gain new abilities with this power of his. That boy's honestly an angel. And of course, his first plan is to share a tip with his closest friends. Right then the system asks if he wants to transform 500 essences and unlock the sanctuary, and he accepts. Immediately the mist starts fading away, and he heads straight for the mountain, realizing he can now interact with it directly. But the moment he tries to touch it, a warning pops up, saying that the earthquake damaged the sanctuary, and it now needs 100 essences. Man, just a little tap from him shook the whole mountain. He realizes he'll have to spend the essence, since he's the one who caused the mess. He was planning to plant some things in the sanctuary, but the system tells him he has to toss in some worms first, because the soil is terrible. But suddenly Terror Drone taps him on the shoulder, and he sees that everyone's already out there, hunting worms. These little guys work hard, I swear. Jia thanks his little buddy, and soon after he unlocks another area. Back-to-back gains here. Sure, in the last few chapters, he worked like crazy and hadn't earned anything. For a while the mist keeps clearing, but then a weird red thing shows up. It's some kind of mantis mixed with a shrimp. He remembers the news, saying these creatures were classified as terror level. Now he's not sure if the terror drones can even handle something this strong, but the little guys charge right in to hold it back. Jihad is stunned. They're already pulling up their shields, going in full confidence. But one of the shrimp grabs them and slams them into the ground, sending the poor things flying. He's shocked they're getting beaten so badly. The brave little guys chub their potions and head back into the fight. Then Jiva suddenly has an idea. He remembers the world tree fruit elixir sitting in the cabin. He throws the whole batch into a big pot for them. The creatures drink it down and immediately get buffed, leaving a charge. The knight goes in first. This time, though, the mantis shrimp bastard launches a barrage, but the knight raises his massive shield. There's an explosion, smoke everywhere, and then he bursts out of it. The shrimp is shocked, and the knight tears through, smashing about 5 heads in a row. Chica can't believe how effective the elixir is, and with this boost, Terror Drone's victory is certain. After the battle, Jia notices the creature glowing strangely. He congratulates everyone and wonders if the leader learned something new. The little guy nods and suddenly stomps the ground so hard, the whole forest shakes. Jia instantly realizes it. The creature copied the shrimp's ability. He quickly grabs his notebook and writes down everything that happened. This time the notes reveal that the shrimp's weak spot is on its back. Sometime later back at the shop, someone asks Jaha if he wants to go to the beach. He asked his friend, and the guy's already at the door saying, "Right now, let's go. We're on fire." The creatures are all sitting on his lap, looking adorable, while Jia looks back smiling, amazed at how good his life has been lately. Then Sonia asks where he got that pony from, and he casually says, it was just from some random dungeon. She starts asking a bunch of questions, what it came from, where it came from, but they're already arriving at the beach. Jia takes in the blazing sun, feeling completely at peace. And later they have a nice little dinner. Later that night, he's out on the balcony when the feisty one comes over, saying she heard he'd gone out for a walk and came to check on him. She's standing there in a bikini, letting her shoulder strap slide down. I'm pretty sure that's a seduction technique, okay? Heya says he's surprised she came with them, and she replies that she hopes she wasn't a bother. He tells her no more women the better. You're right, like he'd actually say something like that. Curious now, he wants to know if her guide is coming too. She says they got jealous, so they should be on their way soon. Jaga says they're good people, and she agrees, even if sometimes they're a pain. But suddenly an alarm blares behind them, and they both turn around, confused about what's happening. An emergency alert appears saying a terror-level monster has appeared. The message repeats, warning that it's the infamous mantis shrimp. Jaga's already prepared for these. The redhead tells him to stay sharp, just as a barrage of fire comes flying at him. But the feisty one reacts immediately, using her power to raise something that shields him. Just another good day for him being saved by a woman. And right then, the rest of the squad shows up with shields in hand. The guys are shouting about how bad the situation is, but Jiho is more worried about Wei-in. One of them says the attack came from the sea, and that's when a giant claw bursts out. The whole mantis shrimp pack appears. Everyone raises their shields, telling each other to get ready. The redhead orders Jiho to run, while she calls Procillion for reinforcements. Jiho knows there's not much he can do right now. He needs to go back to the hotel and grab his special item to help with the fight. Back at the beach, another blast from the monsters comes his way, but one of the guys shouts that he's about to use a buff for everyone with their power boosted. He uses his skill to raise his defense and draw aggro, while everyone rushes in and starts slashing at the creatures' backs. The white-haired kid gets startled when the big shrimp raises its claw and slams him right in the chest. The poor Gaibo's flying backward, hitting the ground hard, while Gio's friend pulls out the origami book and tries something. She summons 36 paper planes and some torpedoes, all heading toward the monster, while more shrimp advance toward the city. Suddenly, a massive fireball hits the creature. Sunyum is just standing there confused, but obviously it was her, the hottest one there. Everyone's shouting as a phoenix appears, fire raging everywhere. Even the guy with the blade is having fun, slashing away like it's nothing. But of course, when a random stranger shows up, it's just to get vaporized. Looks like he lost his arm in the chaos. Rocks are flying everywhere, smashing into everyone. What the hell is like the Beast Titan just showed up? One stomp from that monster, and everyone's joy is gone. The shield guy is in shock, and Wayne's frozen, not even sure what to do. The system mourns that the creature is hostile to all humans. Then, even more shrimps start crawling out from beneath it. The so-called king raises more rocks, and yeah, this is Beast Titan level for real, and rains them down on the army. The poor guy tries to block what's basically the dinosaur extinction meteor with his little shield. Obviously, it doesn't work. He gets smashed in the wall right behind everyone. He's completely wrecked, and the others start thinking they don't stand a chance. But Huyen tells them to stay calm. If it's not them who's going to stop this thing, she says she'll block the attacks with her flames and tries to create a fire barrier. But the aquatic beast, Titan, throws another volley of rocks, raining the last of her mana. Another extinction-level strike is coming down, right on her, and she realizes she won't be able to put up a barrier in time. But don't worry, Terradrone just arrived to hold the line. And this time Gia shows up in style riding on its back. He asks if she's okay, and before she can even answer it, toss a potion into her hands. She's not sure what it is, so he explains it's an elixir, and tells her to drink it and head to the hospital. For a top Terradrone, Gia takes in the situation, and he believes that with these allies, he actually has a chance to win. At the very least, he had to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Terradrone charges and head on. And we get a quick flashback to 10 minutes earlier, when Juego was grabbing the potions back at the hotel. The plan was to get to the beach as fast as possible and support everyone. But on the way, a huge gust of wind hit, and that's when the big guy showed up. It's insane how massive these creatures are in real life. Back in the fight, the Shrimp King starts charging, another energy attack. But Terradrones smacks him hard. Everyone's standing there with their mouths wide open, in total disbelief, while the poor guy who got blown up earlier is busy chumming down his potion. The system then warns that the shrimp is enraged. Problem is you can't really have Shrimp Boss and keep everything balanced. Those two things don't coexist. Terradrone charges again straight at the meteor combo, which could wipe everyone out. Jerks off to the side, casting like he's Ronald Dinho, making that crazy curved shot. The monster, though, keeps combining his stone attacks. Paradrome braces himself once more, and uses a vacuum wave attack. The strike hits the shrimp dead on. There's a massive explosion, and for a second, it looks like the creature got completely blown apart. Hoban can't believe actually worked in one hit, but immediately tells everyone to take cover, because now even more rocks are raining down. Sure, one of the shrimp's arms, and a huge chunk of it are gone, but it's still standing there. Jiha, from a distance, shouts for everyone to focus on the smaller creatures, while he takes care of the boss, and Hwin agrees. Meanwhile, Jiha is acting like a pocket healer, just tossing heals at everyone's backs. He knows there are still around 14 shrimp left, not counting the boss, so they're going to need a proper strategy. At least the smaller ones are more confused, now that the boss took heavy damage. And with them distracted, it's way easier for the hunters to charge in and tear through them, especially with Huiyen, heating things up and spinning out a massive fire. Tornado, the origami queen, is darting back and forth, and Jihua is honestly impressed. His friends are stronger than he thought, but things are going a little too smoothly. An alert suddenly announces that a crayon has appeared. The giant-eyed monster rises from the water. And if the shrimp was big, this tentacle is about 15 times its size. Jia knows there's no way they can beat something like that. But then if that thing is huge, look what shows up behind it about 50 times bigger. Jia immediately recognizes it as the World Eater. Steely figures. It won't be that simple to just swallow the kraken. Those tentacles have suction cups and will cling to the ground. At that moment, Terror Drone begins charging up an aura attack, while the kraken is busy absorbing energy from the shrimp it just devoured. It's basically a whole feeding chain going on, like a bizarre train of monsters. The shrimp's being eaten by the kraken. The kraken's getting swallowed by the World Eater. And Terror Drone is blasting the World Eater. At the same time, the kraken never stood a chance. Its huge body disappears, straight into the World Eater's mouth. Gone in one gulp. Everyone on the beach starts cheering. Chi-Ha from atop. Terror Drone praises him, saying he did a great job. Incident resolved. Everyone is sent to the hospital. Now Jiha is still there. Not just the one who carried the fight, but the one cleaning up afterward too. Even Wayne comments that he's already done more than enough and shouldn't be the one tidying things up. But she's way too curious. She wants to know what that giant beetle he was riding really is. Jicken brushes it off, saying it's nothing. He just happened to find it along the way. But she clearly isn't buying it anymore. To change the subject, he asks about Xiang Hui, and she says that, after drinking the potion and getting to the hospital, he was already basically healed. She's amazed at how good the potion was. Or did Jia even get one that strong? And once again, he just shrugs it off, saying he brewed a random potion and got lucky. But he knows for sure everyone's going to want another one like that later. Huia leans in a little, saying the biggest problem now is that Jia's vacation is completely ruined. She then suggests that if nothing else, they should at least go for a swim to make the most of it. But Jiva glances at the time. It's 4:21 and the morning girl go to sleep. Wait, Jia's getting a little bold. He says it really is a shame though. That bikini looks way too good, that she really should go for a swim. And while she's actually playing along, she asks if he really thought it looked good on her. But the scene suddenly shifts to something mysterious. Someone staring into a mirror, silently observing everything. And then the system chimes in saying, "The King of the Gods." Inside the card, his friend tells Jihad to go to sleep, saying, "You stayed up until 5. Close your eyes and sleep." But Jihad just says, "Nah, I'm good, let's head back home." His friend shrugs, "All right then, let's go." Next thing we know, they're in the tunnel. And then back at the shop, Jihad has brought all the pets back. Thank God those pets, right? Sure, he adopted a drone, but he also dragged all those other creatures over there. And what did they do? Just slept in the room. Suddenly his phone rings at Sonia. She says she's found something else. She can't translate and asks for his help. Jita translates it and reveals that it's runic. Words of destruction. Something that causes critical damage to enemies. She's super excited, saying, "This must be another insane, strengthening scroll." But Jihad just says it's nothing special. She insists he try it out, and he promises he'll save one for her later. Then he grabs his book and writes about the runes she just shared. The pages glow and transform into a scroll of physical damage. Enhancement being the most humble man in Korea. Jiha immediately thinks that if he could give this to everyone, all hunters would become stronger. But then he worries. If the hunters get stronger, won't the monsters get stronger too? Yeah, makes sense. If they take on riskier dungeons, tougher monsters are bound to appear anyway, and that's inevitable. I think he and I came to the same conclusion. What matters is helping hunters grow stronger. Geo turns and looks at his creatures. All of them sleeping upside down, curled up in the cutest, weirdest ways. That reminds him that it's time to finally get some rest himself. He closes the book. A few days later, Jayad is in the forest. He glances toward the mountain and is surprised to see something moving. It's Hyjin and her group. It's been a while since we last saw her. They're talking about some seal at the bottom of the ravine when Jia overhears them and gets startled. He remembers hearing that the creature in that region is legendary level and once destroyed part of China. The hunters seem a bit nervous, while Jihu watches from a distance, noticing that the bridge leading to the other side is completely broken. Thinking about this, he decides to secure the path first and orders Terra Drone to fix it. From afar, the group hears hammering sounds, strange noises, and when they arrive at the bridge, they're confused. The place that had been destroyed just a while ago is now perfectly repaired and ready to cross. Everyone is happy about it, and with that they make their way into the dungeon, where they explain that Toady is one of the 4 evil creatures of Chinese mythology. One of the hunters mentions that the mission is to find the creature's lair, but no one seems to know exactly what they're supposed to be looking for. Chica realizes they're just walking in circles. There's no way they'll find a creature like that. Suddenly, a strange aura appears in the middle of the room. A floating mirror shows up, and Jahal believes it's the key to finding the seal. Since the hunters don't seem to notice the mirror, he decides to move a rock to guide them. Sun Yaek immediately feels something strange and turns around, confused. Then, out of nowhere, a portal appears with a giant finger coming out of it. Everyone is obviously freaked out. Sunjai quickly infuses ether into his sword and slashes at the huge finger. But no one else has any idea what he's even attacking. Apparently Sunjiak was the only one who saw it, and Jia's finger is now all red from getting smacked. At least the distraction he caused helped the others find the so-called mirror of sealing. But Sunjiak is feeling a bit uneasy. Not sure if they can actually win this fight. But how about just not going in and not challenging this dungeon? Ever think about that? Just then, a strange voice declares that humans are weak. Something slams into the ground, saying they're fools for trying to awaken this beast. A shadow falls over the hunters and 2 brothers appear, the guardians of the Shigandang temple. Everyone panics, trying to figure out who these guardians are. While Sun Yev tells them to calm down, the guardian warns that they stepped into the temple without permission and must be eliminated. But Sun Yev just says, help create an opening, and tells everyone to cover him while he attacks. Poor guardian is still talking, but completely ignored. The big guy finally has enough and launches a barrage of fire. And good lord, these monsters have such terrifying bodies. Sun Jiak dodges, leaps over the flames, and strikes a whip-like slash right across the neck, dropping them both to the ground. Damn, just like that. In an instant, the system notifies Johanna that the Guardian took critical damage and is unable to move, meaning the quest is now complete. Johanna is impressed, just like he thought Lord Sundeuk really is powerful, but the little creatures in the background look a bit jealous, muttering that they could have handled it too. When Jerry turns around, everyone's gone. He realizes it's no time to just rest. It's time to start working harder to help these hunters. The most effective way to do that is by writing more scrolls, but you need some green herb ink. That only exists in the wild elf village. The problem is, he doesn't want to go there alone and risk being attacked again. The scene shifts back to that village. From the beginning, there's that saintly girl. I'd almost forgotten about her. She's praying the full focus as always. When her grandmother calls her by name Selena, She lights up asking if it's Lord Ark's messenger, and he says yes. It's been a long time since they last saw each other, and apparently he already has the ink. What happened? Is it running out? Probably because he makes a few scrolls and says, that should be enough. He speaks to her again, saying he has a favor to ask. He wants her to visit the wild elf village. Easy enough, just send someone else to work. What a little capitalist. She had explained that he needs green herb ink, and she seems a bit puzzled, asking if that's really it all. He says yes, but tells her to be prepared, because the elves will be suspicious of her. That's why he suggests she offer them something in exchange, like good food. Since they live deep in the forest, they usually don't have salt, so she can trade that. Something easy to get for the herbs. She says it's easy when he gives such clear instructions, and thanks him. Right then, the sap assault materializes in front of her, and she answers confidently that he can count on her to get it done. She sets off with Eden Skull, which will make the negotiations much smoother. Jia remembers how the elves drooled when they saw his salt last time, so he's grinning now. He won't have to worry about green herb ink for a long while. Back in the forest, though, Jiao wonders what's going on. All the terror drones are lying on the ground. We then see that recently, dungeons have been popping up non-stop. But the strange thing is that the supposedly rare treasures inside have been extremely scarce. This time the guys were walking out with just a potion, a nugget, and a bone scrap. It's hardly worth going into a dungeon anymore. Of course that means they haven't been able to gather enough, either to level up. The hunters start losing interest in leveling up. Humanity gets weaker, and that turns into a vicious cycle that could eventually wipe humanity out. Shihab, being the responsible guy he is, takes this seriously and says they need to come up with a way to keep hunters motivated. He asks if the terror drones are ready and tells them they're starting the new plan. The little guys are already hard at work, completely organized, chopping wood, lighting fires, putting things together, building boxes. Turns out Jihad is making treasure chests to place inside dungeons for people to find. This guy is next level actual god tier behavior. Who's Sungjin Wu compared to this man? Sungjin Wu farms dungeons. Gia creates the dungeon Luke himself. He's just sitting there smug. Fa Ming Goha. While the creatures haul piles of treasure on their backs, Gia starts wondering if these creatures have always worked this hard since the beginning of the world. But they seem to enjoy it, so he praises them for all their effort. Even so, he feels like it's still not quite enough to truly motivate the hunters. And he's not even telling us the best prize to put inside a chest, the legendary card that expands the size of the lowlands, something that technically doesn't even belong to this server, right? Then Gia seems to have a new idea, while the little creatures are just looking confused. Sometime later in a dungeon, a huntress comments that the weather's really nice. Today, she tells Dio, "Come to get ready, because this hunt is going to be a good one." He glances over with his shield strapped to his back, looking a bit hesitant, but says he'll give it his best today. At that moment, she notices something strange and gets confused. She comes across a notice board about Gia's card update project. Jaga's plan is to place boards in front of dungeons to inform hunters. Looking at it, they start wondering if it means they should bring a shield, or if maybe they'll find a shield inside the dungeon. The girl complains that Dio could have done better. He apologizes, but the others say they're just messing with him. Another monster dies while someone else teases his Dio. Come again, poor guy. He's basically getting bullied out here. Then a mole monster goes berserk because Dio is shaken up, and the girl has to step in and save him. He gets scolded once again after they defeat all the mole monsters. She finally praises him. Total psychological warfare on the poor knight. He's going to lose it at this rate. After clearing all the monsters, they finally reach Gia's treasure room. The hunters are confused usually if it's just one chest, but this time there are 5, including one massive one. A notification pops up saying only 2 essences are needed to open each chest, and they shear. Obviously, inside are special items Gia prepared just for them. One of them finds a sun apple and recognizes it as the same item sold at Jia's potion shop. A shield they find in another chest is handed to Kalmad. He's a little embarrassed, saying he hasn't been doing that well and hasn't been much help, but the others reassure him that this will help him do his job better. In the end, they also find a strange scroll and a scented candle. While Kalmad celebrates his new shield, everyone else is eager to take these last items and get them appraised. Jia is celebrating with his helpers, telling them they did an amazing job. He's sure these hunters will be happy with this dungeon and will want to keep running more. At this point, Jia puts on his cap mask to receive the customers. This guy really is the god of this world. He's everything. The one who makes the dungeon, the one who places the rewards, the one who kills the boss, the one who appraises the items, the one who sells the potions. What isn't he? He's not the guy with a harem of wafas, that's for sure. After the appraisal, the tanker receives the Iron Maiden ability, which boosts his defense by 200% per level. Everyone's blown away. This was one of those awakenings, one of those super rare abilities that GHA can now help others unlock. Man, this skill is busted. It reflects 200% of the damage back at the enemy. Okay, sure, it only works on physical attacks, but still, that's way too up. Somebody better nerf this. The tank is crying tears of joy, saying he can finally deal with the monsters that attack him. Meanwhile, that bipolar friend of his, the one who's always turning her back on him like Thor, is clapping and cheering for him. Gay then explains that the scroll said he had to kill a certain giant boar to awaken the skill. The guy's overwhelmed, saying he's going to give it a try, and asks for more details about the other items. Now it clicks. He found a scroll about awakening his ability. And guess what? Besides killing the boar, you also need a mysterious candle and Lord Ark's shield. The guy is thrilled hands over his gold right away. Totally worth it. Now he just has to sleep with the cannibal next to him. Inside the dream, he's surprised. It feels like he's inside some kind of virtual reality. He sees a lone knight fighting off a horde of undead and wonders why the guy isn't retreating. Shouldn't he be protecting his allies? But at the same time, he's amazed. This mag is an unstoppable tank, charging forward without hesitation. Then he wakes up to a notification, saying he's obtained the trait. Holy Mag's loyalty level 1. He's sitting there, completely stunned, unable to believe the window appeared in real life. But now he's sure he's gained a new power. The problem is he feels like this holy might ability doesn't quite suit him, since he's a tanker. But in the end, he knows the only way to truly figure out if it fits him is to test it in the dungeon. And at this point, it's too late to turn back. Then the scene cuts to the news, where they report on these extremely rare abilities, awakening in some hunters. Apparently, the first person to awaken one of the strongest abilities ever seen is right there in South Korea. Because of this, the association, everyone else is eager to see the outcome. Everyone wants to witness the full potential of these newly awakened powers. The tank is standing there looking hesitant as always, while the monster charges forward ready to gore him. He raises his shield, blocks the strike, and gets pushed back. Now the boar is the one sweating. The system announces that the final ability has awakened. Iron Maiden. The boar is suddenly surrounded by golden light. And boom, it's like the whole place explodes. Everyone's wide-eyed, covering their faces. And when the smoke clears, there's nothing left in front of him. The only thing that appears is an angel, picking something up off the ground and giving him a look. The tank wonders if that's the king of the gods. He also starts to understand why he has such a large body and why he always hesitated to attack monsters. It was all part of the god's plan. At least that's what he thinks, since he received a legendary ability that only defends. He literally has to get hit in order to strike back. I think that's what it means too. I'm practically psychoanalyzing this guy now. His friends are all standing there, with their jaws on the floor saying, this new skill looks incredible. While the tank thinks he's basically in a state where he can farm, or just by praying smiling. He says he's finally found something better than any. The path he's supposed to follow. He raises his shield and reflects, thinking this is the way obviously. Now the forums are buzzing. Everyone wants to awaken their own special ability. Meanwhile, Jihadas are carving a statue, grumbling about how hard the work is. Not long after Shield Guy unlocked his skill, Jia found a book in the garden. A book written by Lord Ark about dungeon structures. With that, Jia built some new contraptions to test out a few abilities. The book seemed like it could give buffs and information to hunters who cleared certain dungeons. I get it's basically like a little system. You leave it in the dungeon, and whoever passes through receives that information. I keep saying this guy is the world. The name of this story might as well be Yo's World while he's excited to test it out. We cut to a group of hunters, talking about their targets for the day. One of them is complaining about the monsters, while the girl says it's easy to dodge those snakes. Sun Yuk is surprised, and Jaeon asks what's wrong. They found a statue that is clearly, unmistakably the spitting image of Selena. He's left wondering what on earth that statue is doing inside a dungeon. Right after that, we see them fighting the snake, slashing in every direction. Fighting near the statue seemed easier, as if it were giving them buffs and even healing them. Later that night, one of them lights a mysterious candle. Suddenly he wakes up inside a dream, where everything feels strange. Oh, and there's Eddie talking away like always. Puts a little smile on his face, not even noticing his friend around him. But then when he looks to the side, he sees something he doesn't recognize. A mysterious knight in golden armor. He smiles, thinking he'll gain a new ability if he defeats this guy. But suddenly, there's an attack coming straight for his eye. He draws his sword and sparks fly everywhere as the voice speaks a song, who's now fully armed and ready. He's knocked backward, totally confused about what this guy is doing. He tries to ask something, but the mech doesn't answer. Instead, he grips his sword and activates his aura. Then a voice echoes, saying that humans are too weak nowadays. Sun Jiak demands to know what this being means, and it warns them to prepare for what's coming. Suddenly, a silhouette of a monster appears, and Sun Jiak asks if that isn't Tatori. The knight only says that something terrible is approaching, and that humanity will be wiped out. Sun Jiak finds it ridiculous. But then, the knight introduces himself as the Sword Master, Ark. On top of that, he also reveals he is Commander Jenger, leader of the army that fought under Ark. And just like that, he activates some terrifying ability, summoning a massive barrage of swords all around him. Sun Yuk readies an attack, saying this Dangas talking as if but yes, he does know him. The mic reveals he's been watching Sun Yuk for a long time. He says Sun Yuk is one of the humans with the greatest potential, so he better get ready for what's coming. Sun Yuk activates full body verification. The voice says he's acting because the god has appeared. Sun Yuk wants to know who this god is, but the voice just says it cannot answer. Oh, wonderful. Then Sun Yuk remembers Selena and asks if she's involved. The knight just tells him to shut up and fight already. That's the only way he's going to awaken. Sun Yuk realizes this bastard isn't going to answer anything, and then, boom! The knight vanishes in a blur and strikes him mid-sword. Swing. They go at it, blow for blow, and on his clash, the knight throws his hand back and unleashes a wave of sword beams. But Sun Yuk gathers aura, closes his eyes, and slashes out a massive strike in return. Knight, however, appears behind him in a fraction of a second, saying he's not half bad. He swings again with his storm blade, and Sunya barely manages to block. He's pushed back, but the knight gives him no time to breathe. He unleashes a spiral-like attack, firing it straight at him. There's an explosion, and we cut back to Jia, who's brewing a potion in a cauldron, saying this one is going to turn out great. He seals the flask and celebrates, while the little creature in front of him claps his tiny hands to congratulate him. Shiga says it wasn't anything special, but the little guy is shocked. This potion restores 200 stamina in 10 seconds. Even Jia himself is celebrating. He didn't think it would turn out this good. Meanwhile, the guy with the glasses is just thinking, damn, this kid's a beast. How does this guy know the perfect timing for every ingredient without even using a timer? And every single time, it's the exact perfect amount to fill one flask. Honestly, that looks like the easiest part of all. Then he says goodbye, telling Jieha he's heading out. Bye, sucker. Later that night, Jieha is feeling proud of his potions. The next day, back in the forest, he finds it. Strange that his creatures aren't around, and wonders what happened. The bellflower starts ringing, and he turns his head, wondering if something is going on right. Then, an explosion goes off somewhere else in the forest. The ground shakes as if an earthquake had started, right where Toady was sealed. A voice speaks up, saying the seal is in danger, and the terror drums have been activated. They're there doing their little ritual, looking all serious. But Jiva notices that they're struggling to hold the seal in place. There's no way they can handle this alone. And suddenly a massive paw slams into the ground. A disaster-class lion-like creature appears. Immediately, the terror drones take off into the air. I love how they always fly, with that little turd drop look on their faces. Like I'm trying my hardest. Gina starts looking around for BM and Growler, whereas the whole squad. And he can't just stand there. He needs to help somehow. So he starts brewing as many potions as he can, awakening items, anything that might help. While Terradrone is out there gathering data and facing the creatures, support the others. Then the scene shifts to the city, where two guys are freaking out, because a giant portal has appeared, distorting everything around it. The guy gets an alert. His expression changes immediately. His friend asks what's wrong, and he says a massive problem has just arrived. The only thing deadlier than that portal is the cigarette. That falls to the ground right then. Soon the news spreads, announcing that an annihilation class dungeon has appeared. In Sector 7, they have 47 hours to resolve it, and Sung Yuk is already there saying, "It feels like someone's been praying for bad things to happen. In this place, that's how many warnings they've gotten." He calls for the group and says, at least they're ready for it. And sure enough, everyone's glowing gold. Jia made sure to bless every single one of them. On top of that, Sun Yu receives another high-quality potion from Jia, one that boosts vitality and stats. Totally busted. He tucks the flask away, saying they'll have to thank Gia later. But for now, it's time to head in. Gia watches everything, surprised at how strong these guys look. For now, he decides to just watch the battle. The Terradrone army is standing by ready for action. Jia figures at least. The Black Lion won't be a problem for the hunters anymore. But Toddy, the legendary creature, that's a whole different story. He clutches his fists, silently wishing the hunters the best. Inside, Sonia warns everyone to stay alert. Danger is coming. While the redhead works, the girl asks if those statues around them are the ones they mentioned earlier. Suddenly, a voice orders everyone to prepare their powers. The group chugs the potions, stunned by the effects, saying things like, "This potion just doubled my stats, and my flames are way hotter. Now this job's going to be easy." Stanyo grips his sword, gets ready, and then bam, up on the mountain. I thought it would just be one monster, but there are 3 lions standing there. "Son!" Yoke warns everyone they're about to attack right then. The first one launches forward, swinging a massive paw, but Sun Yoke holds the line. He immediately shouts for everyone to charge in, and all 3 hunters rush into the fight. Man, honestly, for a second there, I almost wanted to be the monster. Whoa. Flying sword dance storm slash is cutting everywhere. Sword surfing through the air, a phoenix blazing hot, and that redhead is burning even hotter, sending firestorms and mehers exploding all over the place, while the tank activates some glowing purple skill to hold everything back. The beast is completely losing it. These hunters are monsters themselves. Who's buffing these guys like this? The creatures must be furious. If they showed up to wipe out humanity, someone out there is, turning these hunters into overpowered demigods. Sunyev activates that same ability from a dream night. And with that, the poor big lion, as nothing more than trash on the ground, didn't even get a chance to fight back. But then the ground shakes again, and another type of creature appears. A blood lion. Everyone freezes, panicking, wondering if they can handle something stronger than what they just killed. Of course, they can. They're completely buffed to the max. The lion doesn't waste a second, already charging up a claw attack. Sangyax tends to, shouting for everyone to drink their potions and get ready. Hyjin yells no Sangyak. Girl, what do you want him to do? Turn his back and die. The guy is building up aura. Honestly, you could write a whole story about this guy. Aside from the fact that he's tanking. Just because Geo's buffs are carrying him. He's literally the poster child of the system at work. The first strike comes. Some Yuck blocks with his sword to tank the blow, while the tank is shoving potions, saying they'll have to trust him to hold on for now. Some years trading blows like crazy, clashing non-stop, thinking he's the only one who can hold this monster back. Meanwhile, poor Hyjin is once again terrified. He'll vanish or die somehow. Man, I wish I had someone that worried about me. Then she turns and orders everyone to search for information about the blood lion while they recover. This is modern dungeon crawling, can't kill the monster. Pull out a tablet and hit Google or ChatGPT. ChatGPT. How do we kill the blood lion in Gate 7's dungeon? And Sonya just keeps holding the line, waiting for prompt to load. Finally, the tank recovers and lets out a roar to draw aggro. The lion turns its focus from Sunyuk and Sunyuk leaps forward. Wait, did he just get crushed? Nope, he tanked it. Meanwhile, the archer, beautiful shot, lines up and fires a green bazooka-like blast. The lion is scorched and it looks like it's dead. But just before it goes down, another beautiful strike. This group is too good. For a second, I just wish I could be some Yuck. But no, the lion's still alive. Blood sprays everywhere. Oh no, everyone's shocked jaws hanging open. The blood was from Grover showing up, going full giant mode and smashing a lion. Another day where everyone depends on Uchiha. No one gets through without the boy. Everyone stands there stunned, trying to understand what just happened, while Grover looms in front of them towering. The girls are activating their powers. But hold up, ladies, relax. You don't even have a chance. Grawler just opens his mouth and unleashes a paradox. Instantly, everyone freezes, completely paralyzed. Then he smiles and says he's not their enemy. Hyjin asks what he is, and Sunyuk tells her to calm down. They ask if he knows this creature, and he says yes. He's the one who gave Sunyuk that sword. Everyone's obviously confused, wondering why he never said anything before. Sunyuk explains that Greller isn't a monster. He's a nature god that Sunyuk made a contract with. The girls are shocked, wondering what exactly he was doing during the time he was gone. But Sunyuk turns to Grover and asks, what brings him here? What brings me here? You idiot. I came to help because you can't handle this yourself. Dan going straight for humiliation. Yes, he is. Rowler warns them that the enemy is on a completely different level and that they're already worn out. That's why he's here to give Sunyev some of his Ahayer. He wants Sunyev to use this power to stop Dharma from joining Toadi's forces. Sanyuk has no idea what this big wolf actually wants. But if he's giving out free energy handed over, he draws it all in, and right away he feels it. This creature's mana isn't just strong. It's denser, way more concentrated and powerful. Grawler just says, all right, you fools. Figure the rest out yourselves, and disappears. The group is left a bit shaken, wondering just how strong this Dharma must be. While Samu tells them to get ready, there's more coming. No time to sit around talking. His sword is glowing like a lighthouse. When two more blood creatures appear, one of them says he'll handle the insects, so their master can claim the skies, and suddenly, boom, Toddy shows up, and he's devouring his own minions. You know, it's bad news when the boss starts eating his own crew. The creature declares itself the true master of the skies, stomps the ground, and says it'll handle this personally. But then, it notices the presence of the three musketeers, and realizes this isn't going to be easy. Facing the three nature gods, it mocks them, saying their timing was flawless. BM comments that it's kind of hard not to notice that war of his, and Growler says he's still hungry. The creature warns them not to get in the way, or all three of them will be devoured. BM just says he'd like to see him try. The monster grins, saying he could gain decades of time if he defeats them now. But Arthur asks if he really thinks he can win against all three. Immediately, Growler and BM rush forward, and it's clear this is going to be a brutal fight. Tony prepares himself, but realizes they're trying to stall. Arfoot, fast as lightning, charges straight in from above, and slams a massive horn strike into him. The impact explodes, leaving a crater in his chest, and then he gets bitten in the back, being torn apart alive. This is full-on final boss territory. The monster calls them mutts and roars, blasting everyone backward. At that moment, a crack splits open in the sky. The barrier shatters, and our foot looks worried. Realizing dimensional passage has been opened, BM yells that they're all being sucked in. And then they're gone. Far away in a part of Sichuan province, Tony is thrown backward. Enraged, he fills his mouth with aura and fires a massive green beam. But BM and Artfoot swoop down from above, saying this time he's the one who's going to die, slamming him again. The creature is coughing up blood, stunned that this is even happening. Raoul charges in next, saying that today this monster dies. Our foot comes down again, crushing him into the ground. The blue aura surrounds Toby as he says, "It wasn't supposed to end like this." Somewhere distant, he calls for his father. Then a purple portal opens and pulls everyone in, leaving the battlefield silent once more. Elsewhere, Jihan is panicking that they've all vanished. He searches everywhere in the miniature world, coming through every corner of the forest, but finds no trace of the fight or where they went. Then, a giant paw smashes into the ground with brutal force, and the bell rings once again. Jia runs toward the city, wondering if something happened to the heroes. The two-headed Cerberus-like creature appears, the Great Dharma, and unleashes a barrage of fire. Jia is frozen in shock. The thing he feared most has finally arrived, and now there's not much he can do. His creatures are gone. It's up to Sainiev to handle this. Giordano just prays that he's careful. The attack gets closer as someone downs a potion, and Tank Gamer steps forward to block the hit. He apologizes for not doing much before, but says that now they can count on him. At the same time, Sanjeev leaps forward, sliding under the attack, and slashing straight into the monster, mid-strike aiming to land a clean hit. The monster tanks the blow and says impressive attack. I didn't expect to see a technique like that. So there really is someone in this world connected to that. Foolish might. Sun Yuk wonders if this bastard is talking about Legion. Looks like the monster's already been given a name. Sun Yuk snaps back that it's none of his business, but Darmo starts charging up a massive barrage, saying the arrogant human will be annihilated, along with everything else. He unleashes an annihilation blast while Sun Yuk tosses his sword into the air, channeling light, and sending another slash straight toward him. Dharma just laughs, mocking him, saying, "There's no way something like that would stop him." Then one of Dharma's massive paws slams into the ground, shattering everything around, and another paw swings from the side. And oh man, it looks like it hit dead on. Sanaika sent flying completely wrecked. Jiha is worried sick, and Sun Yuk is coughing up blood. Then we see a flashback. Sun Yuk thinking that at least now, he can finally use a few moves. He's learned. You never thought the kid would reach this level. Sun Yuk is begging to learn the third form of the night. Refuses, saying the third form requires a far more ether. Sun Yuk asks what if features force the second form. He doesn't care, he's ready to risk it. But the voice warns it's madness. It could consume his body completely. Back to the present. Sun Yuk is overflowing the Growler's mana, and even Darmo looks startled. He immediately recognizes the energy of the wolf god, appearing above Jihua. The creature moors in disbelief, saying it's impossible, that some yak shouldn't have that mana. But by then the strike is already on its way. Sunjai charges forward, Roller's energy flowing to the tip of his blade, remembering the knight's words, that if the chance ever came, he might be able to pull this off, even if only once. With a smile, he prepares to unleash the blade storm. Second form, the monster crashes to the ground. His massive sword falls with him, and a crater opens beneath him. As he drops to his knees, utterly defeated, the great Dharma has been slain. The terror drones, as adorable as ever, start firing off little fireworks in celebration. Chia cheers, saying there's still work to do. He immediately orders everyone to help rebuild the shattered barrier that had been sealing the creature. When it's done, he sighs hard work, but necessary. Calls himself a shameless capitalist for it. But then he hears some familiar noises and sees a mist approaching from the forest. His eyes light up when he sees the three powerhouses returning. He's all smiles as they rush in and start licking him. And the day ends with the creatures resting peacefully around him. As always, he stretches, saying life is just too good, hoping the peace never ends. Ah, there it is, he said. The one thing you're never supposed to say in a story like this. But now he's thoughtful. He wants to help even more. His creatures are starting to struggle. He gives BM a potion to help him recover, remembering how back when he first tried this, they just run away from him. But after bribing them with food, finally started listening. While BM is smacking Growler playfully, Gia feels relieved at least everyone is safe. He just hopes that all recover soon. Far away, everyone is celebrating Dharma's defeat. But every reporter caught some yoke on camera fighting, with his aura blazing. Wolf power on full display. Because of that, a secret conference is held in South Korea. A man in a suit explains that the demigods were transported from Gehenna to China. No one knows exactly why. They suspect some kind of energy collision, but obviously there are no clear answers yet. Another question they have is why the dungeon appeared in South Korea at all. The president asks if all the marks were from the battle, and the suited man confirms those mountain shaking explosions were all part of this. A gray-haired official explains that several Chinese planes were shot down before they could even observe the fight, and he's sure that whatever was there wasn't destroyed, because not a single man of stone was left behind. The president, seeing that there were more questions than answers, decides to close the case and orders everyone to clear the room. She then asks someone named Ashley what the United States position is on this fight. The blonde, all business-like, says their assessment is the same. They also have no clue about the dungeon. They have no idea why that giant wolf appeared, or why the multi-headed creature showed up. Everyone is on edge. As she adds that, she has one more piece of information to share. Apparently, all the single-numbered knights have seen that wolf. I don't fully get it either, but soon he will. They now know that the wolf is a type of nature god who has been protecting them. The president then wants to know what exactly happened in that battle against the disaster-class monsters. Ashley explains that any disaster-class monster can't be defeated without military assistance. But the proud Koreans say their hunters managed to do it anyway. Well, obviously, someone's out there handing out buffs left and right. The man with gray hair even admits it. They only succeeded because they had help from the owner of that shop, the one who provided countless scrolls and insanely effective potions. One person immediately says that whoever this kid is, they need to protect him. With all the attention he's drawing, evil will surely target him sooner or later. The president slams his hand on the table and says he's made an important decision. The gray-haired man is sure now. They're going to want to protect the shop owner. He turns and says they now need to prepare for the monster's return. Ashley, meanwhile, is lost in thought. She finds this Gia person very interesting and wants to know who he really is. Back in the forest, Gia is staring a massive mana boulder in his hand, likely ether that fell from Toddy. He asks BM if he knows anything about it, but BM just lets out a meow and points at a tree. Jikit takes the hint, carries the stone over, and sets it on the ground. A branch immediately reaches out, grabs it, and lifts it into the air. A gust of wind blows through the forest as the tree absorbs all the energy and begins to glow. Jika is amazed. The tree is growing like crazy. Then he hears the sound of hooves behind him. When he turns around, he sees what looks like a sheep, or maybe a goat, with a head almost identical to his own. Sha asks what it's doing there. The creature doesn't answer. It just opens a portal and steps through. Jita follows right away. They emerge into a room full of books. The little goat walks straight to one and knocks it to the ground, opens it, and starts eating the pages. Naturally, like any little god, it needed a name. Jita names it Goati, Goat Plustai, clever as always. After naming it, Za Fun Lao, as Goati leads him on a tour through the library. That's when he discovers that the book explaining dungeons and monuments he could create, actually came from this place. Suddenly the terror drones come bouncing in, and they're stealing books too. The little thieves, Gia yells at them. Hey, you little troublemakers, what are you doing? But he notices something. They look different now. Their shells are a dark green. They seem a bit bigger, and they're glowing faintly as they grab books. He realizes these must be the world trees terror drones, and they're all writing something inside the books. Then the little goat hands Jia a book to read. He opens it and finds the life story of someone named Marguerite Lestel, who was born 42 years after the world's creation, with incredibly detailed information about her life. Jeev realizes these creatures have been recording everything that happens in the world. Then 2 more books appear. Good grief. You really have to love reading to get stronger. In this story, it's book after book after book. But Jiha says there's something specific he wants to check. He grabs a book and looks through it. Later we see him by the tree again. And yes, it has definitely grown. Not only that, the entire garden seems to have expanded along with it. Suddenly a sound Jay had never heard before echoed through the forest, grabbing his attention. A waterfall had appeared nearby, and he's grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, the terror drones are busy building. Well, it's like a beehive. They pull a lever on the hive, and golden honey begins to flow out. But in this case, it isn't honey, it's either. Jia is practically drooling watching it. He notes that the bees aren't attacking the terror drones at all. And then the system pops up, revealing that this is Emperor's honey. Increases vitality, and is the favorite food of insect-type creatures. The item glows on the page, and Jia is stunned to see that it increases life. He figures that the terror drones must be collecting this to make themselves stronger. He asks them for just a little bit so he can test it, and then carefully stores it in a jar. This would be the perfect item to put a treasure chest, way better than selling it in the shop, and making people even more suspicious. Back in the forest, Jihad is smiling, excited to scatter more worms around and place more treasure chests for hunters to farm. After improving the soil, he also made the lake more diverse with new life. Meanwhile, the news is buzzing about portals appearing everywhere. Hunters all over the world are discovering that, for some mysterious reason, Korea's dungeons give better rewards. Johan also notices something strange. There always seems to be a shortage of salt in this forest. At first he thought it was just an elf thing, but it really does seem like there's a shortage here. Even Eddie mentions that. The strange village they visited also didn't have enough. Vegeta asks mentally in that voice of Godway if there are any salt stones somewhere they could absorb. The blonde explains that they don't have salt because they were driven out of their land and forced to submit to another kingdom's demands. And salt is a valuable resource in wartime, as always one of the first things to be seized. Jaha immediately decides to help solve this problem for them. Back in the forest, he opens his book to search for a solution to the salt shortage. The problem is it doesn't list the location. After a while, he finally finds something hidden in the confusing dialect. He calls over the stylized pterodrone, one with glasses, and sends him on the search mission. Halfway along the path, the creature passes through a herd of animals, and Jihua is a bit surprised. He thought all of these animals had run off during the war. He figures it would be good to round them up somehow. Too bad he doesn't have a herding dog. Right away, he summons Growler, who stands proudly at his side while Jeed just sits back eating popcorn, startled by how smoothly Growler handles things. Together, the two of them round up the herd, and before long, the little scout returns, having found a location with a good crop supply. The creatures say it will take a long time to harvest all of it until Gia opens his suitcase and tosses out jars of ether. Then he informs Selena that the insects will deliver countless sacks of wheat to her village. He asked if she knows how to use the equipment for processing wheat, and not just wheat, but also for processing salt and managing livestock. She seems a bit overwhelmed and doesn't answer right away, only asking why she's been given so much. All of a sudden, she had explained that he'll benefit from this in the long run, so she doesn't need to worry. Soon after, we see the villagers make offerings at the altar for him, which turn into potions right in front of them. Now, that's a prayer that pays off. Jia fills the book with praises, while the villagers celebrate happily. Meanwhile, far away, a man prays in his apartment, asking for salvation for his brothers and sisters. He looks at the book, thinking that maybe he doesn't know how to communicate with Lord Ark. He realizes he needs someone who can teach him, because he can't figure it out alone. The problem is, the religious order of Gehenna was destroyed during the war, so there's no one left with that knowledge. He has no idea where to direct his faith anymore, until a mysterious voice tells him to follow the desires of his heart. Well, that's simple enough. The moment he hears it, he stands up, straps on his armor, and heads straight out. He decides to keep hunting, until he eventually finds the answers he's looking for. Meanwhile, Dio, calm, is deep in the forest holding the line, slaying monsters left and right. That huntress with the little blue tattoo on her face comments that everything's been way too easy lately, all thanks to him. Then one of them glances up and sees a terror drum flying overhead, wondering if it just passed through the dungeon's invisible barrier without a problem. Someone else suggests that since they have enough time, maybe they should follow it and see what happens. Duo Comp seems startled. Right in front of them is a stone archway that shouldn't even exist there. The group looks around and sees strange houses, signs of some kind of civilization, and there are people casually talking nearby. The terror drones, though, look completely worn out, working themselves to exhaustion on a farm. The shield bearer can't understand what's going on, since when do terror drones know how to run a farm? He decides to get closer to investigate. But before he can approach, someone shouts at him to stop. A squad of guards appears, saying there are intruders in the area. One of them orders the others to alert the prince and the oracle, and to hide all the terror drones. But the terror drones are just standing there, in full view, not moving, looking just as confused as everyone else. The hunters are puzzled too, wondering if the townsfolk are actually afraid of them. Dicom comments that they look like refugees hiding here, so it makes sense they be wary. At that moment, a figure approaches, Selena looking radiant with a warm smile. Immediately the guys notice. Wait a second, this squirrel looks exactly like the one from the statues. That Eddie appears glowing as well, looking like he just walked out of a romance novel. The hunters are awestruck by his beauty. Come on guys, focus, look at Selena. At that moment, someone realizes this might be where Sonia spent some time and asks if they know him. Eddie confirms, saying Han lived there for a few years before leaving. Dukedom had already heard something about this, because Han left some notes behind after returning from this place. Yukum then quietly says the names of Dinskul and Oracle, Selena. Both of them are startled that he knows who they are. He must have some connection to Sun Yup too, and he nods, saying they are hunters from another world. Then suddenly, he kneels and asks them to take good care of his group. Then he personally kneels and asks the saint to bless him with knowledge of Lord. Archie asks, what is it you want to learn, fool? And he answers, everything, saint, tell us everything. He explains that on Earth, there aren't many materials to study about the Lord, and they have no way to learn about him. Selena says that it seems he's a follower who needs to be initiated. She gives him a necklace, telling him she hopes he'll trust and love the god Ark. He's overjoyed and thanks her from the bottom of his heart. After that, the hunters spend some time talking with the villagers about the village, about Han, and eventually they leave. The paladin waves goodbye smiling. Ebers speak with Han later and tell him all about this. Sometime later, Jihad is back at his shop when the paladin walks in, placing the book and necklace down. He explains that he received them from the oracle, and that she accepted his faith. Jihad is happy for him, knowing how badly he wanted this, and reveals that the item is a holy artifact, a step toward becoming an apostle. The man looks a little lost, asking what exactly an apostle is. Our protagonist jokes they're like Jehovah's Witnesses. You go door to door preaching to everyone. The man laughs, thanks Jihad for helping him, and leaves. Then we're back in the forest, where Jihad notices that the poor little king of the creatures looks completely exhausted, concerned. He asks what happened, and then the terror drone, cheeks puffed out, spits something out. A terrorist seed the system. explains that this is a seed that absorbs ether to make the soil more fertile. Sheeta finds it strange that this thing came out of the queen's mouth, but decides to just let it slide. Then the little creature starts tossing things onto the ground, drawing weird patterns. Sheeta notices that it looks like a lotus flower, a beehive in some kind of box, like a jelly jar or something. No idea how he figured that out. The guy must be reading the creature's mind at this point, but he knows that this combination will speed up growth. And sure enough, it's ready a jar full of golden jelly. One of the insect creatures shows up with a low pot, adds a few crystals, pours the golden jelly over it, and a tiny sprout pops up right away. Jia is immediately excited. This would make spreading growth through the forest. Wait, easier meanwhile back in the dungeon. The hunters seem to have found a very small treasure chest. This time what you thought you'd get. 5 huge chests full of loot every single run. Greedy much. But the price was 10 essences, which felt expensive. So the blonde decides to pay anyway, just to see what's inside. When she opens it, it's just a seed. She's annoyed, saying they must be joking. Her friend points out that the system says it seems to be something that accelerates growth, so it might actually be worth something. Sun Yem looks nervous about planting it, but the leader tells her to relax. There's no way it would be a trap if it's a reward. Soon TV reports start airing, saying a reporter has been buying up these seeds. Apparently, because they speed up the growth of all plants in the area where they're planted. Back with our hero, things are getting pretty hot. He's feeding spicy food to the redhead, and she leans in taking a bite. She says the texture is amazing, but then asks what he thinks about these seeds that have been appearing. Jia smiles and says they seem like a good thing, while secretly thinking that it was his whole plan. All along, he put those seeds in the dungeons, so hunters could find them, create new items, and grow new plants. Then Huiyin admits that her guild has been offers to move and get citizenship in Japan. Xia asks what life is like over there, and she says it's actually much harder than here. It's full of monsters and earthquakes. And she gently touches his face, teasing, and says, of course, she's not going to Japan. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to visit him. Jill almost loses it. This girl just keeps confessing to him. He smiles and she turns bright red. Strangely, Jia doesn't do anything. He just laughs. And the laugh is so warm that now she's the one flustered. Right then, Jia's creatures start getting hungry. A bird's outside, so he puts food out, and all the little gluttons rush in. Wei-yin asks if something's wrong, but he tells her it's fine and that she can stay. Later in the forest, he remembers hearing a strange noise. Before that demigod appeared, he realizes the sound was coming from a bird sitting up in the world tree. Byam bolts forward ready to attack. The poor bird is startled, and Byam is yelling that he swore he'd kill this thing if it ever came back. But it seems Byam can't climb that high. He hurts his paw and falls back down. She got last. BM is way worse at climbing than he expected, and since Jiva always has to name things, he names this bird Reddy. At that moment, little red feathers fall, and the bird lands on his shoulder, smiling, seeing that they're now friends. BM gives up the chase and sulks a bit off to the side. Jia then notices that this bird can distinguish between different seeds and store them somehow. Even stranger, it seems like the bird can open a kind of portal that he can go through, and inside is a huge pile of seeds that the bird has been saving. This finally gives Jia enough seeds to store and use. A few days later back home, Jihua is online, looking up information about seed storage warehouses. He finds out that these facilities were designed as a contingency plan in case an apocalypse ever hit Earth, a way for humanity to rebuild. He also learns about something called the Stahlberg Global Seed Vault and discovers that this place is about to shut down. Ida thinks it would be a great idea to store the seeds he's collected in Reddy's portal, like his own private vault. The only problem, Stahlberg is way up north and not exactly easy to reach. It would cost a fortune and take ages to get there from Korea. Meanwhile, his little creatures are huddled together, seemingly discussing something and staring at a map. Suddenly, Reddy tugs on Jia's hair. Sheikah is startled, asking what the heck this bird is doing. Wait did it just talk. Reddy smiles and says yes. Gia asks where they're supposed to go. Reddy just tells him to come outside. When Gia steps out, Reddy transforms into a massive phoenix and tells him to hop on. Gia still wants to know where they're going. And of course, Reddy tells him they're headed to Stalbard. Gia pictures the place and says it's insane. Does Reddy even know where that is? The phoenix just spreads its wings and says obviously. Now, get on. Gia climbs on his back. Not like he has much choice anyway. And at least the bird looks confident. As soon as Gia grabs onto the feathers, Reddy blasts off at full speed. They soar through the sky, and Gia realizes the phoenix seems to be shielding him with a warm aura, keeping him comfortable. Before long, he's already seeing the icy mountains in the distance. He quickly downs a potion to help withstand the cold before they land. When Reddy touches down, Gia thanks him. And to make it even better, the Terra drones are already arriving as well. Gavat immediately sets about preparing containers to collect every single seed they can find. But then he feels something watching him. When he glances to the side, he sees werewolves, their bodies radiating dark aura. Surecat is relieved that the Terra drones came with him. At least now he can handle this. He orders the larger ones to fight outside since they can't fit inside the vault, while the others follow him inside to start gathering. The first horned werewolf charges and the fight begins. Jita slips inside with a few Terradromes, but there are even more wolves inside. He stays completely calm, not even reacting, until a Terradrone suddenly smashes one in the face. Gia thanks it, realizing he haven't even noticed the wolf there. They continue clearing room after room, until they finally find the main storage area, full of seeds. The good news is that they're still in perfect condition. The bad news is that there are way too many to move by hand. No choice time, get to work. Reddy opens his portal, and they begin loading everything through. Turns out it's way easier than Jai expected. Just 2 steps into the portal, and everything's stored. Outside, Geo wonders if there might be something else hidden in the snow, but he knows he can't stay much longer. If someone spots him with a giant phoenix, there's no way to explain that away. He steps back out. There's nothing left of the werewolves, but a pile of bodies. He praises the Terradromes for their work. Back home, Jiha has his creatures deliver seeds to villages all around. He also sends some to Hyang Suk, who gets excited right away, starting research and spreading the word about them in the dungeons. News of the special seeds quickly spreads worldwide and becomes a hot topic of interest. A few days later, back in Jehovah's shop, so nailing as their petting BM and complaining that the hunters' trading interface is awful. HunterNet, that's the name of the system they use to make deals. Apparently, they even tried setting up a physical place for hunters to trade, but it completely failed. Gia says Marketplace is way too outdated of a name. They need something more modern if they want to attract more players. But then, out of nowhere, Sunyam suddenly stands up and says she has to leave. Gia waves goodbye as she bolts out of there like a bullet. But Gia, because of course he has to solve every problem in the world, is now wondering how he's going to fix this one. He remembers one of the books he grabbed from the library. At that time, a book written by Elderarch. They got detailed information about how the hunter world worked, about attributes, dungeons, the ancient language, and more. And just a few days ago, Jita gained a new trait called system structure. See, I told you this guy is the system. Now it's official. So his plan is to create an auction house using the book's power to make it possible. At first, you plan to just sell some potions and scrolls, but obviously for the idea to really work, he'd need valuable artifacts that would grab everyone's attention. Out in the garden, he's explaining to the Terradrones how he's going to make this work. The little guys grab sticks, and Gil understands what they mean. They're telling him he can't just keep hoarding everything in a chest. Anymore, they'll have to put good items directly into the auction. Gil agrees, but now he's wondering where he's going to get good enough items. That's when one of them starts tapping a little sword on an anvil, looking ridiculously cute as he hammers away, and another is standing there in shiny armor. Chij gets the idea. Maybe they forge new gear themselves. So Gi offers them the Emperor's honey to see if it helps them work harder. And sure enough, every time he visits the forest now, there's a fresh batch of legendary gear waiting. He expected the items to be decent at best, but the rarity level is insane. On the downside, these poor Terra drones are working overtime. Seriously, it's like child labor at this point. They look exhausted, while Gia just stands there holding up a giant sword, completely amazed at their craftsmanship. Then the gang shows up. Obviously, they all want to throw down, and our boy notices something weird. Behind the tough guys. Seriously, another one. Animals just won't stop showing up in this cursed forest. He gets spooked because this time it's a huge bear, but the thing looks all cute, doing the rolls over there. Of course, he hesitates for a second, wondering how the heck this thing just popped up out of nowhere. But the next second, he's thinking the damn thing is actually really cute. Dude, when it stood up, it looked just like one of those giant teddy bears from the claw machines at the mall. You know, big enough to carry home. And what does he do in this place? Besides planting and reading, giving names to animals. Since it's a bear, he calls it Barry. Damn, man. But the bear didn't like that one bit. Bam. Punches him right in the face. Like, you think you can just mess around with me. BM was napping peacefully, where he felt something getting close. And the bear charged at him too. But this was going to be easy. BM just stands up and lands one right on its face. Looks like the name's going to stay Barry after all. And the bear is already standing up in a fighting pose. Then he charges straight at our foot, but gets tossed and sent flying. Our boy realizes this little bear is a real scrapper, tough and good at fighting. But when he's in our boy's arms, he's all soft and cuddly, a little troublemaker. So he takes the bear for a walk through the forest. And after a while, they get to the gardens. Our boy tells Barry he can eat whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't wreck anything. But the bear smells something he seems to like, and looks up. Our boy already knows. This bastard wants the Emperor's honey again. Like always. Shiha, being the nice guy he is, doesn't mind. He just grabs it, hands it over, and is all happy. Then Barry points to the side, and a portal pops open. Man, the creatures showing up are getting more and more up. As he steps through, he ends up in a room packed with equipment. Our boy realizes you could start a war with what's in there. And the most insane part is that, obviously, everything in this place is ridiculously rare. Anything from here that went up for auction would catch everyone's attention. The greedy capitalist is the first to open his mouth, asking the bear, "Hey, idiot, can I steal this stuff? I'm taking that sword. That looks like it belongs to a final boss." Our boy knows. It costs essence. Just to look at the books in Godey's library. The bus probably isn't free either. Barry then reveals. It costs 10 essences to borrow an item. Wait, you're going to auction off something you just borrowed. You're ripping the bear off. At least the sword's already in his hand. And he knows this is the perfect bait to make people start paying attention to the hunter program he's trying to launch. Right away, the first fool falls into the trap. The moment he sees that sword, he's hooked. The protagonist knows he can't pass up the chance to sell something like this. Countless eyes are locked on it, and the auction begins. Meanwhile, over at Sunyek's place, he's living the easy life surrounded by women. Casually, watching that very same item go up for auction. The price, 10,000 essences, would scare anyone. But he knows that long-term it's fair. After all, it means he'd get an ether blade, regardless of what skills he has. Hyjin thinks it makes sense too, but says they should take it to the cat master first, to have it appraised. Huh, and who could that be right? The only person in this world who ever does anything. Hyjin goes and spills the secret. Tell Suniev that our boy wants the cat from the auction. Damn, you really can't trust anyone to keep a secret in this world. Meanwhile, deep inside a dungeon, a huge ogre is charging forward, only to get ripped apart. The one squealing the attack is Suniev, now holding our boy's sword, while the guy next to him is stunned at how powerful it is. This was that sword, the Demon Slayer. He says it's even better than he imagined, especially since it goes so well with his acceleration skill. The guy with the glasses comments that acceleration wasn't the ability listed of the auction. So Sunyev explains that, yeah, our boy tweaked the sword bit. The guy finds it weird, that the cat isn't doing appraisals anymore. And Sunyev just says he was lucky enough to run into him. Back on the other side, our boy is sleeping peacefully, lying on top of the big bear with BM on his back. The next morning, he plans something new and wipes the sweat from all that hard work. Back in the forest, he walks through the clearing and notices something different. The place feels a little too quiet. There are fewer terror drones than usual, probably because the little guys are out, delivering the auction goods. Jaga thought he was a nice guy, but look at the poor terror drones' faces. They build a forge. They deliver, basically working overtime. Our boy thinks they really deserve a good reward, right? What's it going to give them minimum wage? That's when the Terradrome Knight shows up. And of course our boy puts him to work too. He says he wants to take her to Estram. But the Terradrome looks nervous, flailing its arms, saying it's impossible. Our boy explains. He's not asking for a permanent delivery. He just wants more bees so the folks are can honey. The Terradrome stares at him like he's suspicious. But Geo reassures him, promising to bring him back soon. Bold as ever, he just reaches right in. These bees really aren't scared of anything. Meanwhile, over at Selena's bookshop, she's sipping tea when the protagonist calls for her. She asks if he's the Gardner Arc, and he says yes. It's been a while since they last met. He greets Adinsel too, and they both want to know what he's here for. This time, he then reveals his offer. He's going to give them the beehive. Let them raise it. Harvest all the honey and then deliver it to Jiha. As a reward, any amount of honey they harvested will be paid back to them. And Sugar Adinsko looks shocked, since sugar is way rarer than honey. Selena agrees since the price of sugar is insane. But right then, the little bag appears. Adinsko grabs a spoonful, puts it in his mouth, and says it's confirmed. Yep, this is definitely sugar. Selena's already all giddy, practically shaking from the glucose rush. It's gone straight to her brain. And of course she agrees to the deal. Meanwhile, over in the United States of America, someone's saying, negotiations with foreign countries are getting tough. The Koreans have an unfair advantage. The guy in front, probably Son. Yuck, yeah. Looks way too much like him not to be. Agrees. And says they need something big for this next phase. Turns out they were called to a meeting. Sanyak says they practically begged him to show up, like the world was going to end if he didn't. His friend tells him he really has to attend, but says what really matters for a hunter is hunting. One thing's for they're going to bring up Jiha, but what only he knows is that Jiha also has the most powerful appraisal skill, so convincing him is going to be hard. His friend points out that winning him over will be tough, no matter what they offer. The kid doesn't seem interested in fame or money. Sanjeev just says there's only one way to find out. Cut to the meeting room with Ashley, who greets them both and announces she'll be leading the session. Sunyich says he wishes she was on their side, but she replies that as AU's official, obviously, she has other objectives. He says he understands, then sits down looking a bit hesitant. His only goal here is to make sure Korean hunters aren't discriminated against. Ashley starts the meeting and says she'll lay out the talking points. The white-haired guy knows they need to be careful with what they say. Then the woman slams the table and tells them to reveal the first question. The guy in the corner with the red tie asks for proof that this person, called Jihad, really exists, and whether the so-called cat master, who can reveal any item, is actually real. Someone else asked about the auction house and all the terror drones that have been appearing. Everyone agrees. It's unfair for all of this to be happening just in Korea. Imagine if they found out. It's not just happening in Korea, but all connected to the same person. Feels like the main character of the story, right? Coincidence. The gray-haired guy immediately says, yeah, it's true. You fools. What are you going to do about it? He taps the table and adds, I got no reason to lie. They demand to know why this information was being hidden. It fires back. That it's not like the United States is out there sharing every bit of truth either. After all, they know full well the U.S. is hiding the other reactor. One of the guys gets pissed and shouts, hey, you bastard. That's a commercial matter. Totally different from hiding information from hunters. But the guy just says China had a secret Cyclops dungeon, too, and only revealed it after they already cleared it. He's fuming, saying this is how intelligence works. Nobody shares information for free. He slams the table and reminds them. Everyone knows what a hunter's life is like, since everyone's got their own secrets. He expects that not to be a problem. Now the whole room is sweating bullets. Sitting there like their underwear just got soaked. When Sun Yeech speaks up, saying he's not here for an interrogation and won't be answering that kind of question. Right away they ask, what Korea thinks about receiving a proposal to set a hunter quota. Scene cuts to some time later, with his partner, complimenting him for completely breaking their morale. Looks like the U.S. government is going to start sending hunters to Korea once a month, which is actually a good thing for everyone. The American guys are farming more, while the Koreans have to work less, because it's getting hard to keep the dungeons under control. Plus, everyone expected Jicho wouldn't accept any offer from the Americans anyway, so there's no reason to worry. But one of the guys wonders if there's something they could get for this kid. Saniek says maybe. Food for the little creatures will be what he wants most. The guy, though, suggests giving him a space where he could store his stuff and charge hunters a fee. Charging hunters a fee. That's got capitalist written all over it. Back in the village of Estrania, the redhead shows up decked out in full armor. Whoa, girl looking strong. She looks around and notices something weird. These folks have a ton of food, meat, and everything. All the stuff they didn't have back in the big city. These farmers are living it up. She goes up to talk to Eden Skull and explains she lost contact with the Barons and wants to know if they heard anything. Eden Skull says no. They disappeared after they took the soldiers away. Last time, the redhead pretty as ever says, oh, so that's how it is. But why do you all have so many cows here? If the Barons ran off, how are you suddenly living this well? Eden Skull explains that back when those guys were here, the cows were hostile, but now they're chill. Quinn Saiz, realizing these people aren't the lying type, so she doesn't even know why she's doubting them. Eden Skull doesn't want to tell her that. Those two Barons were actually kicked out of this place for some reason. He whistles, and when Huayin looks up, there they are, our boys' workers. 7-0, those guys don't stop for a second, sweating buckets out in the fields. Huayin is impressed, but says she thought he didn't believe in Lord Ark's existence. Eden Skull bows his head and apologizes for lying about it. The truth is, he and his village made a contract with Lord Ark, and all he asks is that they stop asking questions about it and don't try anything. Huayin wants to know if they're turning against him, but Eden Skull says no. Now that I think about it, is this really way in? Must be right. Can't be two identical redheads running around. Although now that I notice she's got a sword at her hip, maybe it's not way on after all. Eden Skull then says the village from now on is going to follow its own independent path. The idea is that no one here will be influenced by outside forces. Selena confesses that Lord Ark protects them, and they can't deny their faith. The night stays quiet for a moment, looking like she's deep in thought. Then she notices Selena's clothes, says she must be Oracle, and accuses them of betraying everything. Plus, she calls it stupid to believe in a god that doesn't exist. She doubts those little beetle guys working 247s without even getting a lunchbox are really Lord Ark's servants. Selena insists that even without evidence, she can prove Ark exists. Wait, how is that supposed to work? The redhead laughs and says she wants to see it. If Selena can really prove it, she'll believe in this so-called god. Meanwhile, one of the terror drones is tugging our boys back, hauling for him. He sees all the commotion in town and wonders who these strangers are. Then he recognizes it the dream of Jamak City. He realizes they're trying to prove Ark's existence and decides he's going to have to make it rain. The madman grabs a watering can and says it's settled. He dumps a rainstorm, so strong that looks more like giant waves, crashing down on the poor souls. The knight is standing there, terrified as the water comes down, while Din Skull is already calling for stretchers. Time passes, the lights fade, and later, the beautiful redhead wakes up in Selena's house. She asks what happened, and then Selena explains. She got knocked out by a drop of water. That's when the redhead remembers that it really did happen. What she can't figure out is how. Something like that just appeared out of nowhere. Meanwhile, the protagonist, after dumping out the watering can, is shocked. He thought it would just make it rain, not knock everybody out cold. The redhead still has her hand over her face, saying she can't believe what just happened. Selena, on the other hand, says now she has to convert. She made a promise. Even so, the woman still doubts it, saying maybe it wasn't the so-called Lord Ark at all. Selena tells her there's only one way to know for sure and invites her to come along so she can see the answer with her own eyes. They arrive at the prayer area and Selena kneels, saying to Ark that she's brought a new believer, bringing more women into this cult. Apparently the redhead is standing there, wondering if this god is even real, when suddenly a giant hand appears. Holy hell, is our boy just going to be a giant hand now, out of nowhere? Selena tells her to climb onto the hand, and I'm completely confused. But then we skip a few days ahead, over to Gimmick's military base. Someone slaps a paper down and says he wasn't expecting a report like this from her. This is Buranda, the captain of the Gimmick Mites. He says the whole story sounds ridiculous. The redhead starts to explain, but he cuts her off, calls her by name Mary, and says Ark's existence doesn't matter. What matters is their survival. The worst thing she could do right now is tell the truth. This all means to stay a secret. But later that night, she's kneeling with the cross and the book, asking God for forgiveness. Unfortunately, she has to act as a non-believer, despite what she'd seen. Meanwhile, back in the United States, someone is staring at our boy's picture, saying they need the psychic services. This guy is the director of the U.S. Hunter Association. Sometime later, someone walks into the room and says that all the rumors about this guy seem to be true. From the hunter shop to the potion shop, to the guy who makes the revealing items. Everything is pointing back to Jia. And of course, here come these weirdos saying they want this kid, even making a collage of his photos. Like they're obsessed. One of the staff warns him not to try anything stupid, since it could lead to conflict with the Korean Association. But the boss asks what's better, to be enemies with Korea, with Jia on their side, or the other way around. The man tries to argue, but the boss goes on about the value of this kid's awakening and the items from that auction. Even without those, they'd still have the kid's potion scrolls, which is insane. Anyone could set up a hunter shop, but the items he has are completely different. Meanwhile, our boy's giant whale is calmly swimming through the sea when it finds a strange, isolated island. Inside there seem to be these giant, zombie mosquito things that came out of nowhere. Right away, the whale thinks this place can't just be left alone. Its plan is to preserve life as much as possible. Then it opens its massive mouth, ready to swallow everything there. Looks like the entire island is gone. Now our boy, on the other hand, is back to writing in his book as usual, with the little creatures around him. Suddenly, a bell rings. He shuts the book while BM tugs at him too. He follows to see what BM wants. And soon, they reach a beach with a cliff overlooking the ocean. Far off, the giant whale seems to be bringing islands with it. Our boy wonders what the creature is doing and why. A window popped up in front of him. It says, the world of, or is moving the islands to a safe place. The kid realizes this beast can move practically an entire continent, and along with a massive wave, it caused a bunch of treasure wash ashore. The whale is practically celebrating, splashing water everywhere while our boy just smiles, thinking not only did he get treasure, but now he's got even more islands to take care of. Then the whale waves goodbye, telling him to visit when he has more time. And the big softy dives back into the water. Then the scene cuts to an office. The guy steams the table, demanding to know, what's this business about finding a new religion? He's talking to Mary, asking what she thinks about it. Then we jump back a few hours earlier, in the same region, when she was in the middle of training, drenched in sweat. The Med Commander Bartok shows up and greets her. She asks if he needs something, and right away, he puts a hand on her shoulder and tells her to come to his office. This dude's sighing like crazy in the background, saying he wants to talk about Lord Ark. Get out of here, creep. In the office, he starts talking about this new religion. Mary plays dumb, saying religion. I don't know anything about that. Never heard of this Lord Ark, don't even know him. But the guy reveals. He already looked through her locker and found a crest of Lord Ark in there. Girl, you're not helping yourself. 16 IQ, pretty and dumb, just the way some guys like. And poor Mary's sweating in the cold. Now realizing she's in trouble. She looks scared. This guy must be strong. Because I thought she'd just get pissed, draw her sword, and be done with it. But the commander says he hasn't told anyone yet. But now she owes him a little favor. Oh great, here comes the creep moment. She's sure. This bastard is going to use her like a puppet. But he just tells her to leave. Says he'll call for her when he needs something. At least it sounds like it'll just be missions. Better than anything else. A little while later, she's out in the forest alone, lamenting how screwed she is. Now, she being watched can't openly love Lord Ark anymore. And now she owes that weirdo a favor. Then she notices the lights in her house are on. She opens the door, remembering she hadn't left anything on. As soon as she walks in, pissed off, she demands to know who broke into her house, only to find Bartok, who comments that she's coming home pretty late. Mary is confused and just says she was training, but that he pulls out a book and says, now the proof is clear. She's a follower of Ark's cult. She really has been fooled by the lies about this god. Poor Mary is still trying to deny it. But the guy says fine. He'll just read a few pages out loud. It talks about some shameful first words, about an intimate relationship between Lord Ark and the incarnation of Silvered. Mary gets flustered, wanting to know what the hell this creep is talking about. She tries to grab the book, but two knights hold her back. She knows things are just getting worse. The guy says he can't believe someone with such a good position, and the Empire is trying to betray them. She must have forgotten the oaths. She swore to the Emperor. Apparently, she was raised by Bornder, which he now calls a big mistake. Mary's getting angry, whispering Bertok's name. And I still don't get why this guy's always out of breath. I know you're chubby, but seriously, can't you just stand still? And yep, it's exactly what I thought, full-on creep mode. He tells her to visit him every night, so he can fix her way of thinking. What the hell is happening here? Suddenly the scene switches to Barander, who says, you won't let her marry that fat bastard Bartok. Mary looks shocked about to say something, but he just tells her to shut up, pack her things and leave. He'll handle everything. He cops her face and admits he didn't expect they'd have problems this early. He also says her personality isn't the best. Mary thinks maybe it'd be easier to just accept it, but he says no way. He warns her that she wouldn't be treated like a wife, but like a toy. Humiliated, forced to live with that washed-up guy. And as long as he's alive, that won't happen. Then he grabs a bag and a knife, tells her to run away, and go to the place where she saw the miracle. Meanwhile, Bartok's waiting, thinking she'll show up at night, and apparently something really is about to happen. Now she's there in this little dress. Weren't you supposed to be running away? Everyone's praising the commander, saying she looks amazing. Those bastards are already watching her. Head into the house, saying Bartok is going to have a great time. 20 minutes later, they go check how big the hole is in the wall. That is the bell rings. They want to know who the hell's causing trouble. But she's already mounted her horse and bolted. Bartok shouts, my redhead, catch that damn girl. And she's riding off yelling, get lost, fatty. There's no way I'm marrying you, bastard. But a guy like him can't lose the only redhead he'll ever see in his life. He's charging ahead with his entire troop. Until suddenly, a lightning bolt strikes right between them, splitting everyone apart, and of course it's our foot. You better watch out, or you're gonna get gored. And that thing kills. Then we cut to the garden, where our boy is with the pterodrones, working hard as always. Geo comes over to check what they're writing, and is shocked, wondering if the message is even true. That's when they reveal that Bartok has been chasing after the redhead. Jihad immediately decides to act, saying that if this is true, it got a serious problem. He doesn't want anything bad happening to her. He starts searching everywhere on the map, until he finally spots her riding on horseback, running for her life. Right away, he calls on the fastest of them all, Arfoot, who opens a massive portal, charges through, fires up those corns, and unleashes a thunderstrike. The fat creep just stands there, wondering why. Even the gods are stopping him from catching the redhead. Worse yet, the lightning strike left a giant crater. So yeah, he's gotten a chance now. Our foot goes over to her, and she realizes this creature came just to save her. She thanks the horse, apologizing and saying she wouldn't have made it this far without him. Artfoot takes off flying, leaving everyone behind. Half a second later, they're already right above the place where she first met Art's people. She starts wondering if all of this was part of the god's plan. The knights immediately recognize her and order someone to call the prince. Right then, she faints on the ground and Dinskull rushes in to help. On our boy's system interface, a notification pops up saying that Margareta Lestel has sworn loyalty. Now he knows the redhead is safe from here on out. He praises Arfoot for his hard work, gives him a carrot as a treat, and the big guy just chills. One thing I like about this story, there's never a transition. Suddenly our boy's in a fresh outfit, walking through the city looking for something. Okay, turns out he's looking for the Hunter Academy. Well, I didn't even know this city had one. And guess what hunters do at the academy? Exactly lessons and tests. What a miserable life. But of course, that's also where hunters are trained. From the lowest rank to the strongest, the students are all there, doing their practice diligently, while Jihad is just observing. The training is way more basic than he expected. He watches a theory class and sees that at least they're learning the fundamentals in a well-structured way. But the problem is, this battle prep training feels way too simple. Come on, girl, point that sword forward. There you go. Our boy isn't convinced this is enough. When the apocalypse finally hits, sooner or later they'll hit a wall. They won't be able to break through. But seeing how motivated the students are, he's sure he needs to bring some real change to this place. I'm telling you, this kid is slowly becoming the master of the entire world. That's when a hunter with a mohawk steps in, asking Perseo what he thinks of the base. Did you like the guys on his training? These are the tough ones. Our boy thanks them for letting him see all this. But suddenly we're back in the garden, or maybe not. Looks like our boy already left again. I didn't even notice. Then we get a look at the lives of the creatures. Arfa is busy eating. BM is pastoring ready, while Growler and Barry are going at it in a full-on sparring match. After a long session, they're all resting. Well, not just the three of them, more like 25 now, while they eat, drink, and play around. Guess who's the only one still hard at work? That's right, the Terror Drones again. I'm starting to think I'm a Terror Drone myself. We're all Terror Drones, guys. The dream is to be like BM. Just eat, sleep, and play. But in reality, capitalism has us out here in a city, working, hammering metal, sweating bullets, making weapons so Jihad can make money. The Terror Drones get praised for building something amazing again, and they all celebrate together. Finally, they started producing rank-free weapons, just like a real-life worker. You go to your job, get something to eat, and that's it. Drink some water, and you're back to work. Our protagonist is now studying how to create his very own miniature world. Man, he's officially becoming a god now. One thing he notices in the scriptures is that this world he create would be different from the one he sees. So it's a world only the soul can enter, basically like a virtual reality. And guess what? Could this be good for the hunters at the Academy of Practice in? He's not sure if it's actually going to work, as he absent-mindedly pets BIM. He then makes it a little clay doll, and everyone's staring, wondering if this thing is really going to work. Our boy shows off the amazing creations he's made. 2 humans and a monster. The creatures don't look too impressed, and he apologizes if they turned out bad. Either way, he explains that if a human soul could enter, that doll would basically come alive. He's wondering who he should send in there first. And obviously, guess what go on? Terradromes work your poor things. Once again, they're the unlucky ones, dragged into doing what they don't want to do. Actually, even worse. He makes them take control of the dolls, while their real bodies go limp. But at the same time, it's fascinating how perfectly he seems to control the puppets. What matters most now is figuring out whether they can gain experience and actually grow stronger. Fighting his puppets, our boy steps through a portal and commands them to charge. The 3 terror drones. Now, just souls rush into the miniature world. Damn, he really made his own little world to make the creatures fight in it. He basically created a Pakawation battle arena. For hunters, it looks like. The terror drones can't use their natural abilities. But even so, this is way better than what you just saw. Back at the Hunter Association. The only downside is that building something like this, for those people, would cost a lot. After a while, the terror drones manage to win, but they're completely exhausted. Our boy praises them for their first simulation and asks if the experience was painful. The winning terror drones just flex their arms, proudly saying it was easy. They're pumped. Now the system then announces that the adventure mission has been completed, and the miniature world will be reset. With that, his ability to create new worlds levels up, and he gains a brand new skill. At that moment, one of the terror drones shows that his arm has transformed into a sort of blade and gives it a swing. Jiva realizes this has incredible potential. This way, hunters in the real world could train their abilities in a safe place, while more experienced ones could fight against creatures they'd never normally get a chance to face and prepare for the day they meet something they can't handle. He's certain this is the best way to use this power. And with that, his sanctuary development ability also levels up. The next day, he's there with the world tree now at level 4. With 15 extra status points, more resistance, plus possession and observation. Unlocked. Possession allowed him to enter with his consciousness into trees, animals, plants, rocks, basically everything. He pretty much became whatever he possessed right away. He wonders if this would also work. Inside the miniature world he created, he tests the new ability, and now it feels like he can create whatever he wants with just a finger. The downside, there's no free lunch in this world. Every time he created something, it cost him essence. He opens a book to check the rates and tries to come up with a plan. If it were up to him, he'd do everything for free. But that's not how things work. He grabs his pen and says that. Now that everything's planned, it's time to get started. Meanwhile, over at the Korean Academy, you know, the one humiliating the entire world. The United States was already pissed before. Imagine now teacher explains that next month, everyone will have a hands-on experience in the hunter world. Oh, and they're introducing a new teacher. Hyjin, damn, what beauty. There's no way it isn't her. That waifu from the beginning. The one who kept chasing after saying yuck. Looks like she's going to be a new instructor now. All the students are hyped up as the queen arrives. She introduces herself, talking about all the things she's accomplished. When suddenly a man bursts in saying they got bad news. The gang had spawned inside the academy. Hyjin immediately tells everyone to back off. Take care of the kids. She's going to handle this. She comments that from the outside, it looked like a normal portal. She's about to go in. But Jim Banks says he'll check it first. The moment he touches it, what happens? He faints face first into the ground. Obviously now, he's in the place our boy created, holding his head, trying to understand what just happened to him. He's not in the same body, not holding the same weapon. What's going on? Then the system greets him, welcoming him to the tutorial dungeon, explaining that only basic skills work there, and that his real body is safe outside. He grabs the sword and sees that it actually looks like a great starter weapon. Not to mention, this place would be perfect for anyone at the academy to train in. He immediately starts wondering if someone set this up on purpose, but it would have to be someone really powerful to make something so complex. The poor little moles he was supposed to fight are already looking terrified, wanted to understand how this works. He doesn't hesitate. He rushes in and starts cutting everything down. He notices that only basic abilities work, but that's fine. It's more than enough to train the academy students. Then the system tells him he failed to receive the powerful attack reward because he had already mastered it. He's confused. This was a strange dungeon, easy but still handing out skill rewards. It really is the perfect setup for beginner hunters. A system asks if he wants to proceed to stage 2, but the guy stays humble and says no. If it were me, I'd go all the way to stage 99. Grab every reward possible. No hosetashin. Then he wakes up in the hospital, and the nurse says he just suddenly collapsed. The fool face planted and scared all the cadets when he touched that blue door. He gets up thanking her, and she tells him to rest. But he says he's fine, because he needs to tell everyone what he saw inside. Meanwhile, outside, everyone is curious to know what happens inside that place. The white hair guy says they have no idea. Something is about to shake the entire world. The scene cuts to an interview where someone says, "It's incredible, a place where you can gain experience without putting yourself at risk." And grief has already begun spreading in every corner. One man says, "Fine, it's just a tutorial." But the academy shouldn't keep it all to themselves. And that's exactly what Chihua is afraid of. Looks like he's going to have to create a dungeon that everyone can access. Sometime later, Jia tells Wei Yin he's going to grab something for them to drink. When she notices something outside, a new Gekken appeared, and she immediately starts calling everyone, saying they need backup. She asks for beds and mattresses to be brought, warning that everyone who touches it is going to faint. The whole group is transported, and suddenly find themselves in a desolate place. It's funny. Everyone's appearance changes. Their heads and faces look completely different, like they just changed skins in a video game. On top of that, inside the gate, she feels like she has 3 times more ether, and her fire magic is much stronger. What she finds strange is that, for what she'd heard about these kinds of dungeons, you are only supposed to get beginner-level stuff. Then a message pops up saying she has to pay 50 essences to participate in this training dungeon. The others explain that they only had to pay 15 or 20, and she's practically crying, realizing the price is higher for her, because she's the leader, with no other choice. And now that everyone is paid, if she clicks yes to start the trial, right away, what appears is one of those blood wolves from before. She knows this is a disaster rank creature, which should be impossible to face in a simple beginner training session. Normally the right move now would be to run, but this time, things are different. She motivates the team, telling them to charge in, without fear. The girl immediately forms a massive fireball, practically a spirit bomb, and the explosion seems to wipe out the entire area. News about the new portal spreads quickly. In the hunter community, Huin tells everyone that now they can fight disaster-ranked monsters, or at least practice against them. Seeing this, Jia is happy because the portal is actually being used. Lots of hunters are leaving positive reviews about it. At that moment, he remembers he had asked Eden Skull and Selena for help about what monsters existed in their world. Thanks to that, he was able to prepare creatures. That made a lot more sense for hunters to fight. The one who suffered, of course, was the poor Terra drone who had to tank everything. He also notices that Mary is starting to adapt well to the city, with the dungeon doing so well and the portal active. Jill wonders if maybe it's time to create other portals to help the academy students. He pats VM, the little cutie, saying that he could also add new weapons for them to practice with, help them get stronger. Back at the academy, a bunch of students gather in front of the place. One of the girls is trembling, but her friend tells her to calm down, reminding her that no one dies inside. Cemento says they need to push themselves and break the new record. Some of them still seem unsure, saying it's impossible. But the orange-haired girl says they've got skilled people on the team, so they can do it. After a lot of convincing, the group enters the dungeon. Right away, they charge at the killer thorn monster, which starts firing spikes in every direction. As they dodge and get closer, the guy with glasses counterattacks, unleashing a triple piercing strike, while Dissel in the back prepares a shot and lands an arrow. Her shot is like a cannon. It completely shatters the monster's shell, but the arrow was so strong, ricocheted and hit one of their teammates. At least he doesn't feel pain, though honestly I think he should. Sure, it could traumatize someone to feel their head crushed during training, but still, how are they supposed to get used to the pain of real fights otherwise? At that moment, the Give understands that this is exactly why they're here. If this were the real world, that arrow would have cost them dearly. But here it only cost her the lesson she just learned. They finished the fight, the monster's head rolling on the ground, But right away stage 3 starts and an orc appears. Remember that monster from way back at the beginning. The huge beast immediately lands a punch on one of them, sending him flying. The girl instantly casts 3 fireballs in a row, but they don't land a single hit. She starts focusing more mana, determined to prove who's stronger. But then, the system asks if that's really what she wants to do. The girl is confused, wondering what this little system is even asking. And apparently, it was our boy who wrote that prompt in the first place, which you probably shouldn't have. He's trying to drop some hints to help them out. It then says, it hopes she'll contribute more to the group. The key to defeating that creature was somehow stopping its regeneration. She interprets this as meaning she should use fire to prevent it from healing. And of course, fire is the perfect element for that, since it causes damage over time. The mage warns everyone she's about to conjure a wall of fire and asks them to block the troll from escaping. She calls forth her power, and a pillar of fire erupts inside the monster, which starts writhing in agony until it finally burns away completely. She wonders if it's finally over, and the system congratulates them for clearing stage 3. The group celebrates because they're about to earn essence. Plus, they just broke the new record. They go to tell the teacher, but I still can't believe it. Is this really hygiene? There's no way she's got that hairstyle now, with those bangs, and still has the same mane. Maybe I'm just losing it. She's impressed they broke the record, and it asks if they try anything new. The fire mage just explains. They followed the hints that appeared and used them to stop the troll's healing. But now that they've beaten that creature, they want to go explore off campus. She says fine, but she has to go with them. One of the students suggests they visit the hunter's shop over in Region 7. When they arrive, the place is packed. The kid is shocked, realizing the level of the people here is way above the academies. Suddenly, one of them spots the group with the famous Diaclit, who people say is an apostle of Lord Ark. One of the students asks what's an apostle. Another replies like Jehovah's Witnesses dude. Plus they figure there's nothing to lose by being on Lord Ark's side. So if they run into anyone connected to him, they should talk to them. The teacher then tells them to stay put and look around while she goes to get permission for them to enter. That's when they see a massive tree, saying it looks way different compared to the pictures. They're all excited, arguing and buzzing with energy, when Hwain shows up to greet them, saying she heard they were the ones who broke the academy dungeon record. The fire mage gets emotional, fangirling over Hwain, the legend herself. Meanwhile, our boy greets everyone, casually saying he's just a shop owner. They invite the students inside the shop, and the kids are blown away by the potions, scrolls, and everything else. Jiho, watching the group, so excited, remembers how much they struggled in the dungeon, and realizes his plan is working. Then someone calls them over, offering them a bucket full of stuff, saying they got lucky because he has gifts for the group. In the background, the 2 strong women talk about how these new dungeons are perfect to prepare the next generation. Everyone's holding their potions amazed, while the teacher comments that it's good to see them so happy. Back in the forest, our boys picking apples, thinking about how good their visit was. The apples taste amazing, but suddenly, all the little creatures come jumping on him. He pets our food and hands out apples for everyone to eat. Then the terror drone shows up. The poor guy is just picking up what's left on the ground. And worse, he's not even picking them up to eat. He's collecting the apple seeds to plant them somewhere else. But thanks to them and the seeds, they're planting everywhere. More and more plants are growing in the forest. Little saplings keep sprouting, and the whole garden keeps expanding. And the most interesting thing is that in this world, nothing ages even after the harvest is done. Obviously, that must be thanks to the world tree. At that moment, he hears Celine's voice telling him all honey has been collected. She's holding a huge bucket, trembling from excitement, while our boy wants to know how she managed to gather it so fast. He explains that he planted flowers near the hive to attract more bees, and everything worked out perfectly. As promised, he hands her a bag of sugar. Celia is surprised And once again, her faith in Ark is renewed. Jiam notices that lately, she doesn't even hesitate to accept anything anymore. Suddenly, one of the hard-working little guys calls for him. He remembers that those tireless workers also need to be paid. So he gives them their little pot of minimum wage. And they all celebrate. But then he notices something strange. One of the beetles is offering him a bit of honey, not want to turn down the little guy's kindness. He accepts, but then another pterodron calls him over, and he's wondering what these guys are up to. This time one of them starts drawing on the ground. And at least this time, it's clear he's a real artist. You can clearly see it's a pterodron scattering seeds. Heya wants to know where they're planning to spread them. The little guy draws planet Earth. And Heya realizes this time it wouldn't be in Gehenna. They want to spread it across the entire world. The little beetles proudly nod their heads, looking adorable, as if to say that's exactly what they mean. The protagonist knows that. The world tree is helping plants grow healthy, and really he has no reason to reject the plan, since food is plentiful here. As always, he's going to leave all the work in the pterodron's hands. A few days pass and forums start buzzing. The people talking about pterodrones, showing up everywhere. These creatures are basically becoming global celebrities, appearing in every corner of the world. The protagonist thinks they might be scaring some people, but in the end it's worth it. Then he sees a thread on the forum where people are complaining about the system pop UPS, but instead of getting angry, Geo wonders how he could improve the system. He checks his own system window and notices the massive list of attributes. He decides to move Vitality to the main status tab and reorganize the layout. While thinking all this through, he absent-mindedly pets BM. He realizes that what's really missing is some kind of level system. Leveling up would definitely motivate hunters. The problem is, he doesn't know what kind of benefit to give them. For leveling up, he can't just hand out free stat points to everyone. The system suggests that if he can't give everyone a buff, he could give everyone debuff instead. But Jiho knows that would make him hated for the rest of his life. In the end, he decides to launch the level system first and think about the details later. He also considers adding level requirements for buying or trading certain items and weapons. That way the system would encourage people to level up, to unlock better gear. You're sure it's a good plan to prepare for the future. Meanwhile, some hunters get a quiz, asking if they want to accept these changes or not. Everyone's curious, and the gray-haired guy realizes it's just a different way of naming the points they already had. Looks like dual classing might even be coming. And the gray-haired guy is just as confused as I am, saying, this is going to throw the whole world into chaos. Just then he gets a call, telling him to run to the hunter shop on 7th Street right away. Apparently, something strange is happening near the giant tree. The entire region is being covered by a forest. The next day, it looks like a lot of people are showing up there, while our boy, as always, is just working in the shop like nothing happened. Two people are chatting about the new classes and the new system. One of them also complains that lately, the system feels a bit unfair, since certain classes level up much faster because they're offensive ones. His friend agrees, saying that mages and archers spend all the money they earn just on mana, potions, and arrows. At that moment, Ja steps in and interrupts their conversation, handing them a bag full of potions and thanking them for always being loyal customers. The guy thanks him practically in tears, while Gia just says it's nothing special. But as soon as they leave, Gia realizes he actually doesn't know much about the hunter's real problems, since he doesn't go out and hunt himself. Maybe before implementing anything else in the system, he should investigate further. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice calling him. He looks outside and sees it's Sonia and asks, "What's going on?" Right away, she pulls something from the ground, tosses it at him, and asks if he sees this. What she's holding isn't something that originated on Earth. He asks if it came from Bina, and she says she's absolutely sure. Looking at some of the plants, they can see that the underside is golden and glowing. Now she wants to know what's happening, who scattered these seeds, and what's the goal behind it. Chica just stands there staring at the tree, not fully understanding it all either. But he's sure this is only the beginning, and something big is coming. In the end, all he wants is to do everything he can to bring happiness to everyone. He walks through the grass, confident that the future is bright. He sits at the base of the great tree with the little creatures and opens his system window, thinking about testing his abilities. Up until now, he hasn't really used the possession skill he gained, the one that lets him enter the consciousness of any animal, rock plant, or even tree. At the same time, he knows just observing things from above, like some giant god, isn't enough. At some point, he needs to investigate things himself, like any normal hunter would. Suddenly, he hears someone calling him. He recognizes the voice. It's Marguerite Mary, the redhead he saved from the fat creep, and asks what's wrong. She reveals about her adoptive father, the officer at the military post, and says she needs his help. She says she owes so much to Lord Ark for saving her from that dark time, but she still has to do her part. Jia asks if it was that man who helped her become a knight, and she admits it was, saying that without exaggeration. He's responsible for half her life. She also says that even though Bartok might be lying low after the lightning strike, there's nothing stopping him from planning retaliation later, and she's terrified of what he might try to do too. Bornder, Giovanni knows. She's scared that her actions might affect her father's life. The problem is that Bartok comes from a rich and powerful family, and his influence in the army is massive. Even so, Mary prays to Ark, saying all she wants is to rescue the captain from that monster. Seeing her sincerity, Jia is convinced. He can see it in her eyes and says fine. He'll check out what's happening in the Gamak region. She thanks him, pleading with him to please help them. Jia thinks this man must really be someone important to her. Sometime later, he finds John Mack, a fortress hidden in the mountains. Inside, that wretched fat Bartok is yelling at his flesh and blood soldiers, humiliating them, saying they're not doing their jobs properly. On the project, Jihad immediately realizes this must be Bartok. The guy is incredibly fat, while everyone else in the place is clearly starving. He's sure those poor workers are suffering under this guy, and decides he's already seen enough to know exactly what kind of person Bartok is. Beyonce edges Jahal, worried because he noticed how angry he'd gotten. Gear apologizes and calms down, thinking that for now, he needs to figure out a way to contact Bornder. Then suddenly, he seems to get an idea. There's a little hamster scurrying nearby, and Gear remembers he has the possession ability. The system asks if he really wants to go through with the possession, and he confirms. Inside a room, someone is sighing, exhausted at their work desk, complaining that their group should be out hunting and gathering food, but instead they're stuck waiting for that coward. Another man rumbles that this guy doesn't understand the power of Lord Ark. Just as our boy climbs up on the table, he walks across it right in front of the man, who notices and freezes. Jaika says, Bornder, can you see me, you fool? Of course. Bornder jumps back, startled, shouting, what the hell? Stuart Little just showed up out of nowhere. Zazie please lat bodanda. I'm a friend of Marguerite Lestel. Warnder is confused. What is he supposed to say to a hamster? But since Gia mentioned Mary, he asks if she made it to Estran, and if Gia is one of Ark's oracles. She admits it might be hard to believe, but yes, it's true. He then explains that Mary sent him here to get Warnder out of this place. Warnder asks how that would even be possible, and Gia simply says they have their own methods. Warnder knows it's hard to believe any of this, but it's just as hard to demand proof. Even so, he's already relieved just knowing Mary is alive. Now he can die in peace. Gia hesitates, not sure why the man's suddenly talking about dying, but Miranda says it's easier to just show him the situation. They try to explain it. Out in the city, Gia sits on Vornder's shoulder, observing everything. From above, like a god, overlooking the city. Everything looks neat, almost cute, like everything is functioning perfectly. But from up close, you can see that the people are worn out, their clothes filthy, suffering as they haul heavy stones. Then he hears a strange noise, some banging, some gnawing, and spots kids chewing on scraps, even bits of wood. Bornder explains that the children eat the mites. Leftovers. What? That escalated fast, straight to starvation and desperation. Gia can't understand how food could be this scarce. But of course, the rich are hoarding everything. Bartok is greedy and does whatever it takes to get what he wants. And nothing else matters to him. Borinder tells Jihan to look at something. It's a massive palace, one of the results of Bartok's greed. 2 guards stand in front talking about eating meat, and one even says he's getting tired of it. Meanwhile, the poor are begging for crumbs, but the soldiers just walk past them, completely indifferent. Borinder says this is what the city has become. Gear realizes it's far worse than he imagined. The social divide and cruelty are staggering. The city is heading toward ruin, and he doesn't want to let that happen. He asks Borinder if he has any idea how to get the people to rise up against Bartok. Borinder explains that no one here is stupid. They know that if they start spreading rumors against Bartok, they'll be killed. Gio wonders if maybe their mindset would change if they witnessed the power of a god. Meanwhile, Artful is off peacefully munching grass. Borinder leaves for a meeting and Jiva sits on a box, deep in thought. His first plan is to understand the rumors and everything happening in the city. But suddenly someone grabs him. The mustached man says he always knew Borinder was strange, but now talking to Wraths, that's insanity. He needs to show this to everyone so they know. Borinder has completely lost it. Shergar tries to do the obvious thing, break the possession, but nope, he fell right into the trap. His level was way too low, so he couldn't just forcefully break free. And the guy seems to think the hamster's eyes look way too human. He wonders if the little creature actually knows how to talk. That just makes things worse. Now Borinder looks like he's talking to a possessed Yemen rat. He says he has to show this to Bartok, so he'll understand what kind of person he's got under his command. The guy takes off running, carrying Jihua along. Meanwhile, back in the forest, the bell is ringing. You better get Ja back. There's an entire gang getting ready to move. Barry is already asking if maybe they should go look for Jihua, since he's missing and the alarm is sounding. BM agrees the garden wouldn't survive without its master. A bit later back in Estrim, someone comes up to Mary and says she's received a message. The letter says they can barely believe everything she told them was true. The person had been visited by the agent, but unfortunately, they lost him because he didn't show up at the meeting point. Seems like it has something to do with the Sun Knights, who are always watching her. And Bartok is probably planning something to create another uproar. You get what any of that means? No, Yemi neither. But it looks like she was trying to arrange something with someone, maybe to exchange information. Either way, she grabs her sword and says she's going to put an end to this once and for all. Outside, Arfut is already waiting for her, and off they go. She's surprised he showed up at the perfect time, and thanks him again for helping her. Meanwhile, in Bartok's office, the man is wondering if the rat really was talking to Borinder. The guy confirms it's, saying he's sure of what he saw. That strange little creature must be some kind of devil's familiar, and Borinder is a suspicious person. Bartok thanks him for the information and says he'll be rewarded later. Jiha, on the other hand, is sweating bullets. Being kidnapped definitely wasn't part of the plan. Who would have thought this cursed possession ability would have a cooldown and not let enforce an exit? Just then someone bursts into the office, saying there's an emergency. He tells Bartok to look outside, because something weird is happening. Bartok tells him to quit bothering him, but decides to glance out the window anyway. And outside, there's a gigantic Arkfoot standing on top of a pillar. Berteau wants to know where the hell this thing came from. The men are all panicking, saying they need to flee immediately. And Berteau remembers, this is the same creature that saved Mary. He's sure staying here is suicide. He bolts, running for his life. That was easy. Meanwhile, Jehovah is emotional, realizing his creature came to rescue him. He tries to get everyone's attention, but no one notices him. Artfoot then moves toward the sun, dropping Mary off nearby, and she thanks him again. Now that both of them are there, each can take care of their own problems. Artfoot activates his lightning and fires a blast right near Jia. Jia falls screaming for help, but lands right on Artfoot's head, stroking him and thanking him for the rescue. The problem is, he still wants to settle things with Bartok. But when he looks down, what's this? It's Mary. He finds it strange that the main knight hasn't already cut everyone down. Well, that's about to be fixed. Now she's going to do it. He realizes Artfoot brought her here for an obvious reason. It seems the girl, really, is about to wipe out all the corruption in that city. But in the middle of her battle, just when she thinks she's about to finish her mission, a knight sneaks up behind her until someone rushes in and slams him with a shield. It's Barrett asking how she's doing. She apologizes for all the trouble she caused, but he says it's fine. He passed her gently and says, it's good to see she's still holding on. Now that they're both there, it's time to settle her business once and for all. Meanwhile, on another street, Bartok is running for his life, shoving and cursing at everyone in his way. He yells that anyone who tries to stop him will be punished for their crime, until someone calls out his name. He's sure it's Mary's voice, but he's not about to stick around to find out, and keep running toward the gate. Right at the gate, though, there's a rope set up, and he trips like a complete fool. Mary jumps in from behind, activates her black sheep strike, and lashes him across the back. Then, she points her weapon at his neck and declares that, in the name of the Black Lion, he's going to be punished for his crimes. Bartok is stunned as she tells him his end is here, but a fat bastard is still asking himself, all the effort he put into control in the city was really all for nothing. Nobody is going to just accept this. He pulls out a dagger and charges at Mary, but that only gets him cut down. In an instant, the fool spits blood, realizing everything he built is now gone. From the corner, Geo watches, thinking maybe killing him wasn't completely necessary, but it is one way to resolve it. He remembers Sangyak saying that sometimes it's better not to leave loose ends, or they'll come back to bite you later. He knows that's how warriors think, and even though he's not used to it, maybe this really was the right move. Either way, it was Mary's decision, and he chooses to respect it. Right then, the 3-hour timer on the possession runs out, and Jihua is back in the forest. The hamster is left there totally confused, pointing at the map. Jeva starts thinking about his next steps. He needs to rebuild that city and help the refugees survive. And in return, those people could produce things for him, like honey, for example. But of course, the terror drones already sense they're about to be put to work again, and they won't even see a drop of that honey. One of the biggest challenges, though, is that if he tries to mix the city folks with the game-off people, there's going to be a major clash in mindset. Not to mention, the citizens won't like having to interact with those who were technically their enemies. Until just recently, even using his presence as Lord Ark, it'll still be hard to pull that off. But then the scene shifts to Selena, who says he seems to be underestimating the faith of the followers. He asks if she really thinks it's okay to let the Guay Mao people stay nearby. She says yes, she guarantees it'll all work out, because this was his will. Besides, he's the one who saved this village, so they never deny anything he asks for. She admits there will be some problems, since the newcomers aren't familiar with their faith or way of life. But there's nothing stopping everything from eventually working out. The protagonist thanks her and promises that whatever problems come their way, he'll help her resolve them. The next day, some workers are busy building, saying they need to finish these houses and roads. The prince requested. They're amazed that even Idenskull himself is working hard, putting everything he's got into it. One man says he's finished clearing the area he was assigned, and Idenskull thanks him, saying the work will be finished soon. A little later, he walks around and admits he's impressed. They really managed to clear a large enough space for the refugees to settle. Of course, as always, the ones who work the hardest, from the poor terror drones. Then read a quick flashback to when Jihua was shocked to find out that 2,000 people were coming to settle nearby. He said the problem wasn't even food, was figuring out how to house so many people. Jihua reassured them they didn't need to worry. He would send a group to help build paths, homes, and everything they needed. Now seeing the results, Idenskull is amazed. These terror drones weren't just good fighters. They were perfect for construction. Finally, this little place was about to start expanding, and John knew he'd have to work even harder to keep up with all this progress. He tosses the shovel in the air like Lloyd Frontiera, celebrating, telling everyone to go full force. But someone out in the forest is watching all the commotion. An elf asks what all the fuss is about, and Human explains what's going on. About the Terradrome workers. Croydell, the purple-skinned elf, finds it strange. Why would they be building so much all of a sudden? His companion says that if she had a guess, it looks like they're preparing to receive some kind of immigrants, or a large group coming from another region. Considering the recent activity around Gmelk, that seems like the most likely explanation. But Cordell finds it unlikely. The two nations are very different. She disagrees, saying anything is possible when it's a matter of life or death. He jumps down from the tree, saying this isn't the time to worry about others. They need to hurry back to Estrim and find the world tree. And just then they spot a little rodent watching them, who waves at Croydell. I had completely forgotten about those guys. All right, these are the same elves our boy met back when he was in prison. Man, that feels like forever ago. Later that night, in Strawn's great hall, the prince asks if everyone has arrived. Selena confirms, and even the little elves are there, looking awkward and still uneasy. About the talking hamster. Then the door opens, and Eden Skull smiles, saying he's finally here. It's BAM, walking in with his aura active, leaving everyone in shock. Some people don't recognize him, and think he's just a regular leopard. But Jiha, speaking through him, says that this is the agent of God. The elf is looking more and more confused. First the talking hamster, and now Jiha is speaking through a leopard's body. Jiha explains that he's just possessing its consciousness, that his true form is human. He clears his throat and announces that the official meeting of Dahima's representatives will now begin. That day, they discussed how they would help the refugees and rebuild the entire city. They also talked about how to prevent the two populations from fighting each other. The ideal future was one where not only these two cities came together, but even the elves and everyone else became part of one large united group. Jayak claps his hands, saying that's the perfect future, and asks what the next topic is. Later, Selena touches a leaf and says that's enough for today. Everything has been decided. The leaders thank everyone and agree it was a good plan, while Idenskull asks what Cordell thought of the meeting. Cordell simply replies that he's only here because he's interested in the world tree, nothing else. Even so, the prince comments that everyone being together in that room proved Johanna has a real chance to be united again. He thanks Johanna, who gets all shy and says it's nothing special. Then Johanna says he has a special gift for everyone. Selena is curious, and he says it's something from the Master's Garden. She's shocked, because theoretically, that would mean it came from the garden of Lord Ark. And her eyes widen when Shiva shows them a branch from the world tree. Suddenly, there are construction noises outside in the village. Someone's already put up a do not enter sign. In an instant, they fenced off the area and planted the branch. Giant is stunned by how quickly they acted and thinks it's a bit much. But Selena says that when it comes to a branch of the world tree, there's no such thing as too much. Meanwhile, the elves who were the most interested in this are wondering if it's really true. A few hours later, that little branch had already grown to a massive tree. Now the elves are sure, and some even start crying from emotion. Only the world tree could grow that way. Selena tears up too, while everyone thanks Jia Ha for letting them witness something so miraculous. From above, Jia's little pets are looking at the tree and thinking, oh, so now everyone's got one too. One of the problems, though, is that it seems all the world trees are connected to each other. They aren't sure if they'll have to cleanse each one separately, or if cleansing one will cleanse them all at once. 2 hours later, in Zone 8, one of the creatures finally arrives. At the mission site, what they find is a whole garden full of monsters, and the little bear warns that they'll have to clear all out before the summoning. Bayan, already impatient, says to just wipe everything out right now, and lets out a roar. The rocks crack, and the monsters are already bleeding, just from the roar alone. Then they charge in. And, of course, it's a completely one-sided beatdown. The poor things don't stand a chance. Lightning paw swipes send them flying, while Jia is back at home, wondering where everyone is gone. Apparently, it's being broadcast to him somehow, because Jia now seems to know exactly where they are. Sun-yuk also notices something and is sure it's Grover. He immediately gets ready, saying he's heading out for a bit, while Hajin gets annoyed, already speeding through traffic. The radio reports that the monsters had appeared 2 hours ago, but it seems some mysterious beasts have cleared them out and are now dealing with the final boss. Grawler lands a perfect hit on the boss, and the reporter wonders out loud if these creatures are actually on humanity's side. Sungjet finally arrives and immediately asks for a status update, because what he really wants is to talk to Greller. He already knows who that is. The gray-haired guy says the fight is already over, and that he can talk to him if he wants. But just then, the ground begins to shake, and a crack opens in the sky. A rift appears. Everyone shields themselves, and when they open their eyes, they find themselves standing in Strangle Song. Yuk is confused, trying to understand how the entire village was summoned. Like this. How could something like that even be possible? But he's sure from the time he spent there. This has to be strange. And if it really is, does that mean he'll wait to see his friends again? Then a mysterious voice says, the meeting will be even better than that. Back in the village, Ed is training already on strike number 9087 when someone shouts for him. Sonic shows up looking completely love-struck. Honestly, those two are about to kiss any day now, which is perfect. Leave Selena and Hyjin for Jahar. Not that he's going to make a move. Eddie is totally confused, asking Kid, what the hell are you doing here? Sun-yuk says Eddie's got it all wrong. He points toward the mountain and tells him to take a look. When Eddie looks the mountain he sees is right here, not far away Sun-yuk, and says it's good he understands now. Welcome to planet Earth. But somewhere else a strange rose starts to move. A voice says that the worlds have connected through that route, and the woman smiles saying that now yes. It's finally time to like this video. That helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell. And I'm out.